Chapter 1 Crossing Fairy Tale, with a Bright Heart. In the void crevices of the heavens, the whole body of the youth is wrapped in colorful light and drifts towards the unknown. The gap in the void does not count the years, I don't know how long it has passed. The young man's body has continued to change, and some young people have turned into juveniles. The endless darkness enveloped him, until a certain moment, he seemed to find the bright light rushed forward, looking forward to Fairy Tale World. In a dense forest more than 30 kilometers away from Magnolia, on a small clearing, lies a child who does not seem to be a teenager. It's so dark, come some light. I only heard the child holding his head in pain and horror, and muttering such a word in his unconscious mouth. This is an extremely strong appeal from his subconscious mind. Wang. In the next moment, his appeal seemed to have been answered, and suddenly there was a golden light on his body, which was full of warm and sacred aura. Immediately afterwards, countless golden rays of light suddenly swelled, centered on this young man. In an instant, the entire dense forest was shrouded in golden light over a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and at the same time, a golden light shot up into the sky. At this moment, the sunlight seemed to be much dim. From a distance, dozens of kilometers away, it could be clearly seen. Eye-catching. The horrible fluctuations in magic power shocked many powerful magicians within hundreds of miles. Hey? This is magic awakening? What a powerful light force! That direction is deep in the Karl forest? How can someone awaken the magic there? No. I have to go and see. The old man Makarov in the Fairy Tale Guild in the small town of Magnolia was also shocked by this fluctuation. He directly rushed out of the guild, looked at the striking beam of light to the north, and instantly analyzed a lot of information. Then, after thinking about it for a moment, he used the magic of light and hurried towards that side. At the same time, there were still many people rushing there. Obviously, many people were interested in the vision that appeared over there. Such strong magical fluctuations, whether it is the awakening of talent or the birth of a treasure, are enough to show it's worth it. However, Makarov is the closest and the fastest. The old man only spent more than 10 minutes before he rushed to the scene of the incident breathlessly. He saw that in the center of the light that had dissipated, a teenager was lying in the middle of a pit. At this time, he had fallen into a coma. If someone had seen this boy before the magical power broke out, he would find that the boy's hair, eyebrows, etc. hair had changed from the original pure black to the pure golden color, which seemed to radiate all the time. Light. Against the background of the blonde hair, the originally extremely handsome face became even more handsome and noble. The next morning, Magnolia, the infirmary in the Fairy Tale Guild. Yesterday, the blonde boy who was brought back by Makarov had woken up. At this moment, he was sitting on the hospital bed in a daze, as if he couldn't believe it. Child! Are you awake? How are you feeling? Is there anything uncomfortable? At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open, and the boy was awakened from a daze. When he turned his head, he saw a white-haired and bald grandfather who was estimated to be only 1 meter tall came in and saw that the boy was awake. With a gentle smile, he asked with concern. The boy glanced. This height is comparable to a dwarf. It's just that this image looks familiar. You are Mr. Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale Guild. The young man suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened and he looked at the old man who walked in, and asked in horror. As an anime lover, he naturally saw Fairy Tale, and soon recognized the very distinctive appearance of the old man Makarov. Of course, if he hadn't been in a daze before, he would find that there were many fairy tale emblems in this room. So, did I travel to the fairy tale world? The young man murmured inwardly. The boy had just woke up, and a voice sounded in his mind just now. Ding! The system is starting, 1%, 2%, 10%, 30%, 50%, 90%, 100%, the system is officially started. Ding! Host! through the system wholeheartedly at your service. This is also the reason why he was dazed. He had discovered that he was in an unfamiliar environment before. Besides, he seemed to be getting younger. But he can confirm that this is still his body. He really didn't expect that he would actually cross into the fairy tale world. Oh? You know the little guy. After being recognized, the old man touched his chin slightly unexpectedly, and then smiled triumphantly, haha. I seem to be very famous. Speaking of it, I don't know your name yet. Besides, where are you from? People? How could they appear in such a dangerous deep forest and awaken such a strong magic of light? This is an unexpected joy. Congratulations! In the future, you will surely become a powerful wizard taxi. How? Do you want to join our fairy tale guild? Father, let's go. The words are too long, and the amount of information in the words is also quite large, and the young man was taken aback. Suddenly, he couldn't help but stretched out a finger and pointed at himself. I? Awakened by the magic of light. When the old man said that, he came back to his senses, and he did feel it before, that there was a very bright and warm power in his body. The body also feels much stronger than before. Thinking of this, the young man raised a hand, raised his palm, and tried to arouse this force. He just felt that he could do it easily. Not to mention, this is done. The next moment, a bright golden magical light shined in his hand. The boy's eyes widened suddenly. This is magic. It is really amazing. Have you mastered extraordinary power? Suddenly, he felt that there was nothing unacceptable for him to travel through. Haha. Yet. It seems you don't know yet. The old man Makarov sticks in his waist and laughs loudly. It is because of your awakening that I can find you dozens of kilometers away. Otherwise, you are really in danger. After all, there are many extremes in that dense forest. Dangerous creatures such as monsters, poisonous insects, and poisonous snakes are not something you can set foot in at your age. Ahaha. That's how it is. The young man listened, withdrew his magic power, smiled and scratched his head. What else could he say? He himself didn't know how to get here. It was not dangerous or dangerous. It was not something he could consider at the time. Okay. You haven't told me your name yet. What is your name? Where do you come from? Who else is in the family? Do you want to join our guild? Tell you. Our fairy tale guild may be very famous and very powerful in the kingdom of Fiorio. The old man went on to say in a persuasive manner, in addition, since you know me, you should also know my name. I am one of the top 10 great holy wizards, and also know the magic of light. If you join our guild, I can teach how about you learn the magic of light. Seeing the old man working so hard to promote their guild and himself, to be honest, the young man was a little dazed. Could my awakening magic break? The young man thought to himself. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the old man Makarov is so eager to lure him into the fairy tale guild. Chapter 2 Join Fairy Tale. Fairy tales fight breaks tradition. However, no matter what, the old man's idea is exactly what the young man wants. It's just a newcomer to the fairy tale world, so joining the fairy tale guild is naturally a good choice. By the way, before the journey, when watching anime, he liked the atmosphere of the fairy tale guild very much. The father and many people in the guild sincerely regarded the guild as their home and everyone in the guild as their family members. Although some people had rebelled and quarreled with each other frequently, and the guild was even more troubled in the later stages of the guild, this did not prevent the teenagers from liking here. Moreover, he also needs a foothold now. Since he is wearing it, he probably has no formal identity and no place to stay. It is good here. He was in his mid-20s, and suddenly shrank into a 10-year-old kid, always feeling a little awkward. If the performance is too mature, will it be wrong? But he felt awkward to pretend to be a kid. Quite tangled. Thinking about this, the young man solemnly looked at Mr. Makarov and said, I have agreed to your invitation. Besides, I will formally introduce myself. My name is Liu Tianchen, and my father, you call me Tianchen. I think I should now. I'm an orphan, I'm used to it. From now on, I will ask the president to take care of me. Besides, does what you said about teaching me the magic of light count? Liu Tianchen stretched out his hand at the old man Makarov, smiled and blinked, jokingly. He was an orphan before crossing, and now he is even more. The old man also smiled and stretched out his hand to hold Tiankin's hand, and stretched out his other hand to gently pat the back of Tiankin's hand and said, naturally, it counts. You have to learn from me if you don't want it, you can't waste it. Your talent. From now on, you will no longer be an orphan. Child. We are a family. You are welcome to join the fairy tale family, you wait. I will get you the seal of the guild. Print the guild crest. The old man was also impatient, he was about to turn around to get it, he looked more anxious than Tianchen. Wait. When Tianchen saw him, he quickly raised his hand to stop the old man, opened the quilt, and walked off the couch. I'll be with you. I just happened to meet everyone in the guild. I don't feel like I'm in any serious trouble. I'm very healthy. Then, he looked around again. He didn't find his clothes. He was also wearing a striped patient gown. He scratched the back of his head with his hands a little embarrassed. He looked at the old man and smiled awkwardly, ahaha. Old man, you have it here. Does it fit my clothes? I don't seem to find my clothes. Tianchen estimated that even if he found his own clothes, he shouldn't be able to wear it, right? Looking at my own child-sized body, it is a little bit taller than the old man, about 1.3 meters tall. Even if the original clothes are still there, I guess I can't wear them anymore. Haha. I knew you would ask. It's ready for you. The old man saw him, laughed, and said that he took out a set of white clothes and black trousers with the Fairy Tale Guild logo from the cabinet beside him, and handed them to Tianchen. Then he said, it's strange to say, I don't know if it is because of your awakening magic. When I found you, you were naked. This was specially bought for you. I don't know if you like it or not. I'll accompany you to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Don't be polite with me, just treat me as a grandfather. He really regarded Tianchen as his grandson's rhythm. You see, the same blonde hair, the same magic of light, and the pure magic of light radiating from Tiankin's body made him feel more cordial. Yet. Okay. I'm causing you trouble. Tianchen felt the old man's concern, his eyes were slightly moist, and he nodded moved, and walked behind the curtain on the side of the hospital bed. Zixisuo quickly changed his clothes and walked out. The old man looked up and down, and nodded in satisfaction, it's good. It fits. Let's go. Come with me to the guild lobby to meet everyone in the guild, say hello. Okay. With that, the old man led the way in front, Tianchen followed behind, and after a while, the two of them left the backyard and came to the lobby in front of the guild. At this moment, there are dozens of people in the lobby. Very lively. The appearance of the two, or Tiankin's appearance, immediately attracted almost all the eyes of the guild hall. No way. If it is said that Tianchen before crossing is a rare handsome guy, then now with his slightly shiny blonde hair and golden eyebrows, Tianchen with sword eyebrows is so handsome. Still the kind of handsome with extravagance. President. Is this the kid you brought back yesterday who made a lot of noise? That's so handsome. He looks like me. How is it? Handsome guy. Want to join our guild? It's great here. If you come, we can greatly increase our average appearance. Wakaba, who seemed to be quite young, with a cigar in his mouth, wiped off the nose of his plane, made what he thought was the most handsome gesture, and raised his chin at Tianchen ridiculously. Not to mention, this guy is really narcissistic. However, the cigarette-like hairstyle made Tianchen couldn't help but want to make a comment. It's weird. In reality, there are people who really make hairstyles like this. What do you think in your head? Haha. This kid has decided to join our fairy tale guild. I am about to imprint him with the emblem of the guild. The old man smiled triumphantly with his waist in his waist, and then said to Tian Yun, "Child, you can introduce yourself to everyone. I'll get a seal." With that, the old man ran to the guild bar and searched for it. Tianchen had seen the world somehow, but he was not stage fright. He scanned the lobby, showing a kind smile and said, "My name is Lu Tianchen. You can just call me Tianchen. Listen to the chairman. The old man said that I have awakened the magic of light and will be a member of Fairy Tale Guild from now on. Please take care of me." Chapter 3 Magic Affects Hair Color, Unscrupulous Old Man. Haha. Welcome. The magic of light? I heard that you are still the Awakener, right? That day, you will definitely become a powerful wizard in the future. So handsome. Ah. Lord Tianchen. I like you. Oh. Suddenly I feel that this guy is a bit handsome. Do you want to snatch the girl's love from us just now? Macau. Don't be stinky. Just you, can you still attract the love of girls? Thinking too much. Do you want to fight? Wakaba, UBD. Fight and fight. Who is afraid of whom? Oh? Fight? Count me. Ping pong pong. Bump. Bang. All of a sudden, cups, chairs, and other messy things were flying all over the sky. Seeing that everyone was still welcoming him to join the conference just now, and still talking about him, why did he become such a ghost in the next moment? Tianyun looked at the people in front of him who had been grouped into Macau, Wakaba, Vegeta, Nab and others, a little bit dumbfounded. This scene is really familiar. Feelings, Natsu is already such a virtue before they join? So, is this tradition of daily fighting and task destruction really passed down from the people of the second generation President Preto? It hasn't changed for more than 100 years. That's right. At present, Natsu, Gray, Urza, and even the three sisters and brothers of Myra haven't joined the guild. Tianchen also asked the elder of the guild. It is X776, and X777, when the 5 dragons passed through the eclipse gate from the past 400 years ago to modern times, there is still more than a year. Now Laxus is only a 15-year-old young man who has just entered the rebellious period, but has not yet reached the peak rebellious period, and has not yet become an S-rank wizard. You bastards! Don't stop me yet! Do you want to tear down the guild? At this moment, the old man had found the seal of the guild, turned around and jumped onto the bar, and saw the mingled people of the guild. Suddenly, several red wells appeared on his forehead, his head suddenly enlarged, and he roared. Hiss! Tianchen was the closest, and all of a sudden, he only felt the eardrums being shaken, humming, and dizzy. He stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed his temples. Yet. The old man's voice is really good. Also, did you use giant magic just now? Tianchen turned around curiously and looked at the old man asking. Hey! That's right. This is partly giant. The old man smiled and nodded, and then proudly raised his chin and said, How? Not bad. Unfortunately, not everyone can learn giant magic. You may not be able to learn. Of course, if you are interested, I can try to teach at that time you. However, I suggest starting with the magic of light first. That is your awakening magic. Not only the best for you, but also the most potential for you. The easiest to learn and improve. Speaking of this, the old man held the guild seal in one hand while trying to adjust, while looking at Tianchen and said, Come. Choose a place and print the guild crest. You are a member of our fairy tale guild. Besides, the crest do you want? What color do you want? Just print it on the upper right arm. For the color, choose white. Tian Chen thought about it, stretched out his hand to roll up the short sleeve of his right hand, fully exposed his upper arm, and said to the old man, "Don't ask why you choose white, you just like it. Is it white? Good." The old man smiled and nodded, adjusted the magic seal, and then pressed the seal on Tianquan's shoulder, and then removed it, and suddenly a white fairy tale guild emblem was formed. What? However, before the old man turned around to put the magic seal, he and Tian Chen let out a surprise at the same time. Then, the two saw that the white guild coat of arms on Tianquan's right shoulder was quickly replaced by gold. After a while, it changed from a white coat of arms to a pure golden coat of arms. Tian Chen. Father. What's the situation? Is this not letting me choose white? What's wrong? Tian Chen thought speechlessly. Ahem. At this time, the old man cleared his throat and touched his chin, groaning, "It seems to be the result of your magical power. Very powerful magical power. Anyway. Xiao Tian Chen. Can you tell me the color of your previous hair and eyebrows?" Facing the old man's weird gaze and the curious gaze of everyone in the guild who didn't know when he was attracted to him, Tian Chen suddenly twitched his cheeks, and some unfavorable hands reached out and grabbed his short hair. "Obviously, everyone, it's pure black. So, my hair and eyebrows are all golden now." Tian Chen felt that he had guessed the truth. And after he said this, everyone's expressions also confirmed this. "Oh hey? Does magic affect Tianquan's hair color? Father, isn't it common? It seems that only very powerful magic powers will appear." Wakaba clicked, smoking a cigar, and turned to look at the elder president. Then, everyone looked at Tianyun's gaze unexpectedly still had this trace of envy. There are still similar examples, but when this happens, all have awakened the existence of extremely powerful magic and magic power. So, this is actually a good thing for Tian Chen. Haha. That's right. The old man also smiled and nodded, then, a little wretched eyebrows at Tian Chen said, "And I can prove. Xiao Tianquan's discoloration is not only the hair and eyebrows, but all the hair of the whole body. Even the hair is no exception. Hee hee. Ha ha ha." Everyone listened, and immediately looked up and down Xiao Tian Chen with weird eyes, all bursting into laughter. "You can, Tian Chen. At least the colors are the same." The unscrupulous Wakaba and Macau pair of good friends stretched out their hands in unison and patted Tian Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Tian Chen. What are your eyes?" He wanted to say, "Can I hit someone?" Obviously not, and I can't beat it. Isn't it just a change of coat color? What's the matter? As long as it is still handsome. Of course, being stared at by this weird look, Tian Chen felt all over. Chapter 4 Through the System, Powerful Functions. Therefore, Tian Chen could only stare at a pair of dead fish eyes that also changed from black pupils to golden pupils, and looked at the president with a depressed expression. Heart said, "You are really an old man. Can you make this kind of joke?" If the old man knew what he was thinking at this time, he would definitely nod and tell him, "Yes. That's great. This is fairy tale." Originally, he was such an unscrupulous old man, he has played a lot of this kind of joke. Where is this? Tianyun was thankful that his old man was not glass. Ahem. The old man, who was a little embarrassed by Tianquan's eyes, quickly cleared his throat, and stood on the bar, shouting with his hands, "Be quiet! Be quiet, everyone!" The next moment, the noisy guild like a vegetable market really quieted down quickly, and then looked at the old man together. Even the guy Laxus sat in the far corner and looked over here. The old man clicked a bit with satisfaction, then made a cheering gesture, and said loudly, "Today is the first day Tian Chen joined the guild. Let us start the banquet as usual. Little ones. Cheers!" Cheers! Soon, someone took the lead in taking out a few large barrels of rum from the bar, except for the children, who poured a large glass. Children like Tianchen each have a glass of juice, and then they toast for joy. For a while, the guild became more lively. Ding! The host joins the fairy tale guild and gains 100 origin points. At this time, Tianchen heard a reminder sound in his mind. Suddenly, his expression moved slightly, and he chatted with everyone in the guild for a while before he walked to a high stool next to the bar with the juice and sat down, drinking the juice, but most of his attention has been transferred to the person in front of him. On a light curtain that only he could see. He was in the ward before, and the old man found it when he came in. The old man couldn't see the light curtain. With his elder's strength not good enough, let alone other people. Therefore, it has nothing to do with strength, it is the ability of the system. He can open the light curtain in the presence of others with peace of mind. System. I haven't asked you what is the situation? What are the functions? Introduce yourself. Besides, what do the prompt sounds and origin points just now mean? Tianchen asked secretly in his heart. At the next moment, a mechanical sound rang in Tianchen's mind. Ding! Back to the host, this system is a traversal system. Please check the information delivered to you by this system for specific functions. As soon as the voice of the system fell, Tianchen felt a lot of information in his mind, all about the origin and function of the system, as well as the beginning and end of his journey. The light curtain in front of you has also changed simultaneously, with more options. Tianchen carefully digested the information, summarized it, and understood the current functions of the system. Small space, LV1, 0/10, initially only 100 square meters. Host Tianchen takes the initiative to bring people in to come in. After that, he can choose to give him a space imprint to gain free access rights. At the same time, these people who are given a space imprint cannot disclose space matters to non-space imprint owners, nor can they do things that endanger Tianchen. It can be upgraded by consuming the origin point. The Gate of Time and Space, LV1, 0/1000. Level 1 Time and Space Gate can communicate with the worlds of low magic, low weapons, and ordinary science and technology. It connects to different worlds. The source point of activation is different. After the paid activation, only the host can go to the connected world for free, and other people want to go to the corresponding world, need to spend extra source points to purchase permanent entry qualification. It can be upgraded by consuming source points. Note, the eligibility for permanent entry is only relative. If it has a bad impact on the world, and is expelled by the will of the world, it is likely to lose the right to enter the world forever and be disgusted by the will of the world. Talent evolution, consumption of a certain source point, you can upgrade or increase your own talent. Tianchen has already sensed the small space, in the spiritual sea between his brows. It is a square space with an area of 100 square meters and a height of 50 meters. On the east wall there is a portal full of mysterious patterns, and the interior of the portal is a blue whirlpool. Shimmering. Okay. That's all. In addition, Tianchen has already learned from the information transmitted by the system that in that small space, he can enter with his body or anyone he recognizes. Moreover, after entering, the intelligent creature will no longer be able to do anything harmful to Tianchen, nor can it disclose all information about the system and this small space to those who have never been in this small space under the premise that Tianchen does not allow it. Intelligent creatures fundamentally ensure the safety of Tianchen. And the Gate of Time and Space is like the comment above, it can take Tianchen and even the people allowed by Tianchen to travel through different worlds. It's just that it needs to consume a certain amount of origin point according to the world level. The origin point is what Tianchen got from the prompt tone that Tianchen heard just now. There are several ways to obtain this. Change the plot from a positive perspective. Expand its influence in the world and make a positive contribution to the development of the world. Gather the general trend, increase one's own luck, and transform the origin. Improve one's reputation and transform the origin. Tianchen summed up a few words. Work hard to become stronger. Work hard. Try to do things without doing anything harmful to the development of the world. It's better not to do bad things. Wait. That's almost what it means. Earlier, Tianchen could gain the origin point by joining the Fairy Tale Guild, because of the reputation and status of the Fairy Tale Guild itself in the entire world. Secondly, because this place is about to become the explosion center of the Children of Luck and the original plot. As a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, Tianchen will naturally get the bonus of luck, and other factors, which will be transformed into the source point by the system. In fact, after looking through the system reminder record, Tianchen found out that he had also received an origin point reward before. Exactly, he obtained after awakening magic. There should be a lot of it because of the prestige and spirit he gained in the process. Prestige is easy to understand. It is fame. It means that Tianchen has become famous because of the great movement of talent awakening. Air luck is air luck. As a awakened person, air luck is naturally extraordinary. However, it seems that chi luck has a basic value that cannot be used, which is related to Tianchen's life safety, and the system refuses to transform this part of chi luck. System. Check my attribute panel. Tianchen said silently in his heart. Ding. Open the properties panel. The details are as follows. Host, Lu Tianchen, Magic Apprentice. Age, 1088. Magic, 210/210. Talent, Fast Learning, E. Fast Memory, E. Light Attribute Affinity, S. Space Attribute Affinity, A. Time Attribute Affinity, B. Thunder Attribute Affinity, C. Physical Fitness, A. Spirit, A. Magic Control, E. Abilities, Magic of Light, LV1, Awakening, Exploration, bonused by the system. Origin point, 264. Remark. Magic power level realm setting, the fairy tale world collectively refers to the wizard as the wizard. Magic apprentice, 1 to 100. Apprentice sorcerer, level E 101 to 200. D-class sorcerer, 201, 5500. C-rank sorcerer, 501, 1000. B-level wizard, 1001 to 5000. A-level wizard, 5001 to 10,000. S-rank sorcerer, 10,001 to 50,000. One of the lowest thresholds of Saint 10, 100,000. Dharma God, at least comprehend a low-level law to 100%. Note, the above division of magic power and magic power level only represents a relatively common existence. The specific value varies from person to person, and the upper limit of each stage will be slightly different for different talents and different physiques. Chapter 5 Space, Time, Light, Thunder, Extraordinary Talents. Hey! I have so many talents? In addition to the light attribute affinity, there is actually space, time, and lightning attribute affinity. Tianchen was obviously also surprised that he had so many talents. Fast learning and fast memory are easy to understand. One is related to the ability to learn and digest, and the other is related to the ability to remember. The combination of the two can greatly improve Tianchen's learning ability. Tianchen guesses that the two are related to his mental power and soul. This can be seen from the good physical talent and spiritual talent. Both are A grade, it should not be considered low. From the information sent to him by the system, the talent level is divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, God level, lower, etc. Obviously, A level is already very good, and ordinary people are definitely not so strong. The affinity of space, time, and lightning attributes should be related to his traversal. He remembered that he was struck by a terrifying lightning, which seemed to tear the space behind him and suck him into it. Then, he should be under the support of the system, in the crevices of the world, after a long wandering, experienced an extremely painful process. In this process, he has undergone great changes in his soul, spirit, and body. He has undergone a lot of transformation, spiritual and soul transformation, physical transformation, and shrinking to the age of 10. The whole process went through an extremely painful and lonely journey, and finally brought him into the fairy tale world in the system. I don't know what agreement the system has reached with fairy tales world will. Tianchen successfully awakened the extremely powerful magic of light in that dark and desperate mood. Moreover, upon awakening, the magic power reached 210 scales, surpassing ordinary magic apprentices, and possessed the magic power comparable to the perfect apprentice wizard, that is, the top E-level wizard. However, he who has not learned the idea of meditation is not yet considered as an advanced success for the time being. Moreover, according to the information given by the system, each person has different talents, and the upper limit of magic power that each level breaks will not be the same. At least, Tianchen didn't feel any bottleneck now. Maybe it's because he hasn't started cultivating yet, or maybe it hasn't reached the upper limit of his stage. Sorting out the information in his mind, Tianchen fell into deep thought. Can you travel to other worlds? This is quite surprising. However, this is not in a hurry now, but I still find out the state of fairy tale world and stand firm here. Heal, let's talk about improving enough self-protection ability. It's too stupid to rush to other worlds, and will waste his few sources. From the information given by the system, he knows that this thing is not so profitable. At least fairy tale world can earn a lot at this stage. There are not many opportunities. Thinking of this, Tianchen continued to cast his gaze on the talent column, wondering whether he should try to use his origin point to improve his talent. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to keep this idea for now, and watch it when the old man teaches him magic tomorrow. I won't run if I keep it anyway. Tianchen, why are you staying alone while running? Come over together. Yes. That's right. It's not good to be too withdrawn. At this time, a table not far away came from the cries of Wakaba and Macau, and other people also followed suit. Hee. Coming. Coming. I can't drink. Tianchen quickly withdrew his mind, smiled and replied, and then got up and walked towards them. With so many enthusiastic big brothers taking care of him, he quickly became acquainted with many people in the guild. It was noon soon. After the old man took Tianchen to lunch at the guild himself, he took Tianchen to the outside of the guild and said to him with a smile, "You haven't done any tasks yet, so you can't make money, so, just live in my house for the time being, is it okay?" "Of course." "Excuse me." Tianchen naturally did not refuse. The old man took care of him in this way, and he was a little ignorant of what was good or bad when he asked again. Hearing this, the old man nodded happily, "Haha. That's good. Let's go and buy some daily necessities for you now. We also need to buy a few more clothes for every season." "What is your kid?" "I didn't bring it either." "Ahaha. It should be lost." Tianchen scratched the back of his head and smiled. He has traveled through the whole body, and if he can bring clothes, he will have a ghost. It's probably all annihilated by the magic riot when you awakened. The old man gave an explanation to his brain. It sounds reasonable. After all, Tianchen didn't have a piece of clothing on his body at the time, and he was obviously annihilated. "Probably." Tianchen replied with some uncertainty. At the same time, I was a little grateful. Fortunately, the clothes he had on his body were gone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain the clothes of an adult to the old man. This is the best way now, there is no evidence, and it can leave a room for the old man to make up his mind. Perfect. Next, the old man also laid down his blood, took Tianchen to stroll around Magnolia's commercial street, and gave Tianchen all the things that can be used in life. Chapter 6 Some Strange Fairy Tale World. After walking around, it's already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Go. It's time to go home. Can you get it? The old man greeted Tian Chen to go back. His and Tian Chen's hands were full of things. He couldn't help looking at Tian Yun with some worry. Also, okay. I feel that my physique and endurance have improved a lot after the magic awakens. Tian Chen replied as he walked with the old man with a little effort, resisting and holding. The old man smiled happily, haha. That's good. But then, we must also exercise. You know, a strong magician requires a tough will and a strong body, as much as possible. Reduce shortcomings. Understand? Speaking of last, the father taught Tian Chen. Tian Chen nodded obediently. I understand. That's right. Grandpa President. Doesn't the wizard world have that kind of space magic items that can store items? Tian Chen asked curiously as he walked. In fact, Fairy Tale World has many unreasonable points in Tianquan's view. There is no universal healing and healing magic. I haven't even heard of space equipment, but there is no shortage of space wizards in this world. Isn't it weird? Not only that, but many auxiliary types of magic are also very lacking. The wizards of this world feel more like blood warlocks than magicians. However, most wizards do not have a special bloodline. Of course, if you regard the awakened person as the bloodline awakened person, I will say another thing. In fact, the awakened were only gifted by heaven and earth, and had no special blood. Space magic item. When the old man heard his question, he fell into a brief meditation. This is really rarely heard. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Then, the old man saw what Tian Chen was holding in his hand, and he suddenly said, Oh! Isn't it because you want to be lazy? This is not good. You can't eat this bit of suffering, how can you do the next training? Keep on. While he was talking, the old man did not forget to remind and educate him, and Tian Chen couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't want to be labeled as lazy by the old man, and quickly explained, No. I just said that. Just a little curious. Moreover, if there are universal space magic equipment, future tasks will be much easier. Just like in the original book, every time Urza goes out on a mission, he has to drag a large cart, which is full of boxes, all of which are her armors, which is extremely inconvenient. Although the Queen's Awakening is a space-based dress-up magic, she has a dress-up space that can accommodate some armor, but it is clear that that space cannot meet all her needs. That's true. The old man nodded his head after hearing this, feeling that this is indeed the case, and then said with some regrets, It's just that there is nothing. Maybe, Tian Chen, you can try to study this in the future. Of course, the premise is that you have the talent for space magic. That's fine. Ha ha ha. At the end, the old man laughed happily. It wasn't that he attacked Tian Chen, the space magic talent was very rare. Tian Chen had already awakened such a powerful light magic, and the chance of possessing the space magic talent at the same time seemed to him not great. Hey! Maybe I really have it, or maybe. Tian Chen said half-jokingly. There is an attribute panel, and of course he knows that he has a talent for space, not only for space. He even has a rarer time affinity and talent. When the old man listened, he was amused, and did not continue to beat him. He smiled and said, Haha! That dare to be good. The better your talent, the happier I will be. I will give you a test before I teach you magic tomorrow. It happens that you also need to get a good understanding of your specific talents, so as to facilitate targeted teaching later. In this world, there are still magic props that test the affinity of magic properties and even detect magic. Hey! Okay. Then wait and see, the president. With my talent, you will surely be amazed. Tian Chen replied with a smile. He is looking forward to the horrified look of the old man tomorrow. As for the question of space magic equipment, his feelings are only a tentative question. I want to see if this real world is different from anime in this respect. As a result, it did not surprise him. It seems that if you want to get the preparation or technology of space storage, you have to start from other worlds. Tian Chen thought to himself. Regarding the items and technologies in this area, many worlds suddenly appeared in his mind. Space expansion curse of Harry Potter world and related space expansion portable props. Space capsule technology of Dragon Ball world. Space compression equipment in Deadly Violet. Naruto world space storage seal scroll and related seal techniques. The space backpack technology of Pokemon world. Mortals cultivating immortals, fighting breaks, and so on, such as fairy knights, storage bags in the fantasy world, storage rings, and so on, etc. With this calculation, there are quite a few worlds with space to store items and technology. It's just that these world levels have high and low levels. With the current level of the system Space Gate, the world of Xiangxia and fantasy will not be considered for the time being. In a high-risk world like Hokage, Tianchen is not ready to give away the head without mastering enough strength. In the world where darkness is the main tone, the place where you can master the secrets of related space sealing is basically only organizations like the 5 great ninja villages, and there should be very few little ninja villages. Chapter 7 Makarov, who has not yet become a poor household, enters a small space. Please ask for flowers and collect. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. I have a small space, this thing is not necessary for the time being. Next, let's be honest and wretched for a period of time, and learn magic from the old man. Finally, Tianchen shook his head, threw these messy thoughts out of his mind, and gradually sorted out his plans and goals for the next 6 months, or even a year. Now, his main task and goal is to learn more magic knowledge and become stronger. The two are complementary. Okay. Home. Just this one. Come in with me. After walking for a few minutes, Tianchen and the old man came to a small villa in the western suburbs of Magnolia. The old man opened the door and greeted Tianchen to go and walk in. Then, without stopping in the living room, he took Tianchen all the way to a guest room on the 2nd floor facing south and put everything on the table by the window of the guest room. Then, he turned around and said to Tianchen, who was standing at the door, "Come in. You will live in this room from now on, how about? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied? I can't be satisfied anymore." Tianchen looked at the room, nodded affirmatively, and said with some surprise on his face, unexpectedly, "My father, your house is quite big and beautiful." Anyone who has watched anime knows that the old man is very poor. Okay. The main reason is that there are too many prodigals in the guild, and the missions are too destructive. Many missions not only receive no rewards, but if one is not good, they have to take in a large amount of compensation. It can be called the most weird guild in the entire Fiori Kingdom, the Eastern Continent, and even the Western Continent. Tianchen guessed that it may be that Natsu and the others have not joined and grown up yet, and the true saboteurs have not yet risen, so the old man still has a lot of money. Haha. Of course. Hearing this, the old man suddenly put his hands in his waist and said proudly, "Don't look at who I am. I'm the president of Fairy Tale Guild, the top 10 holy wizards assessed by Magic Council. This is nothing, from now on, this will be your home too. Don't be so dismissive." Tianchen nodded in response. He could see that the old man really regarded him as a relative. To some extent, he could be regarded as a human being for 2 lives. He was promoted to an orphan, and he was touched by the sincere and family-like care. "Okay. You pack up your things first. Grandpa, I will go back to the guild to deal with the affairs, and I will be back for dinner soon. Don't run around." The old man told Tianchen a few words, and he left the guest room. Tianchen listened to the footsteps and went downstairs to the window. He watched the old man go out and walk towards the guild. Halfway through, the old man sensed Tian Chen's gaze, and turned his head to grin at Tian Chen and waved his hand. Tian Chen also smiled and waved his hand. He kept watching the old man disappear from sight. He took his eyes back, chuckled and shook his head. You really are a kind old man. Since you regard me as a relative, then you will be me from now on. Lu Tianquan's relatives. The thoughts in his heart are not that complicated. People treat me with sincerity, and I will repay them with sincerity. Next, Tian Chen spent more than 10 minutes tidying up all the things he bought. And all the clothes he bought were stored and placed according to his own habits. Feeling that the old man couldn't come back for a while, he simply thought, and disappeared into the room, appearing directly in the small space of the system. He looked around and found that this is a length and width of 10 meters, the height is uncertain, and he can't fly, but it must be more than 10 meters. Here, he can clearly feel that he can manipulate this space to a certain extent. To the east of the small space, a stone gate full of mysterious runes stands there. It's a bit small. Or, try upgrading once. Tian Chen felt his chin and thought. He has seen it a long time ago. The small space is currently in LV1, and only 10 source points are needed to upgrade. However, it takes 1000 origin points to upgrade the Gate of Time to LV2. Tian Chen is poor and cannot afford it for the time being. He has only 264 origin points in total. He still doesn't know the specific price of going to other worlds, so he can't mess around. System. Upgrade my small space to LV2. After thinking about it, Tian Chen decided to experiment. In addition, the small space is indeed a bit small, and it is not easy for him to divide the use of the space. Judging from the information given by the system and Tianquan's comprehensive own considerations, in the future, he will definitely introduce some talents into the small space, and then let them go to other worlds. While improving themselves, they also brought some benefits to Tian Chen himself by the way. He thought about it. The income is 37 points. He is 3 and the employee is 7, so kind. Of course, they pay for the cost of purchasing access to other worlds. Okay. In the initial stage, there is no principal, and he can provide interest-free loans. Relying entirely on his own words, he felt that it was too slow, not in line with the operation of capital, and unable to fully utilize the value of small spaces and systems. Limited openness is the best choice. Anyway, the system can ensure that personnel entering and exiting small spaces will not threaten or betray him. He is already invincible, so what's the scruples? Of course, he won't recruit people who are too powerful to enter here at the beginning. I can't get in touch with people who are too powerful for the time being. This is the limitation of the Gate of Time. Chapter 8 Small Space LV2, Planning Small Space, Seeking Flowers, Collection. Ding! After deducting 10 origin points, the small space is upgraded to LV2, expansion begins, expansion is complete. The system prompt sounded, and then Tian Chen felt the entire small space expand suddenly. Suddenly, the area increased from 100 square meters to 1000 square meters. Although the height cannot be completely determined, it has also increased several times, and it feels more open. At the same time, Tian Chen also found a lot of information in his mind, coming from a small space, that is, he can adjust the basic composition of the ground to generate land, water, and other materials. At the same time, the climate in a small space can also be adjusted within a certain range. Tian Chen touched his chin and thought, Or divide the entire space into 4 parts. One part maintains the previous white space and houses the Gate of Time and Space. As the future communication center of the world, this area is set at 150 square meters. All right. The rest is divided into 150 square meters and arranged into a suite, as a living point of mine. Then, after dividing a 200 square meters as a warehouse, no. Even, even the suite and the communication center. The space above can also be divided into warehouses and storage rooms. Not only I need it, but future employees will also need it. There is no safer storage location than here. As for the remaining 500 square meters, just generate land as a planting area. With the current level of the small space, he can control the small space to a certain extent and adjust the climate and environment here. Moreover, the upgraded small space does not have poor aura concentration, and the resulting land is naturally the same. The future will definitely be more powerful. Is there any more suitable for growing various crops, medicinal materials, and spiritual things than here? He will definitely be involved in these things in the future. They need to be collected, and the sources of food and medicinal materials can be solved in an emergency, but they can't be verified. Just do what you want, and immediately, when Tiankin's thoughts move, the entire space changes drastically. It is divided into 4 large areas: the communication center, the living room, the warehouse area, and the planting area. Even under the control of Tianchen, a lot of stone furniture appeared in the living room and communication center. According to his preferences, he arranged it carefully. This is the limit that Tianchen can do now. He can't directly generate wood, metal, and other furniture. Maybe he can only wait for the small space to continue to upgrade. Of course, the system has a hint: he can consume the original point to do these things. But Tianchen is obviously reluctant to waste such a waste. His current source is not much, and he does not have a fixed source of income. Some furniture and daily necessities should be slowly bought and added to the outside world in the future. Anyway, it's not in a hurry now. The 4 areas are separated. Tianchen has set up access rights. Without his permission, other people can only enter the communication hall in the future, and the other 3 areas need special permission to enter and exit. In the 500 square meter space of the planting area, black ground was formed on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was even a spring in the center, in which a steady stream of spring water emerged and flowed into a 5-meter-sized pool connected to the spring. The spring water is also full of a touch of aura. At the same time, the area around this area is no longer a white wall, but a foggy area. If someone tries to get closer, chances are that the foggy area cannot go deep. It has a boundary. The sky in the planting area has turned into a blue sky, with white clouds floating in it, and a higher void, with the projection of the sun sitting high in the sky, sprinkling warm sunlight. Moreover, the sun will rise in the east and set in the west over time, and at night, there will be a full moon rising. Of course, this is not the real sun and moon possessed by the small space itself, but the phantom projected from a higher dimension. Okay. Anyway, this is the information the system told him. He doesn't understand it very well at the moment, and he doesn't particularly care about it. It will always be clear in the future. The entire planting area completely simulates the rotation of the sun and the moon in the real world, and it can also adjust the climate and soil quality. Even a small space will spread aura from the void in the planting area and even the other 3 areas. Although the amount and concentration of this aura is directly linked to the level of the small space, it is no worse than what Tianchen felt in the normal area of the fairy tale world. Yet. Almost. It's time to check the charging situation of time and space gate. Tianchen walked around the 4 areas of the small space, nodded in satisfaction, and walked to the exchange center. The land in the planting area has been divided. After that, he only needs to buy suitable seeds and saplings, or simply transplant them into plants. With the concentration of spiritual energy and soil fertility here, if you plant grains and medicinal materials, the growth rate should be considerable. The land here can already be called a low-level spiritual field. System. Search for me. How much entry fee does it cost to go to Harry Potter World? Tianchen considered it for a moment, and then asked the system. Ding. Command received. Retrieving, the world of Harry Potter, low magic little world, 50 origin points are required to purchase access rights. Does the host open the space door to the world of Harry Potter? No. Tianchen refused without hesitation, and at the same time rubbed his chin and thought, is it 50 o'clock? Still acceptable. System. Try searching Pirate World again. Chapter 9. Who says that all realms use one language and script? 4 flowers, collect. Ding. Command received. Retrieving. One Piece World, Little Thousand World, 100 origin points are required to purchase access rights. Does the host open the space door to One Piece World? No. Search the Marvel World again. Ding. Command receiving. Retrieving, Marvel Universe, Big Thousand World, the gate of time and space is not level enough, and the host cannot enter the world temporarily. Sure enough. Tianchen is clear. Obviously, the system does not simply calculate the world level based on a single Marvel parallel universe, but instead calculates the world level based on the entire Marvel multiverse. As for the specific entry fee, Tianchen estimates that it should be different from the truly integrated Zhongqian world, right? Perhaps? He can only guess now, he will know if he has enough qualifications in the future. It can also be understood that he estimated that the object of communication between the system and the Marvel Universe should be the OAA of the entire multiverse, so it is normal to calculate the world level. Not to mention that the level of time and space gate is not enough, it is enough. It is estimated that if you want to purchase entry permissions, the cost is not the current Tianchen can afford. Moreover, that world is still quite dangerous to some extent, and he is not ready to enter there for the time being. Let's do this for now. It's time to get out. After visiting all 4 areas of the entire small space, Tianchen nodded in satisfaction, moved out of the small space, and returned to his room. Then, began to wander around the entire small villa. Hey! There are a lot of books here. You can just read it. Before long, Tianchen found a lot of books on a bookshelf in the living room. His eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out a book and opened it. Then, Tianchen. What kind of ghost symbol is this? Tianchen couldn't help but vomit. Didn't understand a word, what kind of ghost symbols are they? He just remembered that he didn't even know the words of this world. It looks like English in the previous life, but it's just like it. Sure enough, in the real world, everything can't be taken for granted. Tianchen couldn't help but sigh. He just remembered now that he can speak and understand the language of this world, thanks to the gift of the will of the world. But obviously, the world boss of the fairy tale world did not endow Tianchen with the ability and related knowledge to understand the words of this world. It seems that you have to ask the old man for advice, or ask if there is such a magic in this world that you are familiar with words. Otherwise, if you want to learn the knowledge of this world, you will be completely blinded. Tianchen closed the book in his hand with some regrets, put it back in the shelf, and muttered. Look left, look right, I don't feel like doing anything. Tianchen simply left the villa and came to the yard. He sat down on a deck chair in the yard, basking in the warm sun and blowing the early summer breeze, admiring pick up the gold around it. The location here is relatively high, so in the yard, you can easily enjoy the scenery below and in the distance. I don't know if he has stayed in the void for too long. He now feels very comfortable and likes seeing these things. Xiao Tianchen. I'm back. Soon, more than an hour passed. Suddenly Tianchen mentioned a sound of footsteps from far and near, and then the father's hearty voice sounded. Squeak! With a cry. The old man pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. Seeing Tianchen lying in the courtyard enjoying the scenery, the old man couldn't help but jokingly asked, "Why didn't you read in the house? I thought you should love studying. After all, you said so yourself." After hearing this, Tianchen turned over and stood up quickly, watching the old man's hands full of ingredients, and immediately walked over. While receiving 2 bags of ingredients from the old man's hands, he said dumbfounded, I want to. But after seeing it, I just found out that I seem like I don't know how to read. Maybe I have to trouble you to teach me to read first. Snapped. When the old man heard this, he stretched out his hand and patted his forehead with some annoyance, and then he looked at Xia Tianchen with a surprised look afterwards and asked, "No. You can't read? I'm not really literate. I thought, looking at your extravagant appearance, you don't feel like an uneducated person." Tianchen felt the strange gaze of the old man, thought it over, and replied, "You can't be illiterate. I don't know the words on your bookshelf, but there is another language in my mind." The old man was still very surprised when he heard this. Oh! In this case, it made him a little curious about the origin of Tianchen. Speaking of it, the place where Tianchen appeared is indeed a bit strange. It was a bit abrupt for such a small child to appear in that kind of deep mountain and old forest. However, the old man is not a person who likes to probe people's secrets, so he didn't think about it seriously before. Yes. Tianchen nodded, before waiting for the old man to ask. He then apologized, "Sorry. I will tell you the specific reason later, I hope you don't mind." This dialogue is the train of thought that Tianchen decided when looking at the scenery before, for the plan and arrangement afterwards. Chapter 10 Sundara's Laxus, please ask for flowers, collect it. After clarifying the functions of the system, Tianchen has decided on the basic development route for the future. He is bound to recruit people into the exchange center of the 10,000 worlds that he has divided, so that they can help explore other worlds, obtain more materials and origin points for himself, and at the same time facilitate himself to cultivate a group of powerful subordinates or partners. Given his current situation, is there a more suitable candidate than the old man and some members of the Fairy Tale Guild? With systematic security regulations, he does not need to worry about being too small today, and people who have been given the mark of the space pose a threat to him. Oh! Hearing this, the old man raised his brows, and then smiled heartily, "Ha ha ha! Is this? Then, Grandpa, I will wait for you to think the time is right before telling me. Everyone has their own secrets. This is normal, and I don't want to talk about it. It doesn't matter, as long as you treat the guild as a family, you don't have to have any psychological burden." Surprisingly, his old man didn't have any grudges, instead he smiled and comforted Tianchen in turn. "As for the text professor? I may not have so much time recently, let Laxus teach you. It just so happens that he has time recently." Speaking of this, the old man turned his head and said loudly outside the yard, "You mean, don't you? Laxus. Tianken's literacy problem is left to you. Be sure to teach him literacy as soon as possible, otherwise he won't be able to teach him even magic." With some surprise, Tianchen would turn his head and look out of the courtyard. "Laxus is back too?" Then, I saw Laxus wearing dark red short sleeves and black trousers, with his hands in his pockets, his head sideways, and an impatient face of replied, "Whoa! Old man! I also have my own business, okay? For this kind of thing, just find someone in the guild." As he spoke, he squinted his eyes and looked up and down Tianchen. Although he looked disdainful on the surface, Tianchen could feel from his eyes that these were just appearances, and Laxus' eyes were more curious. It is estimated that what Tianchen said just now aroused a lot of interest in him. The old man suddenly jumped and pointed to Laxus and said, "You didn't say that before." "I don't care, Tianchen, literacy is up to you. When will you teach him? You can do the task, otherwise, don't think about it. Take the task in the guild, hee. You." Laxus suddenly exploded and pointed his finger at the old man. The two of them stared with small eyes. After a while, Laxus retracted his hands and eyes, and rolled his head aside unhappily, "Cut. Damn, it's old man. I know. I can teach it." Speaking of this, Laxus took a few steps forward, bent down to meet Tianchen, widened his eyes, and stared at Tianchen fiercely. "Listen to me, boy. You'd better learn from me faster. I only give in 2 days, if you can't learn, humph, you will know the consequences." After finishing speaking, Laxus deliberately smashed Tianchen off the road, and Tsundere walked into the house. The Laxus of this period is really Tsundere. Tianchen looked at Laxus's back and exclaimed in his heart. However, he didn't hate Laxus like this, at least he didn't feel the real malice from this guy. This was just a rebellious teenager of Tsundere. He is just because of his father Ivan being expelled from the guild, and he is a little awkward with the old man. At the same time, he is also eager to prove his strength to the old man and the world. Don't want to bear the name Makarov's grandson again. This is a common problem for the descendants of many strong people. Tianchen said he could understand. Moreover, because of his appearance and the cross-border function of the system, he believes that Laxus will soon have the opportunity to prove himself and embark on a growth path different from the original. It will definitely go smoother than the original. The old man listened to it but stopped. He raised his hands and said to Laxus's back, "What a joke, will you learn a word for me in 2 days? Well, take it easy, father. I think I might be able to do it, but it's not necessarily true." Seeing this, Tianchen quickly calmed down. He has a talent for fast learning and fast memory. Although he is only an E-level talent, he thinks that mastering a text in 2 days shouldn't be a big problem, right? He has never tried the power of these 2 talents. I hope not to let him down. He also hopes to learn the words here soon, so he can learn magic quickly. Best, it can be done today, that would be great. If it doesn't work, he thinks he might try to upgrade these 2 talents. He has seen that with these 2 talents, E-level promotion is not expensive. Quick learning, E0/10. Quick memory, E0/10. All only need 10 origin points to increase a level. Although his origin is not much, he can still afford it if he needs it. How does the old man know Tianchen's talents and ideas? Suddenly, his eyes stared at Tianchen. "What are you kidding about? I know you are a genius, but, hey, forget it. You will know afterwards. Anyway, I will let Laxus continue until I teach you." Yes. He just had a lot of trouble in his last mission, and he is not suitable for a mission recently. With that, the 2 walked into the house. Chapter 11 Laxus, what are you doing? 4 flowers, collect. I'm going to prepare dinner first, and you can play in the living room or in the yard by yourself. As soon as he entered the house, the old man took 2 bags of ingredients from Tianchen and said to him, then he turned and walked towards the kitchen. "I'll come and help too." Tianchen hurried to catch up and said, "Do not." Unbelievably, the old man had a look of horror on his face, and raised his hand righteously and refused. "At least, the first meal at home has to be cooked by me personally. If Xiao Tianchen can also cook, in the future give me a hand again, go ahead." With that said, the old man hurried Tianchen out of the kitchen directly, and then touched the kitchen door closed. It's not that he is timid, but there is a reason for it. He still remembers that when Laxus was 10 years old, he said that he would help him with cooking, and then... It's hard to say. On the same day, he found someone to come over and refurbish the entire kitchen. Unexpected persistence. This old man looked at the closed kitchen door, and Tianchen, who didn't know the inside story, shook his head a little funny. I don't understand the idea of the old man at all. After arriving in the living room, Tianchen didn't know what to do for a while, so he just bit the bullet and took a thick brown book from the bookshelf partitioned by the living room, put it on the sofa in the living room, and opened it to read it hard. "Hey, boy! Look at this first." At this time, Laxus's voice came from the upper floor. Tianchen looked up and saw Laxus lying on the guardrail of the aisle on the second floor, swaying a blue book thicker than turning his head in his hand, and directed towards him. "Threw it over." I go. Tianchen suddenly got up and retreated with some fear. At the same time, he subconsciously mobilized the magic in his body and stretched his hands forward. Suddenly, the golden magic swept out, and smoothly wrapped the blue book back and pulled it back gently in his hands. Scared him to death. A book that is so hot, it will really be hit, it will be broken, but it will be concussion. However, the feeling that he subconsciously used magic power just now felt really amazing. At this moment, he looked at his hands in disbelief, and some couldn't believe it was done by himself. He is not trained. Oh? It's not bad. You kid. Seeing Laxus, he raised his brows suddenly, also a little surprised. Tear. There was a flash of golden lightning. The next moment, he appeared directly next to Tianchen, and directly sat down on the sofa with one hand on the back of the sofa, watching with interest. Tianchen said, "It seems that your talent is really good. Not only magic power and awakening magic, but also the control of magic power is not weak. Hey! Also, okay." Tianchen also recovered his composure at this moment, smiled at Laxus shyly, sat down on the sofa, and replied. He estimated in his heart that this should be the effect of his magic control, allowing him to control his magic more easily. Laxus nodded indifferently, and did not ask too much on this topic. He pointed his finger at the blue book in Tianchen's hand and said, "This is the Enlightenment Dictionary that the old man bought me back then. Basically everything in it can be used, not there are all the words used, and there are meanings and explanations next to them. Take a look first and recite them as soon as possible. If you want to come, it's almost enough to memorize it. As for later, I will show you a few more books at that time." This is how he teaches. Want him to teach word by word? It's better to kill him. He would rather take an S-level crusade than do it. Look at his strong figure full of muscles, is it the material for this kind of thing? The old man is just trying to be a strong man. However, in view of the fact that the misfortune of this mission was a bit big, the old man posted a lot of money, and after that, he had to come to the door to apologize, and Laxus was also a little guilty, so he didn't care about the old man. Okay. Tianchen nodded silently. Laxus has said so, can he still say no? Immediately, he lowered his head and opened the blue book, and began to look through it. What? At this sight, Tianchen let out a startled suspicion in his heart, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly found that his memory and learning ability, or understanding ability was very good, far from the previous life. The previous life and the future are collectively referred to as the previous life. Just quickly scanning the first page, he clearly felt that he had completely remembered and initially understood the content of this page. It took more than 10 seconds to read it again and found that the memory and understanding have become more profound. After watching it for the third time, he felt that he had almost reached the level of unforgettable and complete understanding. His E-level fast learning and fast memory, so terrifying. Tianchen gasped. He couldn't imagine how terrifying these two talents would continue to be. Never forget. Understand in seconds. Infer other things from one another and bring forth the new. He felt that he was suddenly interested in the upgraded version of these two talents. At this time, Laxus's speechless voice sounded from the side. I said, "What happened to you from just now? What a surprise!" Tianchen quickly raised his head and looked, facing Laxus's speechless and weird expression. He smiled in a jealousy. "Hey, no. Nothing. Just marveling at the vastness and depth of this dictionary." Laxus. Speakers. Laxus stared. "Who are you fooling? Still broad and profound? This is just an ordinary dictionary. Where can it be so broad and profound?" Chapter 12 Powerful Fast Memory and Fast Learning Talent, Autistic Laxus, Seeking Flowers, Collection. Oh! Tianchen blinked his eyes obediently, and then, with his powerful acting skills, he deliberately pretended to be a little proud and said, I just discovered my memory and comprehension ability, it seems, probably, it seems very good. It looks good. I read this page of the dictionary 3 times and I completely remembered and understood it. Perhaps, I can really complete my self-study quickly, maybe, in less than 2 days. Laxus, hey. Are you serious? Laxus raised an eyebrow and looked at Tian Chen with surprise. Is it so exaggerated? Really? Tian Chen nodded affirmatively. Laxus. So, this guy is really a super genius in this regard? How long did I remember this dictionary back then? 1 month? Half a year? Or 1 year? Forget it. In the end, Laxus shook his head and decided to give up thinking about this issue, and waved his hand weakly at Tian Chen with a look of disappointment. In this case, you will learn by yourself afterwards. Don't blame me if you don't learn by then. I'm, by the way, give you other related books too. Saying, tear. With a sound, Laxus turned into a golden lightning and disappeared on the sofa, and the lightning rushed directly to a room on the 2nd floor. Then, without waiting for Tian Chen to react, the next moment, with another tear, Laxus returned to the sofa again. Maintaining the same sitting posture as before, he placed 6 or 7 books in his other hand on the coffee table, patted on the book, and gestured at Tian Chen with his eyes. No, all are here. I'll watch your performance next. I don't care. After speaking, Laxus looked at Tian Chen with a playful look. He wanted to see what this kid would do next. Was he really as godly as he said, or was he just bragging? Hey! Thanks then. Tian Chen smiled at Laxus, and then calmly began to look through the dictionary in his hand at an extremely fast frequency. Moreover, Laxus, who had been paying attention to his movements, could feel that the speed of this book turning was still accelerating. Wow, 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 wow. The sound of flipping the book kept ringing, but Laxus's eyes staring at Tian Chen became wider and wider. In the end, if he hadn't subconsciously paid attention to the image, his jaw would have to fall off. Half an hour has passed, and the dinner on the father's side has just been completed. With the sound of pop, Tian Chen closed the dictionary in his hand and smiled at the dumbfounded Laxus. I'm finished. Hey? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you remember and understand? Laxus asked exaggeratedly. He was very skeptical about this. If learning was really that simple, then it took him several months to master some common words. At this moment, the old man just came out of the kitchen and couldn't help asking, "What are you talking about? What do you remember and understand, oh? Laxus, are you already teaching Tian Chen? Don't worry. At this moment, come over for dinner first. It's time for dinner." The father obviously didn't listen to everything. He was very happy seeing the two of them seem to be studying. However, he still greeted them to eat first, then he put the dishes in his hand on the table, and went on to the kitchen, ready to continue. Vegetable. Okay. Old man Tian Chen answered obediently. Got it. Wait a moment. Laxus waved his hand to the old man impatiently, grabbed the dictionary from Tian Chen's hand, turned to a certain page in the middle with a wow, and said to Tian Chen with a look of disbelief, "Then let me take the test. As soon as I test you, do you really have a complete grasp? What do you mean by the 3 words XXX? Tian Chen heard the words, smiled slightly, and replied, "This is simple. This should be the content on page 567. The meanings are, right? How is it? Am I right? Laxus, you will wait." Wow, Laxus turned around again, and Laxus turned the page again and continued to ask, "What about the 3 words XXX? Tian Chen, this should be the content on page 897, meaning respectively. Laxus, what about the 4 words XXXX? Tian Chen, the meaning of these 4 words are." Next, Laxus turned over a dozen pages without believing in evil, and tried to compare with Tianchen, just to prove that Tianchen was bragging before. But the final result shows that this product is really fully remembered and understood. Laxus suddenly slumped onto the sofa, as if he had lost his faith, and finally put the dictionary in his hand on the coffee table without saying a word, got up and sat down at the dining table, and then yes, I started eating frantically. Obviously I want to suppress the depression in my heart by overeating. Why? Why did he have to spend several months hard to learn these words back then? But Tianchen was able to look through the entire dictionary in just half an hour like a joke, and he completely remembered it. Understood? This is not fair. In recent years, since his father implanted Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystals into his body, his lightning magic talent has skyrocketed. No one can call him a genius after seeing him, although he still bears the name of Makarov's grandson. But Laxus is proud inside. Now, what is this? He suddenly felt that he seemed, really not that smart and genius. Chapter 13 Makarov is also somewhat autistic, please ask for flowers, collect it. Hehe. Seeing Laxus's self-defeating appearance, Tianchen shook his head funny, and got up and walked towards the dining table. This guy was obviously hit. No. It should be said that it was psychologically hit. There is no harm without comparison. Laxus. Why did your kid eat alone? Really? At this time, the old man came out again with a few dishes. Seeing Laxus eating there alone, he suddenly reprimanded him with dissatisfaction, then put down the vegetables in his hand, and greeted the coming Tianchen, Xiao Tianchen. Hurry up and eat. Good. Tianchen walked over from Shanshan Ruliu, took a bowl of rice served by the old man, sat down, and prepared to eat. How did you learn? Laxus teaches you well? Is it difficult? The old man himself had a bowl of rice and ate it, and he glanced at Laxus who was stubbornly eating, and then asked Tianchen concerned about it. Yang yayayay. Tianchen hadn't reacted to this, and Laxus was picking up rice and gnawing meat faster, as if the food had a grudge against him. Unhappy. When Tianchen and the old man met, they were both startled slightly, and the old man glared at Laxus. Tianchen replied calmly, fortunately, I think it's easy, maybe my memory and understanding are better. I have already memorized and mastered the dictionary that Laxus gave me. I think, you should have no problem learning magic with you tomorrow. Laxus. Father Makarov. Laxus. What did this little guy just say? He really only took so little time to memorize and master the entire dictionary? It was the blue dictionary I gave you back then, right? The old man looked dumb and ignored Tianchen for the time being. Instead, he turned his head and asked Laxus with a stiff neck. Did his ears get it wrong? It's so thick a dictionary, but in half an hour, you can remember when you say it is remembered, and you can master it when you say it is mastered? Young people are too humble. When Laxus heard the old man's question, he stopped chewing on the meat, raised his head and pulled out a smile at the old man expressionlessly, hehe, otherwise why do you think I am so depressed? Or, this guy is actually playing tricks on me. He has mastered this before, otherwise, he is not a human at all. That's it, don't ask me. Ask you just don't know. Speaking of this, Laxus turned his head to look at Tianchen expressionlessly and spit out a sentence, oh. That's right. The books on the table are also given to you. I think you will be able to teach yourself later, so you won't use it to find me. Hehe. Then, Laxus screamed and continued to immerse himself in his big cause of gluttony. Okay. Thanks. Tianchen smiled back, not minding Laxus' attitude at all. After all, it was because of him that he was hit. People have some small emotions, which is understandable. Your kid really mastered it. Upon seeing this, the old man looked at Tianchen in surprise and asked. Tianchen nodded honestly, yes. I feel that my memory and comprehension are surprisingly good. So, I won't delay the time to learn magic. Oh! You are awesome! Tomorrow morning I will teach you magic as usual, and eat now. Ah ha ha ha! The old man nodded, threw down such a sentence, and finally ended with an awkward laugh, and joined Laxus' gluttony. Tian Chen. So. Your grandparents and grandchildren are both a product, right? Is it necessary to be so depressed? If Laxus and the old man knew what he was thinking, they would definitely tell him, it's very necessary. Haha. How long did it take me to remember this? 1 month? Half a year? Or 1 year? The old man was shocked, crushed, and bitter in his heart at this time. Sometimes people are really incomparable, and it hurts self-esteem to compare. Of course, thinking from another angle, the old man wants to jump up and laugh 3 times now. Tian Chen, the kid himself, had awakened the powerful light magic, and now he showed such a powerful memory and comprehension ability. His talent is evident. A genius of the evildoer ranks in the guild, he deserves to celebrate and be happy. The old man even wondered in his heart, when Xiao Tianchen learns magic for a period of time, he will take him to the next local guild alliance gathering, and then let the old guys wake up. Wow, ha 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 ha. Seeing the old man with a wretched smile on his face, Tianchen looked amused. Is such an old man really cute? Okay. It's such an adjective. This is what the old kid said. Since your memory and comprehension skills are so good, take a moment to read all the books that Laxus gave you tonight. The dictionary alone is not enough. I bought them back then. Her enlightenment book is just right for your current situation. Of course, don't work too hard. Remember to rest early. After the dinner, the old man who calmed down his joy and exhorted Tian Chen while washing the dishes together. It's one thing to have talent, but it's not good if you can't settle down and learn. As an elder and president, he feels that he has an obligation to train Tian Chen well, so he must not waste his talent. Okay. Father. Tian Chen naturally follows goodness, even if the old man doesn't say he will study hard. He is not really a kid. Not to mention other worlds, just the fairy tale world, there will be many challenges surrounding the fairy tale guild in the future. If you don't work hard, you don't work hard to improve your own strength. He didn't want to be unable to do anything or change anything at that time. Chapter 14 Fairy Tale Universal Primary Meditation Ideas. Please ask for flowers, collect them. After dinner, Tian Chen took a shower first, and then spent 3 hours carefully reading and studying the basic enlightenment books sent by Laxus, and compared the content of these books, including the previous dictionary content, to his own mind. Contrast one by one with the language instilled from world consciousness. He quickly digested these. When I read other books, I don't have the awkward feeling I had before. I glanced over it, and the meaning came out. This kind of transparency is simply not too cool. When I was in school, if I had the memory and comprehension ability, I still used it in the ordinary second university. Go to Peking University and Tsinghua University every minute. With this memory and learning ability, even if you step into society, you can easily succeed. Tian Chen couldn't help sighing in his heart. Xiao Tian Chen. Are you still reading? It's time to rest. At this time, the voice of the old man came from outside the room. Okay. I have finished watching and I am about to rest. Good night, old man. Tian Chen smiled and closed the book, turned off the magic light, and replied aloud, then lay down, ready to sleep. Today, the experience of the day is quite rich and magical, and he likes this feeling. Haha. That's good. Good night. The old man's hearty and relieved laughter came from outside the room. Early the next morning, Tian Chen got up and washed, and after breakfast, he went to the guild with the old man. As for Laxus, I didn't know where to go with breakfast. Yesterday in Tian Chen, he received a spiritual crit, and he is still very depressed today, saying that he does not want to talk to Tianchen for the time being. Hey? Everyone is early. Good morning. But is it really appropriate to drink early in the morning? As soon as he walked into the guild, Tianchen saw Macau, Wakaba, Nebo, and a group of elders from the guild. After greeting everyone one by one, Tianchen looked at the two friends of Macau and Wakaba who were fighting wine. Asked a little funny. Macau took a sip of rum into his mouth and said with a cheerful smile, "Ha ha ha. What does it matter?" Wakaba also smoked a cigar and drank wine, while agreeing, "Yes. That's right. With our magician's physique, these are all trivial. Xiao Tianchen, would you like to try it too? Wine is a man's a voucher. These two goods are indeed very young now, and they are not married yet. They have a chic little life, but after they get married, hee." Before Tianchen could answer, the old man who was walking in front suddenly turned around. His head suddenly became bigger than the water tank. He roared at Macau and Wakaba, "Don't be kidding. You two bastards. Dare to bring bad kids, be careful that I clean up you." Macau and Wakaba were stunned. Hey hey hey. We knew it was wrong. President. You should take your face back. It was very scary to look at like this in the early morning. Can you imagine the feeling of a face bigger than a table, approaching in front of you, making a roar? The key is that this face is not so good looking. Unsightly. Hey. Just know what you are wrong. Tianchen, come with me, then it's time to learn magic. Only then did the old man withdraw part of the giant's magic. Sundara turned around, beckoned to Tianchen, and led him to the meditation room behind the guild hall. Okay. Tianchen smiled and hurried to keep up, and finally did not forget to turn back and waved to Macau and the others, "See you. Everyone. See you. Go now. Learn magic early. To come." Several people in Macau encouraged Tianchen. This was just a small episode in the morning. Soon, Tianchen followed the old man to the meditation room, and the two sat cross-legged on a cushion. The old man waved his hand and used magic to remove a magic book from the bookshelf on one wall of the meditation room and sent it to Tianchen. After Tianchen caught it with his hand, he changed his previous smiley face and looked at Tianchen seriously and said, "If you want to learn and master magic, you first need to learn to meditate. This magic book records our fairy tale guild's fairy tale general primary meditation ideas, which is most suitable for you to learn at this stage. Cultivating, waiting for my instructions." Okay. Tianchen nodded, and immediately opened the magic book in his hand, looking through it seriously. The book itself is not much content, only thousands of words, plus a few pictures and a pair of meditation models. Tianchen only took a few minutes to fully memorize it and have a preliminary understanding of meditation. He just closed the book, handed it back to the old man, and said, "My old man, I have all remembered, and some general ideas, let me tell you." The old man nodded, "Then let me talk about it first. I'll add something wrong or omission." With yesterday's insights, the old man was not surprised by this. He stretched out his hand to take the magic book, waved and controlled it to send it back to the bookshelf, put the book back to its original position, and then nodded in agreement with Tianchen. Good. Tianchen promised, and immediately spoke out his own cognition and insights on the primary meditation ideas. About meditation, I think it is by sketching the corresponding meditation model in my mind to achieve cohesion, promotion, recovery, and tempering of spiritual power, and even the purpose of refining magic power. For different purposes, the methods of application are also different, specific. Chapter 15 Meditation Abnormality, Meditation Rune with Automatic Hanging Machine Training Function, please ask for flowers, collect it. Next, Tianchen completely opened up and said that midway, the old man would also point out some Tianchen's mistakes or misunderstandings. This is very easy to understand. One is the long famous Saint 10 level great magician, and the other is just a new book of elementary meditation ideas. Even if you have a strong talent, the amount of knowledge, insight, and experience of both are poor. It's impossible to calculate by Tao. But even so, the old man felt surprised in his heart. Tiankin's learning and savvy were really strong, and he felt that he was far better than him. Maybe, in the future, Tianchen, this kid may become even stronger than me. While teaching Tianchen, the old man thought cheerfully in his heart. In the next half an hour, through communication with the old man, Tianchen absorbed and digested the experience and knowledge taught by the old man at a rapid speed, and his insights on meditation and even magic began to rise. Feeling okay, the old man interrupted the communication and said to Tianchen, "Okay. Next you can try to practice meditation. First close your eyes, calm down, clear the messy thoughts in your mind, and then try to sketch the meditation rune model in the book in my mind. Don't despise it just because it is an elementary meditation rune, because it has been summed up and perfected step by step after countless magicians and countless generations of hard work. It is the most suitable for beginners like you to learn and use. Too advanced the meditation thoughts are not suitable for you now. Even if you are smart enough to understand and remember more advanced meditation rune models, you still do not have enough mental power to complete the outline of advanced meditation models, and there is not a strong enough soul to bear more advanced meditation runes. Remember not to go too far. The most suitable is the best, and meditation cannot be simply defined by good or bad. Of course, the same is the elementary meditation. Different guilds and forces have obvious differences and advantages and disadvantages in the elementary mastery. This involves a problem of the background of the forces. To be more serious, the Fairy Tale Guild has not been established too long, but it can't stand the starting point. The magic of several founders of the guild was learned from the enchanting black wizard Ziref from the beginning. The geniuses in the guild are still emerging in an endless stream. There are several in each generation. Mavis, the first president, Preto, the third president, Makarov, etc., forcibly support the guild's background. The elementary general meditation idea itself is also very simple. It is just a triangular plain rune structure composed of a basic magic rune, a basic tool rune, and a basic auxiliary rune. I see. Tianchen nodded. He naturally knew the key inside, and his age in his heart was much older than his appearance, and he was naturally much more stable, not so superficial. Through the exchanges and understanding just now, his knowledge of meditation has reached a deeper bottom. Knowing the joints inside will make him even more difficult. Immediately, he did it cross-legged, closed his eyes and adjusted his state, and began to try to outline the meditation rune model in the Sea of Spirit. The process went very smoothly. Perhaps it was because he had been honed in the void for a long time, or it was because he was originally an adult. His soul was much stronger than his peers, and so was his mental power, at least twice that of his peers. In just a few minutes, he successfully outlined the meditation rune. Over and over again, no mistakes or omissions. At this time, in his spirit sea, beside the golden light system awakening magic rune, there was a tiny bronze model formed. As soon as the bronze rune took shape, it absorbed about 1% of Tiankin's mental power, and then stabilized. Then, something unexpected happened. Wang! The golden awakening rune in the sea of consciousness trembled, and a golden light plunged into the meditation rune. At the next moment, this meditation rune actually began to slowly rotate around the awakening magic rune. Moreover, every time it rotates, the meditation rune is slightly brighter and bigger. Tianchen even discovered that every time this meditation rune revolves around the awakening rune, his spiritual power is condensed and improved. At the same time, the magic power outside was absorbed into his body along with the rotation of the meditation rune. After the double filtering of the obvious rune and the wake rune, it turned into golden light magic power and merged into the magic source at his lower Danshan location. At the next moment, Tianchen opened his eyes and looked at the meditation rune in the Sea of Spirit that he didn't need to worry about. He was a little surprised. This also has a fully automatic one. Doesn't it mean that he has another plugin that he can practice at any time, without distracting meditation? He can meditate automatically anytime and anywhere to increase his spiritual power and magic power? What's wrong? Did the first meditation succeed? Seeing that he had quit meditation, the old man asked quickly. Then, afraid of hitting Tian Chen, he quickly comforted, "It doesn't matter if you didn't succeed. This is normal. I think it took Laxus dozens of first meditations to build success back then. Tian Chen, etc." Without waiting for Tian Chen to say anything, the old man interrupted him immediately, looking at Tian Chen nervously, perceiving something carefully, and asking, "No. How do I feel that you are absorbing magic at any time? You? What is happening? You found it." Tian Chen then stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head, smiled sullily, and explained, "Actually, I was obviously successful the first time just now, and then, there was a little accident." Then, Tian Chen told the old man about the situation in his spirit sea and the situation of magical power extraction. Finally, he looked at the old man nervously and asked, "Master, do you think this is a problem? Have you seen me like this?" Makarov. The old man said he didn't want to talk, and threw a Laxus at Tian Chen. "MMP. Is this a problem? This is extremely problematic, okay? Meditation runes are automatically practiced. He has never heard of such a thing when he grows up." Chapter 16 Light Bullet, the magical rune of awakening. Please ask for flowers, collect it. Why can't I meet such a good thing? I checked Tian Chen well, and when it was confirmed that Tianken's situation was not only okay, but after a good event, the old man looked at Tian Chen and said with a gloomy expression, "He wants a meditation rune that can be practiced automatically. If he also has this, perhaps his current strength is far more than his current level. Perhaps, the current head of the 4 heavenly kings of Yuxujia has to be replaced. Think of it this way, doesn't it feel pretty beautiful? Hey. Look. What could Tian Chen say? He could only keep a smirk on his face. If you get a big deal, don't irritate the father anymore. Is it just luck?" When the old man saw him, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. He just stood up and hooked his fingers at Tian Chen, "Come with me. Meditation or something, obviously you don't need to learn for the time being. Let's learn magic." Then, he went to the meditation room except for the meditation room, and to the beach clearing in the backyard of the guild. "Good. Hey." Tian Chen also stood up from the ground with a smile, and quickly followed. After a while, the two came to the beach behind the guild. From here, you can see the endless blue sea in the distance, which makes people feel a lot more open-minded for a while. After standing on the side of the beach, the old man looked at Tian Chen with a serious face and said, "Xiao Tian Chen, you will remember it to me. Don't reveal your meditation rune mutation problem in front of others in the future, no. It should be said. It's the particularity of your awakening rune. Otherwise, it will bring you great danger." The old man obviously also realized that this was not a problem with the meditation rune. The source of the change was the light-type awakening rune in Tian Chen. This is simply a question of how God appreciates food. Obviously, Tian Chen is a person favored by the world. Seeing this, Tian Chen put away his laughter, and nodded earnestly, "Yet. I see. Father." He also knew that this kind of thing would be very dangerous if someone knew about it. The magic world does not lack that kind of research lunatic. If you know Tianken's situation, God knows if he will be taken back to solve the problem of automatic meditation. Even if you don't meet such a research lunatic, and you know that you are more jealous, it is inevitable that others will not attack him because of jealousy. Never use your own life safety to test the bottom line of others. If the trial fails, what people lose is at most the behavioral bottom line and character that they have been maintaining, but what they lose is a small life. Cherish life, go forever. The old man then asked, in addition, can you control the function of automatically absorbing and refining magic power? Can you control the opening and closing and efficiency independently? After all, this is not a problem for you. As long as you encounter a magician who is slightly more sensitive to magic, you can easily find that you are constantly refining magic. If you have a better mind, you can guess your situation at once. There is a problem. Even the magic equipment that automatically returns to magic does not have such a powerful effect. Not only that, it is also very dangerous for you to go out into the wild like this. And it is easy to attract the attacks of monsters and poisonous insects. The monsters who don't know, think you are a personal treasure of genius. Tian Chen now looked like a big light bulb in his eyes, and he couldn't hide it. There are indeed many magic items in this world that help restore magic power, but it is absolutely impossible to compare to your own meditation. If you can actively control the switch and absorb the efficiency of magic, it will be fine. Let me try. Tian Chen nodded with a serious face, apparently also aware of the seriousness of the problem, and immediately sat down on the spot, trying to communicate his meditation rune. Soon, the old man sensed that Tianquan's absorption of magic power had ceased, and after a few seconds, it began to absorb again, but the amount of absorption began to fluctuate constantly, looking like Tian Chen was testing. Seeing this, the old man was finally relieved. It seems that it is possible. Yes. I can completely control it. Tian Chen opened his eyes and smiled and stood up and said, "Oops." He was really nervous just now. Now that he understands that the situation of this meditation rune is completely under his control, he is relieved. That's right. A plugin that is completely controlled is a good plugin. In fact, the key is indeed the awakening rune. The situation of the meditation rune is the result of its control. Tian Chen didn't know until now what kind of link Fairy Tales World Wool gave him. He thanked Fairy Tales World Wool for his generosity and caring in his heart. This day, the magic rune of awakening is out. Even, he feels that its strength is far more than that, the specific ones need to be explored in the future. The old man nodded in satisfaction, well. It's good to be able to control it completely. Don't talk about it. Next, I will start to teach you magic. First of all, light bullet. Then, the old man began to explain and demonstrate photoelasticity to Tian Chen. This is just a relatively elementary light magic. It is also composed of 3 basic runes. It is not difficult to learn. He only spent an hour to learn it that year. 1 minute later, Tian Chen successfully used the spirit power to outline the magical rune array of light bullet in the Sea of Spirit. After thinking about the situation of meditation runes before, Tian Chen tried to mobilize the spiritual power of the Sea of Consciousness to inject the light bullet rune array into this light bullet rune array. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded. He once again felt that 1% of the spiritual power in the Sea of Consciousness was absorbed by the rune, and the whole rune was stabilized. Then, before he tried to release the magic circle, he found that the golden awakening magic rune next to him flashed with golden light, and he swallowed the light bullet magic rune directly. At the same time, the rune of awakening was 1 point bigger, and the magic rune with light bullet appeared on it, appearing in a corner of the rune of awakening, and it was shrunk to the extreme. Moreover, as the rune of the awakening grew, Tian Chen discovered that his spiritual sea had also expanded a bit, although not much, he still discovered it. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that he would no longer need to build a light bomb magic circle, as long as he pays attention to control and mobilize the magic, and move along the path of the magic circle, he can easily release this magic. Of course, the follow-up increase in proficiency and improvement needs to be done by himself, and the corresponding improvement will also be absorbed by the rune of the awakening, and promote the growth of the rune of the awakening. The magic circle is just a template program. If you want to successfully cast magic, you also need to have a certain degree of control over the magic and be proficient in the path of magic power. Otherwise, Even if there is a ready magic circle, the magic will collapse because of instability. Of course, the situation of Tianchen light bulb was only the convenience of light element magic. Other types of magic want to immortalize this magic, it needs to consume a lot of mental power, not to mention, it also needs to take up a lot of his mental space and soul burden. Chapter 17, Envy and Envy. Mr. Makarov, please ask for flowers, collect it. Regarding everlasting magic, the old man also mentioned it just now. He doesn't recommend Tianchen to do this for the time being, and he has to become more proficient before proceeding. This obviously unexpected situation of Tianchen, of course, is not to say that the light bullet technique will not occupy the soul load space after the awakening rune swallows it. It is also needed, but relatively speaking, it is more than 100 times less. After all, it's almost the same as nothing. At least, this is the case with low-level light magic like photoelasticity. Moreover, the most important thing is that mastering more light magic for the absorption of the rune of awakening can also promote the expansion of Tianchen's spiritual sea. The benefits are self-evident. That is to say, this kind of benefit is only reflected in the light element magic, otherwise, the increase in Tianchen's strength will not explode. Even now, his ascension speed will be greatly improved. Cooperate with his extraordinary talent and system. At the same time, when the light-based eternal magic occupies very little soul load space, it means that he can concurrently study the magic of other schools and build more magic for other schools. These hidden benefits are great. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Tianchen tried to release the photoelastic technique to show the old man, "Master, I have learned it. Do you see this?" With the natural ability of magic control, coupled with Tianchen's ability to learn and understand, and to immortalize this magic circle, there is naturally no possibility of failure. Then, the old man saw that Tianchen only took a minute, and a very stable and perfect light flare was condensed in the palm of his hand. This light bomb is the size of a football. Immediately afterwards, Tianchen waved his hand and directly threw the light flare in his hand to the distant sea. I saw that the light bullet shoe quickly traversed a distance of more than 10 meters, directly landed on the surface of the sea, boom, and exploded, directly blasting the sea water to a height of tens of meters, even more so on the sea surface. There was a deep pit several meters long, but it was quickly filled up by the surrounding sea water. Makarov. Do you want it so fast? Do you want to be such a genius? He feels that although he is happy with you in his heart, he has no sense of accomplishment as a teacher. The experience of being a teacher is extremely poor. He could see that Tianchen really had mastered this magic completely, and his proficiency and completion were very high. Of course, there was room for improvement in the follow-up, but he didn't seem to need to teach him any more. In Tianchen's situation, it is estimated that this photoelastic technique can be used for a few more times. Good. Finally, the old man could only nod his head blankly, and then said with some doubts, "But, is the power of your photoelasticity too much? Besides, this is the first time you have performed this magic. Besides, forget it. You show it to me again." He always felt that there was still something he hadn't seen through. "It's easy." Tianchen smiled and nodded, spreading his right palm, and with a move of his mind, a basin-sized golden magic circle appeared above his palm. Within 3 seconds, he successfully condensed an extremely stable light flare in the palm of his hand. The same as before. No. The old man can feel that it is more stable and solid than the one just now, and its power has also increased slightly. With such a fast casting speed, combined with some things he had just sensed, the old man looked at Tianchen with such an expression, and asked, "Your kid should have engraved the magic rune array of light bombing into the spirit. And make it forever. Otherwise, there is no way to explain Tianchen's terrifying magic circle outline speed at all. This thing depends not only on talent, but also requires a lot of practice to achieve, and only the everlasting magic array can explain all this." Hey! Yeah. I just tried it, but I didn't expect it to cure successfully. Also. Tianchen scattered the light bullet in his hand and scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Speaking of it, the old man had clearly told him not to act so recklessly. However, thinking of the changes in his rune of heavenly awakening, he immediately changed his mind. I described this situation to the old man again. Makarov. Yes, is it? It's very good. The old man replied with a stiff expression. He said that he was not jealous at all, okay. In fact, his heart is sour. Why? Take a look at how sweet is the awakening rune of others. The meditation has been turned into an automatic hang-up state, and the light magic directly absorbs and simultaneously strengthens the spirit sea, which also facilitates the further growth of the magic, and greatly reduces the soul's load. All good things are taken up by Tianchen. He wants such a rune of heavenly awakening. The more I thought about it, the more sour my heart became. The old man stopped thinking about it at all, and said to Tianchen, since you have mastered it, then we will learn the next magic, the Shield of Light. This is a defensive magic. 1 minute later. Tianchen, Master, I have mastered it. See if this is the case. Then, an extremely delicate rectangular magic shield appeared in front of Tianchen. The pale gold magic shield looked a bit illusory and transparent, but with Tianchen's magic power level and magic power, this was already excellent. Chapter 18 Tianchen, I love to learn, and learning makes me happy, seeking flowers and collecting. Under Tianchen's control, this pale golden magic shield revolved around Tianchen's body. Moreover, looking at Tianchen's operation almost exactly the same as before, Makarov knew that this magical rune circle was also immortalized without asking. How about the consumption of the two magic powers? The old man asked curiously. He can roughly detect Tianchen's magic consumption, but this behavior is not very polite, and it is definitely a provocative behavior to replace it with a stranger, so he did not directly investigate. Tianchen felt it for a while and replied, Light bullets consume about 1/5 of my magic power, and light shield technology is about the same. The magic power is still a little bit less. It seems that I have to work hard to increase my magic power. The upper limit. Makarov. The old man said that he didn't want to talk. This consumption is far smaller than he thought, only 1/3 of the average person. In addition, he knows Tianchen's situation well, that the upper limit of this kid's initial magic power is not low, and the quality of magic power is much higher than that of people of the same level. A magic apprentice, the upper limit of magic power is comparable to that of a D-class magician who enters and exits. If this is all low, how can other people live? However, he was too lazy to argue with the brat now, and immediately continued to teach Tianchen the next light magic. After that, Tianchen successively learned the magic of light arrow rain, light spear, purification technique, light element magic power amplification, self, etc., and immortalized all these magics into immortal magic, one by one. The absorption of awakening rune made his spirit sea expand by 1/10 of the volume, and the harvest was full. Even the upper limit of mana has increased by 56 points, reaching 266 points. Even so, he still didn't feel the bottleneck. Obviously, he hadn't reached the upper limit of his magic apprentice's magic power. This is already close to the upper limit of 3 times the magic power of ordinary magic apprentices. It is conceivable that in the future, Tianchen's upper limit of magic power will inevitably far exceed the same level, and its battery life will be greatly improved. Okay. The study of magic comes here first. In the next few days, you can digest and master these magics. Later, depending on the situation, I will teach you more advanced light magic. In addition, you don't have any at present. The basics of magic, I just learned a few magics. I will give you a basic magic book later. You have to study hard. Seeing that his low-level light magic was about to be hollowed out, the old man hurriedly stopped teaching and told Tianchen. His words are really not completely perfunctory. Even if the magic circle has been immortalized, it takes more time to get familiar with the operation of magic power and improve his magic control level, etc. In addition, Tianchen is indeed still a noob in magic. Although he has learned a few magic according to the cat and the tiger, he has absolutely no knowledge of the history of magic in this world, the foundation of magic, the foundation of runes, etc. Learn. This can't work. Although these are just basic things, and some of them may not even increase his strength, they are undoubtedly important for Tianken's future magical path. It is a cornerstone of existence. At the beginning, we must pay attention and lay a solid foundation. In the future, Tianchen can go further on the magic road. In addition, the old man felt that while teaching Tianchen to master magical powers, he also needed to follow the teachings of Xingxing and morality, even though he felt that Tianken Yuan's thinking was more mature than his peers. Ignoring the teaching of Xingxing, if Tianchen steps into the future, with his talent, I am afraid it will become a huge harm. Therefore, the father attaches great importance to this point. He had already tasted this kind of evil in his son Ivan, and didn't want Tianchen to repeat Ivan's mistakes. Laxus is the same. Okay. Tianchen had no problem. He had learned 7 or 8 magics today, which was enough for him to digest for a while. In addition, he also knows the importance of foundation. Just like now, although he has mastered several magics, he can also reproduce these magical runes according to cats and tigers, but he is completely unclear about the meaning of a single rune, and he does not understand the structure of the magic rune array. This will limit his further development and expansion of these magics, and will also restrict him from developing his own magic. He would not learn more about the basics of magic. Anyway, there are 2 talents for fast memory and fast learning. He thinks learning so easy. He loves to learn, and learning makes him happy. Haha. Then go back. The old man was very satisfied with Tianken's attitude, not arrogant or impetuous, which was good, and he immediately led Tianchen to the guild library with a smile. Father, do other awakened immortal magic circles have an advantage over non-awakened ones? In addition, what is the situation with non-awakened immortal magic circles? Does it have a core similar to the awakened rune? On the way, Tianchen asked the old man curiously. The old man Makarov smiled and nodded, that's right. The eternal magic of the awakening can easily connect and resonate with the rune of the awakening, thereby reducing the soul load space occupied, and learning the magic of the awakening system. It will fit faster than the non-awakened. Of course, it's not as exaggerated as yours. It is definitely not something that you can do at your current level. Of course, some awakeners also have advantages that you don't have, that is, some people still have some magic that comes with awakening. Although these magic levels may not be high, they can help them get started quickly and make it easier for them to use these magic in the future. Extension and in-depth development. In addition, regarding the non-awakened sorcerer, in fact, everyone needs to condense a natal magic rune in the spirit sea at the beginning, which can also connect with the natal magic, reduce the soul load, and improve the casting effect to a certain extent, but it's incomparable with the awakened, and even more incomparable with you, an alien. This is the power of the awakened. However, given that your awakening magic runes can control the meditation runes to run automatically, these are nothing. Chapter 19 in this year, Who is not a genius? 4 flowers, collect. So, if I want to learn magic other than the light system, I also need to condense a natal rune. Tianchen touched his chin and thought. It's not like that. The old man shook his head repeatedly and explained, if you have a rune of awakening, whether it is for the sake of the future or anything else, you should take the rune of awakening as the absolute core. To learn other schools of magic, as long as you have enough runes, the basics can be learned directly. Even if you want to immobilize the magic of the other department, you don't need another core rune, unless you choose 2 schools, or even more magic practitioners. Each department learns a lot of magic. In that case, in order to save more soul load space, it is possible to condense other core magic runes attached to the Rune of the Awakening. Although, the ability to save soul load is far inferior to the Awakening system, and even inferior to the natal system of the non-awakening, but the magic learning of this system and the increase in magic effects are almost the same. This is another big advantage of the awakened. It is easier to concurrently study the magic of other departments, and the efficiency is not worse than that of the non-awakened. As long as you are talented enough, and your spirit and soul are strong enough, you can learn a lot of non-natal magic. Oh? That's good. Tianquan's eyes lit up after hearing it. He has light, time, space, and lightning magic affinity talents, and even in the future, as long as he is willing to spend his original point, he can add more magic affinity talents of other lines. He can feel relieved to have such a concurrent effect. Not to mention other departments, time, and space magic, he will inevitably develop concurrently in the future. When the old man saw him like this, he didn't know what he was thinking. He immediately shook his head and poured cold water on him. It's just that the way of magic is so vast. Just a series of magic is enough for us to explore for a lifetime. It will only drag yourself down. I don't suggest you think about it. Besides, learning magic depends on your talents. How do you know that you have other elemental affinity talents? Generally speaking, if the natal system, especially the natal system of the awakener, is too strong, the elemental affinity of other attributes will be suppressed, and the natal system will be weak. This is a very real problem. A certain attribute magic power that is too strong will have a profound impact on the physique and even the soul of the wizard, resulting in a great attribute bias. Tianquan can't always say that I have a link, can I see it at any time, right? As for the influence of elemental affinity, he is not clear. The old man looked at him funny, and then said, "Did you not find out? The magic power obtained by meditation now is all the light attribute magic power of the awakening system? Can you try to refine ordinary magic power?" Oh! Tianquan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He really didn't pay attention. He immediately stopped, closed his eyes and communicated with the awakening rune in the spirit sea, trying to control the meditation rune to extract the magical power of non-attribute. Succeeded. In the next moment, Tianquan successfully extracted the non-attribute magic power, and immediately opened his eyes excitedly, preparing to prove it to the old man. However, before he was overexcited, he discovered that the non-attribute magic power in the body was instantly assimilated and swallowed up by the light attribute magic power in the body. Tianquan suddenly became a little dumbfounded. Makarov guessed it without asking, and said cheerfully, "No way? I said it. Then if I want to learn and use non-Kangguang magic, won't I be restricted and affected?" Tianquan frowned, and then wondered, "But it's not right. Don't you master light magic, giant magic, and many other magics? How come it is not affected?" Suddenly, Tianquan realized that he never knew whether the old man was the awakened wizard, and immediately, without waiting for the old man to answer, he pointed at the old man and asked, "By the way, old man, you are the awakened man? Your god, what is awakening magic?" The old man saw him, stroked his beard, looked at Tianquan proudly and said, "Of course I am not the awakener. I can have my current strength because of my own hard work and talent. Don't look at me like this. Actually, Grandpa, I have always been a super genius. So, young people, don't be proud." The old man's expression of sounds and heart made Tianquan speechless when he looked at him. Isn't it a genius? Who is not a genius these days? What's so good about? I'm still a genius, and hang on, do you think I'm proud? Humph. Of course, knowing that the old man is not the awakened one, Tianquan still admires him. The old man is indeed a great genius. Being able to become the 5th-ranked powerful wizard in Saint Ten, and to manage Fairy Tale Guild well, ordinary people can't do it. Fairy Tale really thrived, and it was in his hands. The key is more than that. He has truly thoroughly implemented and carried forward the Fairy Tale Guild's philosophy and creed. In the past, present, and future, he will cultivate more excellent wizards. Respectful. Therefore, Tianchen made the old man proud for a long time before he interrupted his YY relentlessly, and asked blankly, "So, you haven't told me how to keep the part-time magic unaffected?" Chapter 20 Concurrently study the difficulties of multi-system magic, magic talent test, seeking flowers, collection. Ahem. This is it. The old man put away his smiley face in a somewhat eccentric manner, cleared his throat, and looked at Tianchen seriously and replied, "At the moment, there is no good way. The magical power of the concurrent cultivation system will inevitably be better than the natal system or the awakening of the sky. The power of the system is smaller. Non-awakened's natal magic is still less affected. Awakened usually means that the awakened magic and magic are relatively strong, and the suppression is naturally greater." When Tianchen heard this, he nodded clearly, because the use of the minor cultivation element magic needs to convert the magical power of the awakening element into the magical power of the minor cultivation element corresponding to the magic attribute, right? That consumption should also be greater, and the casting speed it will also take a bit slower. The truth here is not complicated, and Tianchen immediately clarified his thoughts. The old man nodded in relief, "That's right. Your kid's brain is really good, not bad. Is there really no way to solve it?" Tianchen frowned and asked unwillingly. His goal in the future is not just the light element. Relatively speaking, the two elements of space and time are what he wants more. What's the matter if there are defects? The old man naturally noticed something, and shook his head helplessly, "Perhaps. But for the time being, I don't know. However, based on my experience, if you can understand the minority department deeply enough, you will be both. The natal core rune of the repair system is raised to the same height as the core rune of awakening, there should be no suppression and defects. This point, from the light system and giant magic that I have mastered, has proved this point. It's just that he is not the awakener, this kind of experience can only be used as a reference." When Tianchen heard this, his eyes lit up and he was about to speak, and then he was interrupted mercilessly by the old man, "But it must take twice as much time. With this effort, you might as well devote these time to the awakening of the sky department, that way you can only gain more, and you can become stronger faster. Remember, awakening magic is a gift from the world, don't put the cart before the horse." Speaking of this, the two have already arrived at the door of the library. The old man opened the door and took Tianchen into it. He turned around and said to Tianchen, "Okay. Here we are. Since you are so related to other magical things, let's test it. Let's take a look at your magic talent. Maybe you only have light magic talent." Quack. Speaking of the end, the old man showed a smirk, and he rolled his eyes when he saw Tianchen. "Really? I felt a little urge to hit someone. Are you happy to take a look? It's a pity. I have confidence in my talents and you may be disappointed." Tianchen smiled and went back. "Haha. It's good if you have confidence. If there are other powerful talents, I won't lose it." The old man walked down the stairs with a smile, and turned out a round magic crystal with a large bowl from a cabinet at the bottom of the bookshelf, and the chicken thief replied. He hopes that Tianken's talent is as good as possible. They are all from the family. The other departments have great talents. With the talent and learning ability shown by Tianchen, the old man feels that in fact, spending more time and energy will not delay this. The promotion of the kid. In a certain period of time in the future, what can limit Tianchen, is afraid that the main thing is the increase in magic power and level? This thing can't come in a hurry, you can only do it step by step. Although Tianchen also has the automatic hang-up training function of meditation runes in this respect, it still needs time for growth. As for learning about magic, the old man has confidence in him now. Just be happy, Tianchen spread out his hands helplessly, which was indeed the reason. Come here and test it. Just put your hand on this magic crystal. This is for testing the magic affinity talent, and every attribute can be tested. The old man put the magic crystal on a bracket on the central table of the library, and he couldn't wait to beckon to Tianchen. Coming! Tianchen ran over immediately, looked at the magic crystal curiously, and put his right hand up in the look of the old man's expectation. Wang! In the next moment, he felt the magic crystal vibrate slightly, and then, a magical force swept across his body along his right hand. Wang! Immediately, the entire magic crystal burst into 4 rays of different brightness, each of which occupies a part of the magic crystal. According to the size and brightness of the area occupied, they are gold, light gray, azure blue, and light green in order. They respectively represent the 4 attributes of light, space, thunder, and time. Hey! 4 kinds? Each of them is not low. It's okay. Your kid. The old man looked at the situation on the magic crystal with a look of surprise. At this time, the magic crystal light converged, ding, 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 4 sets of data rose from 4 different color areas. Light, S grade. Space, grade A. Thunder, grade A. Time, level B. Puff, cough cough cough. Seeing these 4 sets of data, the old man almost spit out his saliva, and was directly choked by his own saliva. He coughed a few times, flushed his face, with an unbelievable appearance, and threw himself in front of the magic crystal. Staring at the data above. You kid actually still has space and time elemental affinity talent? Isn't the level low? Just kidding? How is this possible? Impossible, no. Ahem. You are so awesome. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the old man jumped to the table excitedly, stretched out his hand to pat on Tianchen's shoulder, and jumped up on the table with joy. Wow ha ha ha. Developed. Developed. This is a gift of space and time. There is nothing, no. Maybe it's much more than that. Chapter 21, Tianchen, I have a lot of things, but this is the most prominent point, seeking flowers and collecting. The table was swayed by the old man, and the magic crystal was almost bounced out. Tianchen quickly picked it up and held it in his hand. He looked at the old man and said amusedly, let's stay a little longer. Don't fall. Now that I'm bragging, right? I said it. My talent is amazing. The old man blushed slightly by the old face that Tianchen said, and quickly calmed his emotions, silently jumped off the table, with his hands behind his back, and cleared his throat solemnly, and then looked at Tianchen with a solemn and serious face and warned, it is very great. But also very dangerous. You remember about your talents, especially the 2 talents of space and time, before you grow up, you must never reveal to a third person other than me, understand? A strong talent is a good thing, but when exposed, it is easy to be jealous and stifled. Not to mention the dregs of the sinful Dark Sorcerers Guild, even in the Light Guild, there is no shortage of people who are jealous and like to kill other guild genius sorcerers. Before Tianchen awakened his talent, he had already made a lot of movement, which was noticed by many people. Although they were still not sure about Dao Tianchen's body, as time passed, this kind of thing could not be concealed by a caring person. The light talent alone is already very eye-catching, and with the 2 talents of space and time, more people will be jealous. In addition, although the light element talent tested by this magic crystal is only S level, from the movement of Tianchen's awakening that day and the powerful abilities shown by the Tian's awakening rune, the old man always feels that it is more than just S level. Even if it is really only S level, it can make meditation rune automatic meditation comparable to the SSS level talent, not to mention its ability to merge light magic and expansion ability to the Spirit Sea. I understand. Don't worry, I won't say anything until I have enough self-protection capabilities. Tianchen solemnly replied. He has many other advantages, but his fate is particularly prominent. After finally getting such a good start, the future has infinite possibilities, and an infinitely wonderful life is waiting for him. He doesn't want to kill himself. Ah, that's good. The old man was very satisfied with Tianquan's attitude. He could see that Tianquan really listened to it, so he didn't emphasize it anymore. He waved his hand and used magic to take down several magic books from the bookshelf covered with 2 walls on both sides, and put them there. On the table. Pointing to Tianquan, he signaled to Tianquan, in the next period of time, you will first remember the things in this basic book and understand it. If you don't understand, you can come to me at any time. As long as I have time, I'll answer it for you, but it's not enough. You can also ask Macau and I will say hello to them. Macau and Wakaba are the backbone of the guild's wizards, and their strength may not be the best, but the various experiences and foundations are definitely the most solid ones in the guild. Although a bit skinny, it is reliable in business. Hey! I know. Tianquan walked over with a smile, picked up several magic books and read them: Basic Runes, Introduction to Magic, Introduction to Magic Array. 100 Years of Magic History in the Kingdom of Fiori, Part 1, 100 Years of Magic History in the Kingdom of Fiori, Part 2, etc. There are a total of 8 books, each of which is thicker than a brick. Just by looking at the name, you will know that they are all basic things. Tianquan didn't dislike it at all he lacked now was these things. He doesn't dislike even the history of magic in the Kingdom of Fiori. It is true that he has seen the original anime and knows a lot of the so-called story in the future, as well as many secrets of Aslant, but this is a real world. The things shown in the animation are just a small part of the world, and more things are not mentioned at all. In the future, he will live in this world for a long time, and it is even possible that in the future he will regard this as a big real world. It is always right to know more about the history and information of this world. By the way, Father, is there a magic book about space in the guild? Tianquan suddenly asked. The basic thing is to learn, but he feels that this does not prevent him from learning other magic, such as the space department. In view of its scarcity, the time system itself should not be in the guild. Tianquan didn't hold any hope for a short time, but he thinks the space system should have it in the guild, right? This thing, in the initial stage, does not say how much it can improve his combat effectiveness, but if he can learn to move in space, his safety will be greatly improved. At the same time, it can also be used to conceal his behavior of entering the small space of the system. He feels it is necessary to learn. Hearing this, the old man looked at Tianquan helplessly and said, should you finish learning the basics before talking about it? Can you guys be too far-sighted? What I said before is for nothing. Suddenly I feel that you are not behaved at all. Tianquan didn't say anything else, just smiled and looked at the old man and said, you know, I learn things fast. I don't think there is a big problem with one more space department. These basic magic books will not take much time. Besides, aren't you worried about my safety? Is there any better way to ensure my safety than learning space magic? Go is a mentality worth learning. He is not at all ashamed that he is learning space magic in order to escape. Chapter 22 The Wonderful Pit Goods Mest, Makarov who wants to dig a pit, please ask for flowers, collect it. What? The old man faced Tianquan's firm eyes, a little frantically, he scratched his head with his hands a few times, and after turning his Mediterranean hairstyle into a chicken coop, he stretched his face and said to Tianquan, I can promise you, allows you to learn space magic, and can even arrange for the space wizard Mest in the guild to teach you, but... Seeing that the smile on Tianquan's face grew thicker, the old man raised an index finger, looked at Tianquan sternly, and then said, you must pass my test first. What assessment? Tianquan asked innocently. He was already tempted by the father's condition. He really didn't expect that Mest would have joined Fairy Tale at this time, and, listening to the old man's tone, he probably hadn't gone to the council to implement the cheating undercover plan. This is good news. There is a space magician as a guide. He believes that he should be able to get into space magic faster and master space teleportation. Regardless of the fact that the strength of this product in the original book is not particularly strong, in fact, his talent and strength are not bad, otherwise, why is it so famous in the council? It's just that this guy has a little more brain power. Still a werewolf who even pits himself. For the undercover council, not only did most of the people in the guild have their own memories tampered with, they also tampered with all their own memories. This is a ruthless man who dared to remember a black hand against himself. After being mixed into the council, because Fairy Tale repeatedly committed crimes, he wanted to seize the handle of Fairy Tale Guild, and wanted to dig out the black material of Fairy Tale Guild. This guy once again tampered with his own memory and many people in Fairy Tale Guild. His memory, once again mixed into the Fairy Tale Guild as messed, became mission impossible. The most important thing is that this product was created without unblocking his original memory. In other words, this guy didn't know that he was mission impossible. Anyway, it was very confusing. It is certain that this product is a pit product, and the appraisal has been completed. Far away. Hearing Tiankin's question, the old man knew he was steady, and he stroked his beard and smiled treacherously. The condition is the next 1 month, you have to complete all the learning tasks I gave you. The task includes not only the few magic books in front of you, but also a few batches. In addition, you also need to accept practical teaching lessons from me or the guild wizards arranged by me every day. Wait for 1 month, and I will conduct a final assessment for you. If you pass, I will allow you to learn space magic and let Mest teach you. How about? Agree. Tiankin's cheeks twitched. The old man was ruthless enough to make him more focused. In 1 month, it is not enough to finish these 8 magic books thicker than bricks. How many batches do you want to add? You are always digging a hole. As for the actual combat lesson, Tianchen didn't have any problems. If he wanted to become stronger, he wanted to skillfully apply all the magic he learned to battle. This step couldn't be omitted. Tianchen immediately spread out a little helplessly. How many batches you said? There must be a fixed number. Otherwise, even if my talent is so good and I don't have enough time to learn and digest these things, it will not be useless. Speaking of this, Tianchen suddenly squinted at the old man, and said contemptuously, "Are you always here waiting to pit me? You are ready to change your mind and add things at any time, right?" Ahem. How come? The old man was blushing when Tianchen said that. He quickly covered his embarrassment with a cough, and then said to Tianchen solemnly, "Then, 3, no. 2 batches. The other 2 batches of magic books are no more than the first batch of magic books, right?" Originally, the old man wanted to say 3 more batches of books, but when Tianchen glared back, he could only change his words and say 2 batches. Even so, he has a guilty conscience. Tianchen didn't veto it. After rewarding the old man with a big eye, he nodded and agreed, 2 batches are 2 batches. No more. He likes to study and wants to read more magic books, but the premise is that he can read it all through, right? He is bound to get space magic, so he can only decline the idea of the old man who wants to give him a supper. Haha. Then it's settled, I promise that it won't be added anymore. Ooh oh oh. In the end, the old man nodded in satisfaction and agreed. Then, after he gave Tianchen a rough overview of the daily schedule for the next month, he left Tianchen to read the book in the library. He obviously had something to do, so he left first. Before leaving, Tianchen turned the magic book indiscriminately. He also deliberately carefully sealed all the magic books except the basic magic book. Then, he clapped his hands in relief and left the library. Tianchen. It's so caring. I thank you. Tianchen shook his head speechlessly, and didn't go to entangle too much. Now he might not be able to understand those advanced magic books. Moreover, there are magic traps in many magic books. If something happens to pit yourself, it won't be drawn. As an extraordinary person, you need to maintain a certain amount of awe of magic. To act recklessly, it is only oneself and the relatives and friends around him who will pit him in the end. So, next, he picked up one of the magic books on the table and read it quietly. Chapter 23: The Flaws of Fairy Tale World Practice System. 4 Flowers, Collect. The 2 volumes of 100 Years of Magic History in the Kingdom of Fiori, Part 1 and 2, gave Tianchen a new general understanding of Fiori's nearly 100 years of magical world and the entire kingdom. I also know a lot of things that I didn't know from the original work. In fact, besides the wizards, there are other extraordinary professionals in this world. For example, martial arts masters, knights, and the like. The martial arts master specializes in bodybuilding exercises and secret techniques, polishing the body to the extent that it exceeds the limit of ordinary people, and can compete with some magicians to a certain extent. In that original book, the 2 brothers, Penises brothers who were holding pots, Natsu and Lucy met at the house of Baron Abaru, should belong to this kind. The knight is similar to the martial arts school in many ways, the same majoring in physical training, but it seems that it can also exercise the extraordinary power that belongs to the knight. From some of the descriptions in the book, Tianchen feels that it should be something similar to qi and blood. Perhaps there is a relatively rudimentary form of fighting spirit. The description in the book is relatively simple, and he has not really seen it, so it is not easy to make more specific comments. Fiori's Knights of the Kingdom should belong to this category. If you have a chance in the future, you can learn about it. If it is a technique or secret technique that can strengthen your physique, qi, and blood, you can do it at the same time. Tianchen murmured to himself. Because of the information explosion in the previous life, he has read many fairy tale, fantasy, and other novels. Perhaps most of them are just conjectures, but some things may not be fallacies. Even the crossing has appeared, and even the animation world has really appeared in front of him. The definition of true and false needs to be carefully considered. From that information, combined with some cognitions from the fairy tale world, Tianchen feels that the description and definition of essence, qi, and God in the transcendental system are still very reasonable and worthy of reference. Want to have no shortcomings, want to go far enough, these 3 go hand in hand is the kingly way. Magic, the feeling that he currently gives him is both qi and God. Meditation involves the practice of God, and magic is undoubtedly the practice of qi. It's just that the meditation and magical methods in this world seem to be flawed, or are they wrong? Otherwise, why hasn't the lifespan of the wizards in this world improved significantly? Except for Ziref and Mavis, 2 people cursed by Ramel, the god of life and death, others are better than the old man Makarov, Vorosikan, one of the 4 kings of Ishgard, and the original fairy tale too. President Preakto, current Grimoire Heart Guild President Hades and others are also aging. These are powerful magicians of at least the Saint 10 level. Although their lifespan is slightly improved compared to ordinary people, they are far from reaching the level of longevity species. If this were replaced by the wizards, magicians, and immortal cultivators in many novels, under the same strength, the lifespan would have been thousands, right? It can be seen from this that the magic practice system in this world has great flaws. During the cultivation process, there is not much sublimation of the essence of life and the essence of soul. These are all questions that Tianchen needs to think about in the future. Fortunately, he also has a system that can travel through different worlds, and can refer to and learn from the extraordinary systems of different worlds. In the future, he will be able to fill in these shortcomings and turn it into a truly extraordinary way of longevity. If you can really reform the entire sorcerer system, it can be considered a great positive contribution to the development of the world. Maybe, you can also use this to reap a large amount of original point rewards. Tianchen gently tapped the tabletop with his fingers, and thought to himself. It took him less than half an hour to read and memorize the 2 theory magic history. This kind of thing doesn't need to be read a few more times to understand deeply. He then spent a day. Except for lunch, he spent the rest of his time in the library, compiling basic runes, Introduction to Magic, Introduction to Magic Array, Introduction to Alchemy, Basic Potions. After reading the magic books one by one, I remembered and understood them twice. After that, I stopped studying, went to the town to buy vegetables with my father, and returned home to help me and cook. As a single dog in his previous life, cooking is naturally a must-have skill. Although he can't compare to those professional chefs, his craftsmanship is still acceptable. How did you study today? Is there anything you don't understand? In the process of preparing dinner, the old man looked at Tianchen, who was still thinking about something absent-mindedly, and asked with some worry. What? Only then did Tianchen wake up from thinking, glanced at the old man blankly, and then quickly recovered. Seeing the worried look of the old man, some felt a smile. No. I learned quite well. Most of them are very simple and easy to understand. But there are indeed some questions I want to ask you, the basic rune. Next, Tianchen and the old man were preparing dinner while discussing some of the problems he encountered in his study. The more we communicated, the more surprised the old man felt. From the questions Tianchen asked, he could see that this kid had a deep understanding and comprehension of these basic magic knowledge, and his grasp was also very solid. Many problems, even a little beyond the outline, are explained only by higher level knowledge. But how is this possible? After asking, the old man felt a little uneasy in his heart. I thought you were genius enough and enchanting enough. However, I didn't expect that I was still too naive, and I underestimated your kid. Chapter 24 Telling a Joke. I studied hard for a whole day before I mastered the knowledge that others have to learn for a year. Seeking flowers, collection. Those are you thinking of yourself? After almost solving Tianken's problems, the old man asked tentatively. If not. Tianchen looked at the cautious old man with some amusement. I can't find some questions to ask you, right? What am I? Haha. So too. The old man smiled heartily. I can actually hear that you are really surprised to ask these questions after you really understand this knowledge. Very good. It seems that your learning ability is far superior to mine. Imagination, or we can add. Do not. Before the old man could continue speaking, Tianchen raised his hand and interrupted him, watching the old man righteously, and said, We have already said it, you can't be shameless. I have been studying hard for a whole day today to reach the current level. After that, there are 2 more advanced magic books to learn, don't want to fool me. Furthermore, in addition to reading books, I also need to learn actual combat and magic. This knowledge also needs to be integrated and practiced. It will take a lot of time. You can't help it. It's really not for a moment to be careless, otherwise, God knows where the old man will make a fortune. In order to allow oneself to practice light magic more attentively, the old man also worked hard. Why bother? What's wrong with a genius like me who also studies a space department? Ah ha ha ha. Okay. Then you continue to work hard. The old man smirked, and then he peeled it away cheeky, not embarrassed at all, put the dishes in the pot on the plates that Tianchen had placed, and while washing the pot, he said, Because it hasn't been arranged today, the courses have not been set up, so no actual combat drills have been arranged for you. Tomorrow, this will definitely not be the case. Let's do it. Starting from tomorrow, you will read books and learn basic magic knowledge in the morning, and in the afternoon we will have actual combat classes and magic drills. How about? When the time comes, you can not only compete with the wizards in the guild, but the old man will also take Tianchen to the small forest near Magnolia to fight against wild beasts and even low-level monsters. Step by step, increase the difficulty, and gradually increase Tianken's understanding and use of magic. as well as actual combat experience. At the same time, Tianchen should also be taught some basic and practical survival experience and abilities in wild survival, investigation, etc. In the future, the wizard will take on various tasks. According to different tasks, the wizards will encounter various situations and environments, and the old man feels that he needs to help Tianchen adapt and accumulate experience in advance. The genius needs more tempering to go smoother and farther in the future. Yes. I have no objection. Tianchen nodded and agreed without hesitation. This is exactly what he wants. He really needs to learn these things, he doesn't want to become a waste material who only knows theories. Sizzle. They had just prepared the food here and brought it to the dining table. Tianchen heard an electric beep, and then a golden thunder and lightning flashed by. Then, I saw Laxus sitting on a chair in front of the dining table with a spiky magic headset, looking at the sumptuous food on the table, a little surprised. Hey? Today's dinner is very rich. Also, there are many dishes that you haven't seen before, Tianchen, didn't you make them? With that said, Laxus looked up at Tianchen. Tianchen sent a bowl of rice in his hand to Laxus, and shrugged slightly. It's obvious, isn't it? So why did you go today? I haven't seen you for a day. It's impossible to just do the task. Because, in the last mission, he was still in the foot-free period, and the father didn't give him the mission at all. Laxus himself felt that it was necessary to slow down, and wait until the limelight outside had passed. Otherwise, he frequently caused troubles. He was worried that he would soon be targeted by the Lwen Knights of the Magic Council. Then, he was forcibly caught back, sang a song of tears under the bars, and closed it for a month. That situation, being locked up is just a small matter, losing face is a major matter. If this glorious deed was known to the group of guys in the guild and the people that other guild knew, it would be enough for them to laugh for a year. Thinking of that situation, Tsundere like Laxus felt a little scalp tingling. Therefore, when Tianchen asked, he could only replied with some helplessness, what else? I couldn't take the task recently, so I ran to the nearby mountains and forests to practice. How about you? How are you studying today? Laxus' attitude towards Tianchen is still very good. Maybe he hasn't reached the level of paranoia 8 years later. Or, I was shocked by the abnormal learning ability that Tianchen showed yesterday, and got his approval, unconsciously narrowing the distance between the two. They are both geniuses. Okay. At least, Laxus thinks so. He is a proud person, and someone who can be recognized by him naturally has to be a genius. Tianchen undoubtedly meets this condition. Chapter 25, The Effect of Monster Meat. I pit my own Laxus, please ask for flowers, collect it. I learned very well. I today. Tianchen nodded clearly, it seems that Laxus has been working hard too. Then I told Laxus about my study today. At the same time, I also served a bowl of rice for myself and the old man, and asked the old man to sit down and start eating together. The old man was eating dinner silently, listening to Tianyun telling him what he learned today, some of the problems he encountered, and some conversations with the old man himself. He glanced at Laxus from time to time, with a smile hidden in his eyes. Did not speak. Sure enough, after listening to Tianken's narration, Laxus suddenly became a little autistic and didn't want to talk to Tianchen for the time being. Silently picked up a piece of braised devil porcupine meat, put it in his mouth and chewed it down, and bluntly changed the subject. This meat is well made. It's much better than before. Did your kid do it? Not bad. Not bad, don't be frustrated, eat food. Eat food. Never mention what Tianchen is studying. Tianchen saw all this in his eyes, and naturally realized the reason for Laxus' strange reaction, but he couldn't laugh so that Laxus would be angry, so he could only hold back his smile and ate silently along with him. This is not to blame him. Laxus asked himself. Not to mention, the magic arrow pork is really delicious, and the stomach is warm after eating it, and the warm currents begin to spread to the whole body. Because of the magic power control talent, Tianqin's control and understanding of magic power and even the body far surpassed ordinary people, and he could even feel the hunger and thirst of the body cells for these warm currents, and the slight improvement in physique and magic power. This monster meat is definitely a good thing, but it's a bit expensive, thousands of J per catty. Puff, ha 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 ha. After eating quietly for a while, the old man reluctantly swallowed all the food in his mouth, and couldn't help it anymore. He patted the table with his hand and pointed to Laxus, who was pretending to be calm, and burst into laughter. Puff ha ha. Tianchen couldn't stretch himself when he heard the old man's laughter, and then laughed. When Laxus saw it, his calm expression couldn't be stretched anymore. A blue vein on his forehead gave the old man a fierce look, and then he laughed helplessly at himself and said, "I'm stupid too. I forgot yesterday's lesson. Go ask you this. Isn't this uncomfortable to find yourself? How long did it take him to learn these things?" Laxus couldn't remember either. But it will certainly not be less than a year. Moreover, even so, it is not as profound as Tianchen, who has learned in one day. By now, many of them have been forgotten. He suddenly discovered that sometimes people are really incomparable. Otherwise, it is only oneself who is injured. Because he has been living in the shadow of the old man, no matter how hard he works, no matter how talented he is, the first impression others have of him is also Makarov's grandson. This is also the reason why he has been a little awkward with the old man in the past 2 years. In the final analysis, I want to prove to the old man, and even everyone, that his Laxus did not rely on his grandfather to achieve his current achievements, but more on himself. To put it bluntly, it means to be strong and self-esteem is too strong. But from now on, Laxus decided that he would never compete with Tianchen in learning. He doesn't want to look for abuse anymore. Moreover, in this regard, the superiority is actually very obvious. Ha ha ha. Do you know that too? The old man listened very happily, and it was rare to see Laxus voluntarily surrender. He suddenly felt that bringing Tianchen back was definitely the most correct choice. Laxus is too strong and lacks someone who can frustrate his arrogance. There was really no such person in the guild before, but now he sees hope in Tianchen. So fine. Because Tianchen was much younger than Laxus, and what was hit this time was not what Laxus was best at. Laxus could easily look away without getting angry. Even with that, in front of Tianchen, he became more friendly and less arrogant. The old man feels that this kind of thing can happen several times in the future, and slowly, Laxus, who has been beaten by the enchanting, will surely mature soon. It's so long-winded. Old man. I want you to take care of it. Seeing the old man gloating for misfortune, Laxus's heart was filled with evil fire. It seemed like he was beating this stinky old man. This old man is not as cute as I was when I was a kid. Laxus Tsundera's cold snorted in his heart. How good was the old grandpa? Will always encourage myself, is my own intimate little padded jacket. Now what? It will hit him in various ways and get angry at him, really. It's hard to say. Wow! Isn't it rare to see you surrender? The old man gave Laxus a mean smile. Seeing that Laxus was about to change his face, he quickly stopped talking, and then picked up a chopsticks of mapo tofu and put it in his mouth, squinting his eyes, tasting it, and praised it. This mapo tofu is also delicious. Tianchen, your kid's cooking skills are really good, or else, I will leave it to you for the next dinner. Chapter 26, Auto-generated chapter title. 26 chapters. Makarov and Laxus, what conscience is that you eat it? 4 flowers, collect. I agree. Laxus listened, but also attend home with an old gas, immediately raised their hands rode. Tianchen suddenly some silent squinted together. We learned this, think what the United States thing, this is your child you want to press, your conscience will not hurt you. Let him help, fried dishes not question every day, all the dinner to him? Just forget it. Although only 3 of them home to eat, but the mage of the world's appetite, but with the proportional strength is stronger, eat more. Look at the table, at least a dozen dishes, each dish piled up high enough to know the super component. Laxus appetite at least 4 or 5 times is common in adults, although the strength of the father is much easier than laxus, but because of the age of reason, far from the peak of the body to eat more, but no less than the current laxus it wants. Conversion look, the 2 top 10 appetite. He. Tien Chen expressed do not come. Nope. Father with shaking his head and smirking laxus. What conscience? Can you eat it? Tien Chen. Forget it. Up to play along the way, every day to help make dinner a few good dishes, meals, accommodation considered a big deal. I do owe you, then I do the task, and also wants to. Wanted to squeeze me, I do not think. Tien Chen half-jokingly curl one's lip. Okay. He mentioned meals and lodging this topic, although that is a joke, but father stopped immediately in laxus topic. On this topic we can no longer go on. Meals, accommodation, or something, they are never considered, but also here the Tien Chen, this guy is self-respecting, this is not to mention the topic. It is some regret, not to pit Tien Chen, this kid. That dinner every day to help me and laxus play along the way, do a few of your signature dish it. Have to say, your kid really is a versatile, even cooks so great. Father directed at Tien Chen, thumbs up, grinning. Laxus also followed, nodded, hands, mouth cannot stop eating. Tien Chen do that a few dishes, apparently, he really likes Tien Chen do the dishes. Father's cooking though not bad, but compared with Tien Chen still a little gap, plus some tired to eat, or Tien Chen dishes relatively fresh. Hey? Laxus also cook it. Tien Chen was surprised to see the laxus only to see his face slightly red. What do you look? He got a little angry. Tien Chen a harsh glare, then, grumbling replied, I cannot cook. How this very odd that this is a good mage skills necessary bad? In many cases, the task to a long stay in the wild, do not make their own food, do not die hungry myself? Okay. Tien Chen look out. Laxus this stock is a tsundere, in fact, that the goods themselves feel that they can cook this thing, outsiders know. He felt a little embarrassed, right? His spicy what a strong man, cook something, he always felt some sense of style right foot. Yes. My fault. Tien Chen grinning, hands mistaken. Sure enough, laxus this period was more interesting and lovely thing. He felt an obligation to laxus avoid becoming distorted that 8 years after the original look. Laxus that period not only cute, and a little bit ugly. That distorted face. Gee. Laid original touches and handsome back, become very reliable, very stable. After a meal. Help washing the dishes, Tien Chen today did not make hurry back to the room to read something, but came to the open space outside the garden, began to exercise a few light spells learned today. I want more familiar with the familiar. After all, today these are just learning his magic again, looking very skilled, but he felt this is not enough. Especially after the runes and magic of this knowledge base seen on the principle of magic and runes has good awareness, he wants to try to further the development and use of these flexible magic. This requires a higher proficiency. He has high strength and ability to control these magic can do. Step by step, a few magic hugs father taught what to grow, has never been Tien Chen choice, to figure out the underlying principles, these magic runes, magic resolve clear, fully understand, and combined with their own situation and identify know in order to develop a series of their own magic is the right way. Besides, light magic hands of the father just how much? Since the days of your self-awake reasons runes to master the more light spells, the quicker the promotion and growth of the spirit and the soul of the sea, so it is important to develop your own. In addition, in the future he will go through many different worlds, each world, perhaps some of the basic rules are different, if not the principle of these magic figure out, maybe he went to the other world that he does not come out, even magic are also released possible. Short, remote yet different, expect the law of the world is also the world exactly the same? Chapter 27, Laxus with a sense of crisis, Tianchen versus Wakaba, please ask for flowers, collect it. Boom. Shu, Hu. Wang. Laxus and the old man didn't know when they also appeared not far from Tianchen, holding their hands and watching Tianchen quietly performing photobolism, light rain, light shield, and light spear over there. Waiting for magic. Seeing Tianken's proficiency, Laxus was very surprised. Hey? That's okay. Old man, are you really teaching him today? He hasn't practiced it today? This level of completion doesn't look like it. Laxus leaned against a big tree at the door, looked at Tianchen, glanced at the old man, and asked. The old man nodded happily, that's why I said that this little guy Tianchen is an enchanting genius, or an all-rounder, look at it. Laxus, if you don't work hard, you can't say when, maybe he surpassed it. I really picked up the treasure this time. The future fairy tale will surely become even stronger because of Tianchen. Of course, the old man's perspective on things has never been so superficial, and he has never thought that only one person can keep the guild prospering and prospering for a long time. His way of education is to cultivate, guide and discover more geniuses so that everyone can grow together and forge deep bonds together. Whispering sound. Laxus curled his lips in disdain, this kid wants to surpass me? Wait 100 years. Who is not a genius? Okay. On the surface, Laxus speaks very proudly and confidently, but at this time he is also a little flustered. The main reason was that after understanding the enchanting level of Tianchen, he also had to admit that he was inferior to Tianchen if he was talented in every aspect alone. Fortunately, he also has a great advantage now, and his strength should barely reach the S rank. Although due to other reasons, it was temporarily unable to pass the guild S level assessment set by the father, the combat power was almost reached. Coupled with his genius level talent and the increase of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystals, Laxus is still a little confident that it will be longer and shorter with the future of Tianchen. These are just Laxus' own thoughts. If Tianchen knew about it, he would definitely tell him, you think too much. You don't understand the horrible world. It seems that I will work harder to practice in the future. Watching Tianchen cast several kinds of magic over and over again, progressing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye, Laxus was full of urgency. It's boring. Don't watch it. I'm leaving. Immediately, no longer leisurely watching the theater, found an excuse, told the old man, and ran to the nearby forest. After a while, the old man heard the electric current and roar from the forest in the distance. The corner of his mouth suddenly twitched, and he looked at Tianchen practicing magic with a smile. From time to time, he even pointed out a few words. 1 week passed in a blink of an eye. This week, Tianchen has been very regularly in accordance with the arrangements of the father, reading books in the morning and learning magic knowledge, and in the afternoon, the father, Macau, and Wakaba will take turns to teach the actual combat. Although Tianken's magic power is more than twice stronger than that of the same rank, and the magic power he mastered has become stronger with his continuous practice and in-depth research. But the huge gap in rank is not so easy to smooth out. This period of time, he couldn't beat Wakaba any of them. Photoelasticity. Boom. Today is the last day of the week, and Tianchen is now discussing with Wakaba and practicing magic. I saw that he used magic power to amplify himself, a step to dodge the smoke entanglement of Wakaba, a golden magic circle appeared in his right hand, and in an instant, a light bullet the size of a basketball was condensed. A hand slammed directly at Wakaba, who rushed over. Smoke assault. What is the command of Wakaba's combat experience? Without even thinking about it, a grey magic circle lights up behind him, the magic transforms, and several fists condensed by smoke burst out of his back in an instant. Boom boom! The smoke fist was a chaotic punch against the flying light bullet, directly detonating the light bullet. The next moment, a violent impact of light energy swept over him, and he quickly condensed around his body to create a large amount of magic smoke, which formed layers of smoke defense layers according to certain rules and mechanisms. Boom boom boom! Light energy shock waves bombarded these smoke shields, cracking layer by layer, but the power is diminishing layer by layer, but breaking the 4 layers of smoke defense, the energy has been exhausted. However, Wakaba's sense of crisis has not passed, and hastily continued to generate and accumulate the smoke protection layer, and even cover the area above his head to protect himself in all directions. The whole person, from a distance, seemed to be protected by a grey tortoise shell, making it impossible to start. Magic of Light Arrow Rain of Light, revised. The next moment, Tianchen flickered, withdrew more than 10 meters, suddenly raised his right hand, palm up to the sky, a huge golden magic circle emerged from the top of his palm, and then, a golden magical force suddenly soared into the sky, flying dozens of meters. High altitude. In an instant, a golden light mirror with a diameter of about 1 meter condensed on the diagonally above Wakaba. Chapter 28 Breakthrough, Promotion to Apprentice Wizard, E-Level Wizard, Seeking Flowers, Collection. Shoo, hoo. The light mirrors on all 4 sides lit up, and suddenly, countless palm-sized gold shots toward Wakaba in the center below like a pouring rain. Boom boom! The light arrows crossed the sky, collided with Wakaba's smoke shield, and both shattered. Then, on the top of the smoke layer, it collided with the successive light arrows, and annihilated each other. Wakaba's smoke field looked shaky, but it was still as stable as an old dog in a short period of time. Hey! On a small sand dune not far away, Mr. Makarov and Macau were standing there watching the battle with their hands in arms. When they saw Tiankin's move, their eyes lit up. The old man exclaimed even more, "This kid is completely formed with this trick." Folding from all sides, coupled with the far less light and arrow rain, tisk tut. This kid Wakaba is in trouble. Hee hee. Macau smirked slightly and said, "Who said no? Last time, Wakaba used this smog field to make Tianchen this kid disgusting. Now it deserves to be targeted. But, Tianchen kid. His growth rate is really fast, and looking at his appearance, he is almost a step away from being promoted." Really? The old man also nodded. Both of them could see that Tiankin's magic power had stopped growing as early as yesterday, and it had obviously reached its peak. After the battle for a while, his magic power began to boil, with signs of qualitative change. Crack! The rain of light arrows lasted for nearly 2 minutes, and countless smoke shields shattered and condensed, repeating itself again and again. Seeing the rapid consumption of magic power, in such a passive state, Wakaba would not care about suppressing his strength. He suddenly burst out a powerful magic power, transforming all the smoke shields into smoke fists, and bombarded with the rain of light arrows. Go with! At the same time, he himself turned into smoke, and instantly rushed out of Tiankin's magic envelope under the protection of the smoke. Then, the whole person swelled up suddenly, turned into a giant smoke giant several meters high, and flew to the front of Tianchen suddenly, transformed into a pair of big smoke hands, and slapped him down on top of Tiankin's head. If this is a real shot, even if Wakaba keeps his hand, Tianchen is afraid that he will be seriously injured, right? Seeing the huge grey smoke coming from the palm, Tianchen couldn't care about maintaining the light arrow rain magic. He directly interrupted the magic output, put down his hand, and eagerly mobilized the magic power in the body with all his strength, wanting to raise himself all over the body. Improved light magic shield. Crack! Under his swift mobilization, the magic power that was about to boil suddenly boiled completely, and immediately broke through the bottleneck of the E-rank magician. The magic power in Tiankin's body immediately began to sublimate, and the nature of the magic power began to evolve, but in an instant, the magic power that was originally full of magic sources was condensed into a higher level of magic power. The volume occupied by magic power shrank 10 times in an instant, occupying only 1/10 of the volume of the magic source. The magic power that was originally just pale gold has become even brighter. At the same time, under the nourishment of the transformed magic power, Tiankin's magic source began to expand and become larger. Looking at the trend, it should take a while before it reaches its peak. At the same time, the awakening runes and meditation runes in the Tianchen Spirit Sea all shone brightly, swelled and grew a lot. The brightness of both has increased a lot, and the mysterious aura above has also undergone a slight qualitative change. With the promotion of the two, the Spirit Sea has doubled its size again. The entire meditation rune is transformed into a whole rune. Next, as long as Tianchen continues to improve and upgrade the meditation rune according to the advanced meditation, he can complete the promotion of meditation and further improve the efficiency of meditation. Magic Shield of Light, revised. However, the crisis has not passed yet, and Tianchen can't care to carefully check and experience the situation after the breakthrough. The improved Magic Shield of Light is constructed instantly. Wang. A semicircular magic shield composed of dozens of hexagonal magic shields completely enveloped Tianchen. Moreover, because of the transformation of magic power, Tianchen could feel that the strength of the magic shield constructed this time was at least doubled. Defense greatly increased. Wakaba saw all this in his eyes, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Haha! You kid can do it. You can make a breakthrough. In this case, then I won't put too much water. Let me see you. How about the magic shield defense after the breakthrough? Boom! As he said, the next moment, a huge smoke bomb slammed on Tiankin's magic shield. The huge counter-impact force blasted away the giant smoke bomb itself, and for a while, it completely shrouded Tianchen in the smoke, and couldn't see the situation inside. This. I saw Macau in the distance, and almost rushed over with excitement. But he was held back by the old man. An Xin. That kid Tianchen is fine. He didn't even break the shield. The old man said with a smile. How powerful is his mental power and perception? Wakaba's magic smoke could not stop his detection. Macau was relieved now, but still shouted at Wakaba, who was also a little worried over there. Wakaba, UBD. The attack was too heavy? What if you hurt that kid? Chapter 29 Tianchen, there is still not enough blue. 4 flowers, collect. Ahaha, sorry. I was impulsive. Wakaba smirked. He also heard the old man's words, felt a little more peaceful, and quickly mobilized the surrounding smoke to sense the situation of the sky in the smoke. Suddenly discovered that, as the old man said, even the magic shield had not been broken. There were only a few cracks on the magic shield, and even these cracks were quickly disappeared under the repair of Tiankin's magic power. Hey! You are fine if you are fine. Wakaba breathed a sigh of relief, mobilized his magic power to disperse all the smoke, and said to Tianchen who was in the magic shield with a look of gratitude. Sure enough, your kid is really a monster. The attack just now has 50% of my attack power. You can't even break through your magic shield. Can't compare. Can't compare. Wakaba shook his head and said. Talent is really a FG thing in many cases. Judging from Tiankin's performance this week, he estimates that it won't be long before he surpasses Wakaba. Hey! Where and where? Seeing that Wakaba had no plans to continue the battle, Tianchen immediately withdrew the magic shield, scratched the back of his head with his hand, and said modestly, I'm not far behind. It was actually very thrilling just now, just a little bit, magic shield. It's broken. This is because my defense has greatly improved after the breakthrough. Otherwise, with the strength of the original magic shield, I am afraid that I will be seriously injured this time. In his own situation, Tianchen is still a bit compelling. In addition, whether it was the rain of arrows of light before or the magic shield of light just now, the consumption of mana was huge. If it hadn't been for a breakthrough just now, and there were meditation runes that kept helping him refine his mana, he would have exhausted his mana long ago. Each of these two magics takes at least 1/10 of his magic power to be fully deployed. After that, if you want to maintain it continuously, it will consume more. Especially the arrow rain of light is definitely a big consumer of magic power. Tianchen felt that one of his next main tasks was to raise the magic power level and power. If it weren't for you to break through and want to test your situation, I wouldn't use such a strong attack. Wakaba heard it and rolled his eyes. Haha. Xiao Tianchen, congratulations for breaking through to the E-level wizard. Don't be proud. At this moment, the old man walked over with Macau with a smile, stretched out his hand and patted Tianchen on the shoulder, jokingly. I see. Tianchen replied with a smile. He is not really a kid, and he won't be just for the little bit of results. When you are invincible, it is okay to have another wave. Congratulations. Your kid has made too fast progress. Those of us seniors are under a lot of pressure. Macau and Wakaba also smiled and congratulated, and said jokingly at the same time. Tianchen originally wanted to humbly comfort them, but the old man said first, if you know this, then give me a hard work. You two brats, drink less alcohol every day. Play less cards or something, play less, otherwise, with Tianken's talent, it won't take long for you to surpass you. Macau and Wakaba are now just the pinnacle of the B-level wizard. If you don't work hard, the golden growth period will pass, perhaps for a lifetime. Speaking of this, the old man looked at Macau too with a disdainful expression, and then said, your talents are actually not bad, you are just too foolish, too slack. If you don't want to be stepped on by the younger generations in the future, you should work hard as soon as possible. Just a little bit. Macau and Wakaba were said to be embarrassed, they looked up a little embarrassed, and said humbly, yes. You are right, President. Then, the two secretly glanced at each other, and thought at the same time, it's really time to work hard while still young. Anyway, we are also the best wizards in the guild, in case the future is really caught by a group of small the kid is stepping on our feet, then where do we put our face? We'll be rejected by the sisters. They also want to catch a beautiful girl and get married. Okay. Let's go back to the guild for a rest. Let's stop here for today's actual combat training. The old man waved his hands to the two of Macau, then looked at Tianchen and said, you have just broken through, and your breath is still a bit unstable. Go to the meditation room of the guild to adjust your breath and stabilize it. I have this plan too. Tianchen naturally wouldn't refuse. He still wanted to figure out the source of magic and the changes in the spirit sea. Go. Just ask me if you don't understand. Having said that, the old man took the lead and walked towards the guild. Macau and the two followed closely. Tianchen did not delay any more, and soon came to the meditation room and began to check his magic source and spiritual sea. First of all, the source of magic has now expanded a quarter of the space, and it is still expanding at a constant rate. The transformation of the essence of magic has been completed, and now the source of magic is empty. Not only because of the magical transformation, greatly reduced size, and improved quality, but also because the magical power consumed by previous battles has not been fully recovered. Tianchen immediately sat down cross-legged, actively running the meditation thoughts, and began to quietly restore this magical power. Chapter 30, Complete Primary Meditation. Makarov, who is very guarded, please ask for flowers, collect it. There is still a difference between passive meditation and active meditation. Passiveness is the speed at which normal people meditate. If they are active, the passive effect will not disappear, and the effect of active operation will be superimposed, increasing the magic power and recovery speed by plus 100%. The effect of leverage. Call. After more than 10 minutes passed, Tianchen finally recovered his magic power, and the feeling of fullness made Tianchen breathe a sigh of relief. The new magical powers are all the high-quality magical powers after transformation. This kind of thing, because this part of the magic power is consumed before the breakthrough, it can't be transformed. The nature of the meditation and the source of magic has improved, so the magic power that will be condensed in the future will also be improved. Of course, because of the increase in the quality of the magic power and the expansion of the magic source could not be filled when it was fully restored. Tianchen has some brain pain, next, for a long time to work hard to improve the magic power. I don't know how long it will take depending on the current meditation efficiency alone. I only hope that the meditation thoughts can also be upgraded. Thinking about this, Tianchen closed his eyes again, sank his mind into the spirit sea, and began to understand the changes in the spirit sea. Tianchen is not surprised that Tianchen has gained a growth and transformation. The expansion of the spirit sea is also expected. What he cares most now is the change of meditation runes. Fairy Tale Universal Primary Meditation, LV5. This is the situation displayed on the System Properties panel. Originally Tianchen only upgraded it to LV3, but now, it has been repaired completely. Obviously the credit for the breakthrough. Oh? Not bad. Not bad. It seems that I have to ask the old man for advanced ideas. Elementary meditation, LV5 has reached the top. Thinking about this, Tianchen immediately got up and left the meditation room, came to the guild hall, found the old man who was drinking happily, and explained his intentions. Guru. The old man suddenly poured 2 sips of rum into his mouth, dang the wooden wine glass on the bar, and wiped off the remaining wine stains on the corners of his mouth with his hands. Then, while continuing to pour the wine into the cup, he looked at Tianchen with a serious expression on his face and asked, "Are you sure you have thoroughly eaten the elementary meditation? Have you cultivated to the peak? In addition, are you sure that your soul and spirit sea are already able to load more advanced meditation thoughts? Is your mental power enough to engrave advanced meditation runes? This is not a joke, a bad one, a serious injury is light, change it's not impossible to be an idiot." Although the old man was stern, trying to show his seriousness and admonition, how could Tianchen fail to see the evil taste hidden in his eyes? The old man was deliberately intimidating him. Of course, intimidation is not the ultimate goal. Although the old man usually likes leather and is not very serious, he still wants to give Tianchen a wake-up call so that he will not be promoted because of promotion. Otherwise, the situation he said may not appear in the future. Therefore, Tianchen did not expose the old man, but solemnly nodded, "Of course I am sure. However, I have never seen advanced meditation ideas. I don't know the difficulty and the required mental power. You should meditate first. Let me see the law, let's talk about it." "Okay. Then come with me." Seeing that Tianchen was so steady and sensible, the old man was relieved, and he was about to pour the wine in the cup into his stomach in one breath. After a long sigh of alcohol, a thick drunk red appeared on both cheeks. He just jumped off the bar, his hands behind his back, and hooked his fingers at Tianchen, and the two returned to the meditation room again. "Untie." As soon as he entered the room, the old man turned to face the bookshelf inlaid on the wall on the left-hand side, pinched a seal with one hand, and a magic circle emerged from his hand, rushing out of the bookshelf somewhere in front of him. Suddenly, a purple light flashed across the bookshelf, and a huge sealed magic circle floated into obscurity. Then, a purple light flashed on one of the small grids, and a magic enchantment 10 times smaller appeared, and then disappeared. A magic book in the grid was revealed. The old man waved his hand to take down the magic book and delivered it to Tianchen. Tianchen caught the magic book, looked up at the sealed bookshelf, and said speechlessly to the old man, "You are always guarded." Actually, in addition to the overall large magic seal, each grid also exerts additional power. A strong magic seal. Even, he still vaguely sensed the existence of magic traps in it. Gee! Whoever wants to steal some magic books from this shelf? It will definitely make a big mess. Quack quack! This is necessary, isn't it? The old man touched his beard and shrugged his shoulders with a treacherous smile. You little ones, 1 or 2 of them are not very worrying. They often like to be high and greedy. I don't do this. You don't know. Several people were seriously injured, and several people were idiots. Humph. Magic is an extraordinary power that must be treated with caution. How can I do it indiscriminately? The children in the guild are all his children and family members as the president, so he naturally has to fulfill his duties as a parent. Finally, the old man shook his head. Forget it, don't be long-winded. Hurry up and take a look at this meditation. Remember to do what you can. If you feel that you still can't learn, don't rush to it. Anyway, with your talent and growth rate, top more than 10 days, it will definitely meet the learning requirements of this advanced meditation. Chapter 31 Advanced Meditation, Tianchen full of impoverished breath. Before the old man could finish speaking, Tianchen had already taken advantage of the time he took advantage of his time to read and remember the advanced version of the meditation in his hand, and began to cross legs and closed his eyes for in-depth understanding and parsing. Makarov. This brat. I don't know how to listen to me, forget it, just wait. 2 minutes later. I was sure that I understood very well. Tianchen didn't hesitate, and directly began to try to use mental power to draw the rune context from the meditation rune in the Spirit Sea, and at the same time, began to construct a new rune. That's right. He doesn't know about other worlds, but fairy tale world. Advanced meditation does not mean completely restarting the construction of new meditation runes, but expanding on the original foundation of the primary meditation runes, adding more rune structures and building and upgrading brand new runes based on the primary meditation runes. Meditation rune. Of course, the prerequisite is the primary meditation rune of consummation level. This is also the reason why the old man asked if Tianchen was fully repaired before. As long as the wizards guilds with profound foundations have their own meditation system that can be gradually promoted, they are in the same line. Only those sages guilds, or guilds whose background is not deep, and the guild history lacks research genius sages, need to completely change to another kind of meditation after each promotion, and start practicing that meditation from the beginning. It takes time and effort to talk, and it can easily lead to mental shock and instability. Okay. This is still good. Many poor people have no chance to change. Really high-level meditations don't need money? Of course, there are several other situations. One is that some awakened people have their own meditation thoughts. This belongs to the gods who appreciate food and eat, and most people don't envy it. One is like Dragon Slayer, which also has meditation ideas for inheritance. Even Laxus, the dragon slayer that relies on the dragon crystals inlaid in the body, that is, the specially processed dragon slayer, also has inherited meditation and magic. The dragon crystal itself is the core of the dragon used to store information and magic power. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an integral part of the Spirit Sea and the source of magic. Wang. After talking about it for a while, Tianchen's magic power suddenly began to surge, and a large amount of magic power in the air began to pour into him. It was quickly absorbed by the new meditation rune that had been successfully promoted and constructed, and then quickly transformed into magic power, and then passed through the second transformation of the awakening rune. In the end, it turned into golden light magic power, which continuously merged into the magic source somewhere in the lower Danshan. Ding! The host fairy tale general type primary meditation thought, LV5, is promoted to fairy tale general type intermediate meditation thought, LV3. Meditation 2.0, get. Looking at the newly formed meditation rune with consciousness, which is more than 10 times more complicated, Tianchen carefully felt and calculated it, and the speed of refining magic power and increasing spiritual power was 5 times faster than that of elementary meditation. Tianchen is not satisfied. If it turns out that he can raise the upper limit of mana by 5 points a day, he can already raise the upper limit of mana by 25 points a day. With his upper limit of magic power 3 times that of ordinary people, if the upper limit of the E-level wizard remains unchanged, it will take 600 ticks of the upper limit of magic power to reach the new bottleneck. This process, if nothing else, can be achieved in only 12 days. Of course, this is only Tianken's conjecture, not to mention that his magic source is still expanding, but the volume of the current magic source is less than 1/10 of the current magic power. No matter how you look at it, the new upper limit does not look like 3 times the original. At least 10 times more. 10 times is more than 3,000 ticks. It will take at least half a year. It is barely acceptable. If you spend more time on active meditation, this time can be halved. It really doesn't work. You can also find suitable resources to speed up the progress. Tianchen thought so. Not to mention anything else, absorbing the magic power in the magic crystal with higher purity can speed up this speed. The process of mana accumulation can shorten the time of promotion by Krypton Gold, but it is the bottleneck and talents of each level that limit the strength of most wizards. Of course, he is still a poor one, and he can't afford this extravagant cultivation method for the time being. Monster meat can promote the increase of magic power and certain physical fitness. With his current strength, he should be able to fight low-level monsters. Next, he can try to hunt. Always expecting the old man to spend a lot of money to buy it every day, Tianchen himself felt inappropriate. It's just that the low-level and delicious meat of Warcraft is limited in the wild, and others are not stupid. There are special mercenaries, wizards' guilds, and bounty hunters to do this kind of thing. Even low-level demon beast meat, such as the magic porcupine and long-eared magic rabbit that I ate the day before yesterday, has been specially raised. If you don't consider the taste, other low-level monsters that can promote magical power and physical fitness are eaten, and there are many deep in the forest nearby. Yesterday, when the old man took him to the nearby forest for training, he encountered it. Tianchen killed a few by himself. Perhaps, I can consider finding a suitable world to have a look. See if I can get the resources I want. In addition, the collection of potions also needs to be accelerated. Otherwise, the land in the small space is just kind of those unused potions, ordinary rice, wheat, and the like are a little wasted. Tianchen thought to himself in his heart. Chapter 32 The difference between the aura of a small space and the magic of the fairy tale world. Of course, even ordinary crops, planted in a small space, have a trend of evolution and transformation, but this time is estimated to be extended to 1 or 2 years, or even 4 to 5 years. Because it is a spiritual field, the maturation cycle of rice and wheat is much shorter than before. One batch can be matured in 1 week. Yesterday night, Tianchen had only harvested 1 season, and the millet and wheat could already be fuller than the purchased seeds, and the grains were a bit larger. Tianchen has selected a batch of excellent seeds from the harvested millet and wheat, and replanted them. Fortunately, in a small space, he can use his mind to control fast harvesting and planting, otherwise, it would not be so easy to grow by himself. As for the potion planted, they were all collected by Tianchen himself when he went to the nearby forest to practice this week. To this end, he also deliberately read all the potions books and illustrations in the guild for potions and the guild several times, and wrote them down so that he could easily identify the various potions. There have also been some subtle changes in the potion. The current time is too short and it is not obvious, but in the future, it may be a magic potion that can transform into a fairy in a fantasy world. It is precisely because of planting potions and rice that Tianchen discovered the spiritual energy and spring in a small space, and the magic power in the atmosphere of the fairy tale world, or the force of nature. Reiki? There are differences between the two. Compared with the aura and spiritual spring in a small space, which can promote the transformation of potions and ordinary crops, the magic power of the fairy tale world seems to be weak in terms of good fortune and vitality. Even in the magical potion field of Poliusika's mother-in-law, its spiritualization, or potionization, is far lower than the aura in a small space. Tianchen understood that this should be the difference between natural extraordinary energies caused by different rules in different worlds. This also explains part of the reason why fairy tale world sorcerers' lifespan has not been increased significantly and the reason for the lack of healing magic. The magical power contained in the vitality, or that the growth of biomass is less, the energy performance is more violent, and the attack power is biased, and the effect of nourishing and transforming the body and soul is weak. At the same time, the difficulty of researching and casting healing magic has also increased. The barriers for research and learning have increased. Of course, the flaws in the cultivation system are also a major reason. The more you understand and study magic, the more magic books you read, the deeper Tianchen will feel about it. Or, is there something else, why he didn't understand? In Tianken's previous life, I once saw a fan novel by fairy tale. It was assumed that the lack of healing magic in the fairy tale world was related to gods. Tianchen will be suspicious of this. After all, it is the real fairy tale world. He doesn't even know what kind of existence this world god is, and he hasn't seen relevant biographies or legends, so it's hard to make a conclusion. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you must get a good understanding. For Tianchen, who is planning to use fairy tale as one of his future bases in the rear, it is inevitable to figure out the specific situation of the gods of this world. These questions are still far away. Tianchen chose to temporarily shelve it, and slowly opened his eyes. I go. Entering the goal, it was the huge face of the old man, who got so close, that scared Tianchen. He quickly moved back several times before he couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the old man, and said, "What are you doing all the time? It's immoral to scare people to no bo." The old man also rolled his eyes back to Tianchen, straightened his waist, held his hands, and stared at Tianchen with a stern face. "Then what was your kid fooling around just now? Can you tell me something?" Then, without waiting for Tianchen to reply, he continued with a distressed criticism loudly, "Also, I didn't tell you to stop building a new meditation rune, and tell me more about it. Your situation is obviously already that's it." This kind of thing, the old man can be confirmed only by looking at Tianken's whole body becoming more intense magical absorption fluctuations. There is no need to ask specifically. Ahaha. Tianchen listened, scratched the back of his head, and smiled, "I am not. Don't talk yet." Before he could argue, his words were interrupted mercilessly by the old man. "I saw," the old man glared at him, "the most annoying thing is that when you are done, you can open your eyes and tell me your piece soon. Actually, I was fooling around with some things. I am very worried about whether you know it." Knowledge. When Tianchen heard this, he didn't say anything else, and got up and bowed deeply at the old man, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare any more next time. Be decisive and admit your mistakes." This is indeed improperly done by him. At the same time, Tianchen still gave himself a big mouth without hesitation in his heart to show his punishment. "Next time, not next time." Humph. The old man snorted coldly, then turned and dropped a sentence, "Since you have finished studying, there is nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. Today's affairs are not finished yet by me." Really? This week, several guys in the guild were doing missions outside and got into trouble. I have to deal with them and apologize, and I will serve you. One by one, there is no province. Heart. After speaking, without waiting for Tianchen to reply, the old man walked out of the meditation room with his hands behind his back. Tianchen. Hey! It's really not easy for the old man. Taking care of such a big family. It's just that you still have a long time to worry about it. The really uncomfortable guys haven't joined the guild yet. Tian Chen thought of Natsu, Gray, and even Urza, Mila, and a group of sabotage kings, sighed faintly, and couldn't help but mourn for the old man in his heart for a second. Your old future is in chaos. Chapter 33 Fiori Royal Knight's Bodybuilding Technique. The magic power has been broken through, and the magic has been mastered to a certain extent. There is a lot of time left. It is time to add the body training to the daily training plan. After thinking about it for a while, Tian Chen stretched his waist and rubbed his numb legs while sitting with his hands and muttered. My own physical fitness is still a bit weak, and I have to keep up. Before, he had seen several knights' bodybuilding secrets and martial arts as bodybuilding techniques in the library. The predecessors of the guild didn't know where to collect them, and few people would look through them when they were placed there. Tian Chen looked through all of them several times, and wrote them down first, without further understanding and implementation. Now, he felt that he could start to try his bodybuilding. A strong body is the foundation of the transcendence. At least, before there is no way to get rid of the limitations of the body to grow. According to Tianquan's concepts and thoughts, even if he could grow free from physical limitations in the future, he would not be prepared to do so. Do what you want. Tian Chen immediately left the meditation room, through the back door of the guild, to the back of the guild, where he practiced fighting before. First, I sorted out the actual exercise secrets and martial arts exercises in my mind, and used my powerful understanding and learning ability to analyze and understand these exercises several times. In the end, he found that he was still not so powerful that he could integrate and optimize a more powerful exercise method that was more suitable for him with this little thing. Yes, how can things be so simple? I took it for granted. Tian Chen shook his head funny. Then, I chose the Fiori Royal Knight's bodybuilding technique that felt the best, and started to practice according to the secrets and maps above, putting up a set of actions that looked a little strange. That's right. According to the secret book, this thing came from the version of the Fiori Royal Knights 46 years ago, and was specially used by the kingdom to train royal knights. As for how it leaked to the library of Fairy Tale Guild? Seeing that this secret book was placed in an unknown corner of the library at the time, covered with thick dust, you know that this thing, placed in this world that respects magic, is not worth any money at all. It's reasonable to leak it out. In fact, the title of Royal Bodybuilding sounds bluffing, but that's it. In this world where magic is respected, although there will be pupils such as Natsu, Gray, Urza, etc. who practice magic, at the same time, magicians who focus on improving physical fitness and physical skills will also appear. But from an overall point of view, the sorcerer actually doesn't pay much attention to bodybuilding. Regardless of the original work, many wizards appeared more like melee wizards, but this is indeed the case. However, this still cannot be changed. Quite a few magicians in this world don't pay attention to bodybuilding. They are crispy skins. Take the two Penises brothers hired by Baron Iberu as an example. When they were fighting with Natsu, they also said that the wizard was not good at physical skills, and they wanted to defeat Natsu by relying on the weakness of the wizard's physical skills. Because, before, they all did this. Moreover, the effect has been good. It's a pity that they encountered a strange thing among the slayers or dragon slayer Natsu. The dragon itself represents both the body and the magic, both of which are awesome. The same goes for Dragon Slayer. Moreover, Natsu also pays attention to training his body during his daily practice. His savage training method is to temper his physique and simultaneously improve his magical power. It is probably taught by the Fire Dragon King Igneel. It is not difficult to understand that it is easy to defeat two strong physical skills. How he meditated, Tian Chen didn't know this, but when he crossed over 400 years ago, he could ask. Although Laxus can also be called Dragon Slayer, he is meditating, and at the same time he uses thunder to temper his body to make his body stronger. Hey? That's right. I can ask Laxus to see if he has good bodybuilding skills. Maybe he has it in the Dragon Crystal inheritance. Tianchen suddenly stopped the bodybuilding exercise, and said suddenly. Whether it's the original work or seeing a real person now, Laxus gives Tianchen the feeling that it should be very strong just in terms of physical fitness and physical skills. There should be a bodybuilding technique, even if he didn't originally, he should have summed up a set of suitable bodybuilding secrets by himself. It is very likely to be related to lightning and lightning magic. It just so happened that Tianchen himself also had a good affinity with the thunder element, which might be very suitable. Just ask when you finish eating. I hope he is still there today. Laxus has been banned for a week, and it is estimated that he has been panicked a long time ago. I heard him arguing with the old man about this matter this morning. Regardless of whether Laxus has a better exercise method, it is still early, and Tianchen has not directly given up the current exercise, and continued to start the exercise from the beginning. Effective. With the completion of a whole set of body exercises, Tianchen could clearly feel a little fever all over his body with his keen senses, and his physique began to slightly improve. For an individual, perhaps he could not judge the growth of his physique so clearly. Because, once again, the improvement is too little. But he is different. Taking control of himself is his strong point. In addition, the body cells also have an indescribable sense of comfort and soreness. Continue. Feeling that he could still hold on to the Tianchen activities, he came to his hands and feet, and then, with a slight excitement on his face, he started to do the second exercise. Chapter 34, Practicing Knight's Bodybuilding Techniques, Guild Signage. Lady Lisa, please ask for flowers, collect it. In fact, the entire Fiori Royal Knight Fitness exercise has other supporting training programs. However, in Tianken's view, most of them are harmful to the body. They use a lot of ultra-extreme training to improve their physical fitness and fighting skills at the expense of overdraft potential and even part of their vitality. This kind of thing, even in the ordinary technological world of the previous life, has similar training methods. However, for various reasons, the effect is not as good as in this world. Okay. Enhance the effect. This kind of training method can cause great damage to the body of healthy adults. After the peak period of the body is over, it will inevitably be various injuries and life savings. Not to mention, Tianken's body is now just a 10-year-old child. A 10-year-old child with a physique surpassing that of an average adult in the previous life. Reluctantly to level with the average 10-year-old in the world. This is an extraordinary world at all, and the air is full of magic power. Even if the magic power has limited effects on ordinary people, but in this kind of magical environment for a long time, even the physique of ordinary children is far from the ordinary world of adults in the previous life. Then, this is easy to understand. It would be even more incomparable if it was compared with a monster like Natsu. It is okay to say that he is a weaker young dragon. At least, this is true in terms of resilience and anti-strike ability. Hey! It's the limit. I'm so hungry. After doing the whole body forging exercise 10 times, Tianchen finally felt that his body had reached its limit, and doing it any more would only damage his body, so he stopped immediately. He supported his knees with both hands to breathe for a while, eased his energy, massaged his legs with his hands, moved his body, hands and feet at random, and felt a lot more relieved, before turning around and returning to the guild hall from the back door. Give me a glass of milk and a sandwich, thank you. Tianchen greeted Nebo, who was standing in front of the guild mission card, and then went straight to the bar and said to the young lady inside. Nebo is the strange thing who has been guarding the task panel every day until the finale of the original book, and has never done a task. This reflects from the side that this guy despises single dogs and is the rich second generation. Otherwise, where is so much idle time? In fact, as can be seen from the Civil War, he is not very weak. Okay. Wait a minute. Xiao Tianchen. The young lady smiled and stretched out her hand in Tianken's helpless look, rubbed his head, and messed up his blonde hair, then turned to the refrigerator and took a can of milk and a glass, and poured a glass for Tianchen. Then he heated a sandwich with fire magic and pushed it in front of Tianchen with the milk. Give. Thanks. Tianchen took the milk and the sandwich, thanked it again, and finished the sandwich in 2 or 3 bites, and then took a big bite in his mouth, and 1/3 of the cup was gone in an instant. Guru swallowed, and he complained to the little sister with a little speechlessness, "Sister Lisa, can you not touch my head every time? I'm not a kid anymore." Although the physical age has been reduced, and even psychologically, it is because some young bodies are affected, and sometimes they appear a little naive, but Tianchen will never admit that he is really naive. By the way, this young lady with long black hair is called Lisa, who is also a wizard in the guild, and she actually looks pretty. She is also the current guild Kanban girl, who is responsible for providing drinks, food, and other services to everyone in the guild, as well as receiving tasks. Myra, the future signboard girl, I don't know where it is now. Besides, Mila was still a little tame character in this period, right? Miss Lisa, the current Kanban girl, does not seem to have appeared in the original work. But Tianchen knew that the guy from Macau liked this young lady. Therefore, Tianchen guessed that this young lady might not be the legendary wife of the guy from Macau in the original work, right? That is Romeo's mother. He thought it was very possible. He. I know. Xiao Tianchen is already a little man, right? Lisa smiled and responded, but how Tianchen looked at her attitude, it didn't look like she had accepted it. Seeing that many places of Tianken's short sleeves were soaked with sweat, Lisa then smiled and asked, "Look at you sweating profusely. Did you go to practice again? Really hard? If you have worked so hard on this fellow Macau, you might have become an S-rank wizard in the guild long ago." Sure enough. Tianchen nodded with a clear look, and muttered in his heart, "You two guys definitely have a situation. It seems that my guess is likely to be true." Boom. Lisa saw this guy nodding her head weirdly and looking at her. She suddenly reached out and tapped Tianken's brain with an angry expression, staring at Tianchen with a fierce expression. "Did you just think about something? Good thing. Where is it?" Tianchen suddenly looked innocent and covered the place where he was knocked on his head with one hand, and said straightforwardly, "I'm just thinking, Sister Lisa, you always mention Uncle Macau, you two are not talking about the object." Var. Chapter 35. Macau has left Wakaba to go alone? 4 flowers, collect. Lisa and Macau, who were playing cards with Wakaba, were not far away, and suddenly their cheeks blushed and steam blew on their heads. Some stammers argued in unison, "Don't talk nonsense." What's the matter?" Then, both of them found that the other party had said the same thing as themselves, and suddenly turned their heads aside like frizz, but at the same time couldn't help but glance back and look at each other. Then, his face turned redder. "Tianchen. This is the reinterpretation of this place without silver 300 taels, right?" Immediately afterwards, other people in the guild lobby also began to booze. Oh. You can do it. I said something is wrong with you lately? Did you come together a long time ago? Macau, you guy stole away. Among them, the guy Ui Wakaba made the most fun, and the eyes of the guy looking at Macau were still full of envy and jealousy. Lisa is a beautiful woman by her size, and she is also the guild's Kanban girl. Not only Macau likes her, but guild single dogs like Wakaba also have a good impression of Ms. Lisa. However, I didn't expect it to be preempted by Macau at some point. Seeing that the two of them have already looked like concubines, Wakaba and the others are a little sour, but they can only bless them. How can it be repaired? Congratulations, brother. Wakaba expressed his sincere congratulations to his good friend Macau. Ah. Thanks. I believe you will find your significant other soon. Macau touched the back of his head a little shyly, and replied with an awkward smile. I can't tell that this old boy is quite shy at this time. It's just, what's the matter of the pride hidden in the eyes? Forget it. This is a stuffy S-type. Tianchen saw that Macau was even red like a monkey pee-pee, but he could still show hidden eyes like that, and suddenly shook his head with a little amusement. In the original book, this guy has always been such a person. What impressed Tianchen most was that a large group of members of the serious group of the guild were sealed for 7 years. After his return, the old man ridiculed him to continue to be the president of the guild for 4 generations. Looks like the salted fish is like him. In fact, he also has a fantasy in his heart. He can compare the scenes with the first generation Mavis, the second generation Preto, and the third generation Makarov, the 3 famous masters. By the way, on the surface, I like to pretend to be humble and shy. Really? You little fellow. You are all to blame. The relationship between the two was broken, and Lisa was shy and annoyed, reaching out to twist Tianchen's ears. How smart is Tianchen? She had already guarded against her hand, and instantly completed the magic blessing of her own light system, and flew away in time for several meters. Gurulu. With a sigh of relief, the milk in the cup in his hand was suffocated, and then the empty glass was placed on a side table with a pop. Today's cultivation goals have been completed, and all the magic books that can be read for the time being have been read. He is going to go to the public library in the town to see if there is any suitable book to read. This kid. Lisa walked out of the bar angrily and funny, but did not chase Tianchen, but took back the empty glass left by Tianchen. Then he went back to the bar. Put the glass clean and upside down on the glass shelf. Sitting in the bar with his chin in his hand, he smiled knowingly when he watched the blushing face over there, playing cards and dealing with Macau, who was ridiculing by the big guy. Although the other half of her choice is not a very powerful wizard, she likes Macau. A little handsome, the key is still obedient. Tianchen, is Macau handsome? This is a question worth pondering. Xiao Tianchen. Come shopping. Would you like some magic arrow pork today? I just killed it. Just greeted Tianchen with Uncle John, who specializes in selling monster meat. To go to the library, you have to go through the street where you can buy food. Tianchen often goes shopping with the old man this week, so he is familiar with many uncles and aunts here. Everyone also knows that Fairy Tale has newly added a handsome blonde boy, who looks old and cute. President Makarov treats him like a grandson. Let's watch it later. It depends on the opinion of the chairman's grandfather. Now I'm going to the library in town. Goodbye, Uncle John. Tianchen waved his hand at Uncle John and replied. Haha. That's good. You go quickly. Uncle John smiled and waved goodbye to Tianchen. In the end, he praised it loudly. It's great to love learning so much. If my brat had you so well behaved and loved to learn, he will definitely have a lot of promise now. Where? Big brother Mark is also great now. Tianchen smiled and complimented. How about becoming a child of someone else's family? This is not good. It's easy to be hated, so he thinks it's better to keep a low profile. Good afternoon, Xiao Tianchen. Good afternoon, Aunt Molly. Next, along the way, many shop owners greeted Tianchen. Tianchen also responded with a polite smile one by one. Chapter 36 Magnolia's Library, Rich Alchemy Books, Seeking Flowers, Collection. After a while, Tianchen passed through the whole line of reception and arrived at the entrance of the town library next to the town hall building. After registering in the entrance hall, after applying for a temporary library voucher, I walked into the library. Soon, Tianchen found the alchemy area and looked for an alchemy book on the shelf. That's right. There are also alchemy books available for borrowing. Of course, it is not a secret book, but a magical book on alchemy that has been widely used. For example, Magic Encyclopedia of Four-Wheeled Vehicles, Principle and Production Process of Magic Communication Crystal, etc. Many books related to magical alchemy products that are relatively common and do not involve unique technology are collected in the town library. Some books related to magic products that are difficult to produce and require relatively high cost and craftsmanship can also be found here. The principle and production process of magic communication crystal belongs to this kind. Most people can't make it at all, and can't afford it. The key is that this thing hasn't been miniaturized yet, and it has average practicability. There is a set of communication magic crystals in the guild, which is expensive, and under normal circumstances, the old man is reluctant to use it. When he came to the library last time, Tianchen was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the world's technical secrecy system for magical alchemy was so loose, and these books on magical alchemy were very useful to him. He himself had the idea of a part-time alchemist after reading the basic alchemy book on the guild. Mainly for the convenience of making some magic items that you need and like, and make some money by the way. Research and purchase some resources for cultivation require a lot of funds. Even buying Warcraft meat every day requires a lot of money. He couldn't stay at the old man's house all the time, eating, drinking, and staying, although the old man definitely didn't care, and Laxus wouldn't mind, but Tianchen himself felt that it was always bad. Especially after he feels that he already has a certain degree of independence. In fact, he felt that he could already start accepting the guild's entrusted tasks, but the old man did not agree, and he was also very helpless. I can only temporarily rest my mind in this regard, and wait a month or two to improve my strength. In addition, some things are inconvenient to stay at the old man's house. For example, if he wants to experiment with alchemy and make magic props, he needs a special alchemy room, and he needs a special alchemy room to study pharmacy. It takes a lot of money to move out, buy a house, build an alchemy room and a medicine room. In addition, because after this breakthrough, if you want to speed up filling up the magic source, you also need Krypton gold. Accumulating slowly is not his style. So, I can't make money if I don't want to do it. In the situation that the way of receiving quests to make money is temporarily unworkable, Tianchen felt that perhaps it would be easier to find a way from another world. It just so happened that he also wanted to find resources from other worlds that could increase the speed of his cultivation. Therefore, he is ready to formally showdown with the old man, and wants to take him to the small space to explain to him some of the small space and the gate of time and space. This step is a matter of time. Many of his plans in the future will also require the support and help of the old man and even some partners in the fairy tale guild. He has already had this psychological construction. After reading books in the library for more than an hour, the time had come to 5 p.m., the sun was already west. Tianchen quickly put the books in his hands back on the shelf, out of the library, and walked quickly to the guild. Although I only watched it for more than an hour this afternoon, don't forget that Tianchen has a talent for fast memory and fast learning. A book, read it 2 or 3 times quickly, you can remember it completely. He didn't plan to come every day, so he was just memorizing the contents of these books for more than an hour. After that, you can recall the content of the book when you have time, and then go to get a deeper understanding. Therefore, in just over an hour, he has read more than 10 thick alchemy books. As soon as he returned to the guild lobby, Tianchen saw the old man sitting on the bar, drinking wine while looking at the door. Oh! Seeing him coming back, the old man immediately waved at him and said loudly, "Your kid is back. Let's go. Let's go shopping. It's time to go back to make dinner. Laxus is almost coming back. These days, he has cultivating in the back mountains. Wait for a while, I guess I will be hungry again." Then, the old man poured all the remaining wine in the cup into his stomach, jumped off the bar, and quickly walked to Tianchen's side, beckoned to him, and walked to the door of the guild. Good. Tianchen nodded to keep up. In fact, both the old man and Tianchen knew that Laxus could solve dinner in the wild. Anyway, there are many beasts or fierce beasts in the forest. It's just that this food's appetite has been raised by the dishes made by Tianchen recently, and it's a bit better. So, this week, he will come back on time every day to finish his meal. Wakaba. The guild will leave it to you to finish it today. Remember to lock the door. Before leaving the gate, the old man did not forget to turn his head and speak loudly to Wakaba. Wakaba smoked a cigar and played a card, raised his hand without turning his head and waved at the door. I know, President. You can go shopping for groceries without worry. The old man greeted Tianchen with confidence to walk to the commercial street where he bought vegetables. Chapter 37 Tianchen, do you always pay attention to the wrong point? For flowers, collect. I heard that you revealed the relationship between Macau and Lisa Chan today. On the way, the old man asked with a smile. He went out before, and only heard about it when he came back from his busy schedule. Fortunately, he teased Macau a bit, and then sent blessings to the two of them. Yes. Tianchen nodded, and said cheerfully, I just lied to them both when I saw that something was wrong with them. Unexpectedly, the two of them showed their true shape all at once. A lot of people didn't expect it. Macau, this stuffy guy, is such a chicken thief, he is a quick and cruel one. There are many young men and older singles in the guild who like Sister Lisa. The news this time is definitely a bolt from the blue for them. I have seen the look of this guy Wakaba a little lost. Hee. After listening, the old man touched his chin and nodded, yeah. Well done. It's time to expose them. It's been months for the two of them to show signs of nothing. I've been watching them all the time, and I am anxious for them. They are all a lot of age. If you don't want to improve your strength, then get married early and have the next generation. It is good to cultivate a few outstanding next generations for the guild. This thought made Tianchen feel ashamed. The old man's idea is really hardcore. But I can understand even thinking about it. His old man has spent his entire life for the guild. How deep is his affection? Wish the guild had as many talents as possible, and the stronger the guild, the better. Of course, he is not the bald guild leader of the Swordbite Tiger, who only wants to grow the guild and doesn't care about the feelings of the guild members. He hopes that everyone in the guild can help and love each other like a family. Then, become stronger on this basis. Okay. It would be better to become the best guild in the world. That way, even if he is dead, he will be able to brag about the first and second generations in the underworld. It's a pity that Tianchen didn't know what the old man was thinking at this time. Otherwise, he would have the heart to tell him. The second generation President Preto had already fallen into darkness, and he became one of the three core guilds of the Dark Guild Balam Alliance. The president of Grimoire Heart Guild, and changed his name to Hades. I believe that if the old man knows, he will definitely be a little skeptical of life. The operation of the second generation president is incomprehensible to most people. His elders will know about this kind of thing sooner or later, and Tianchen feels that telling him earlier will make him better psychologically prepare. Of course, the time is wrong, he can't explain the source of his information, so wait. What you are talking about? I think that even a good friend of Macau has found a partner. Do you think the old man will help Wakaba also solve the major issues in life as soon as possible? I think he is very envious of Macau. Tianchen said with a smirk on his face, bewildered. Oh? That's a good idea. The old man raised his eyebrows, touched his chin and groaned for a while. He felt that there was something wrong with this. Then, he suddenly changed his conversation and looked at Tianchen with a smirk and said, the young man has sharp eyes. You can also see Macau and his Wakaba's unusual friendship. Tianchen. Do you always pay attention to the key points of the wrong topic? That's it. The old man is going to be broken. After dinner, after some serious thinking, Tianchen finally decided to tell the old man and Laxus about the small space and the gate of time and space. Of course, he didn't directly talk about the system, but instead said that he had awakened a special talent. It doesn't matter whether they believe it or not, old man. Anyway, Tianchen himself believed it. Someone will join him in the future and prepare to say the same. As for the explanation? Non-existent. This is the communication space of the 10,000 worlds you are talking about? So small? Is it so simple? Is that door frame the door of time and space you said? You can really go to other worlds through it. As soon as he took the old man and Laxus into the communication center area of the small space, Laxus held his hands and looked at the communication center curiously, and then commented. The old man couldn't help but nodded. He felt that Laxus's evaluation was still very pertinent. The space was only 150 square meters, with white walls all around and above and below, except for a gate of time and space, which was almost unobstructed. There are no more decorations. The old man was even more interested in the gate of time and space. He approached and carefully looked at the pattern on the gate of time and space for a while, and quickly moved his eyes away forcibly. Closing his eyes and regaining his dizziness, he said to Tianchen, the gate of time and space is a bit interesting at this time. The pattern on it is very mysterious, and I can't see through it. Tisk tusk. Generally speaking, your kid is very talented. If you can really travel to other worlds. This space is a bit smaller. Tianchen unsurprisingly spread his hands. Isn't this just getting started? What can grow in the future, but it needs to invest a lot of origin. Beginner is more reasonable, okay? This is in line with the setting of talent awakening. 2. The old man nodded in agreement, and then looked at Tianchen amusedly. Your kid brought us in, right? Chapter 38, Building the Number 1 Fairy Tale Guild in the 10,000 Worlds? 4 flowers, collect. There must be places where they need their help. Otherwise, ordinary people would never choose to reveal this kind of talent, which would only increase their own danger. However, as soon as he entered here, the old man discovered that he was set to not disclose everything about the small space to people who had not entered the small space privately, and at the same time, he could not make an inexplicable contract with rules that would harm Tianchen. I can only understand that there is such a contract, but I can't get a glimpse of the nature and location of the contract at all. It also meant that he couldn't crack it with his current strength. The old man also knew why Tianchen dared to disclose this matter. This did relieve him a lot. At least, don't worry too much about the safety of this kid Tianchen. As for Tianchen didn't say this beforehand, the old man didn't mind either. This is what it should be. Hey! I know I can't hide from you, old man. Tianchen smiled and scratched the back of his head with his hand, and said, whether it is a small space hindering the gate of time and space, you need a lot of origin points to improve. I only rely on me to accumulate it. I don't know when I need to wait. Besides, I want to improve my talents and need a lot of origin, so I can only mobilize the power of the masses. Of course, this matter itself is what you want and there is no compulsion. If you don't want to, you cannot enter here in the future, and it will have no effect. But this is an opportunity in itself, and traveling to other worlds is also of great benefit to everyone. Of course, being in another world is still dangerous. It depends on how you choose. Speaking of this, Tianchen paused, watching Laxus and the old man continue to say, so, I am not going to let everyone in the guild get the qualifications to enter and leave here, and in the future, the qualification grant is also going to set a certain threshold. I am going to discuss this with you and Laxus later. In addition, I think that becoming the world's number 1 guild in fairy tale is no longer suitable for our guild's future goals. The number 1 guild in the 10,000 worlds is more suitable. What do you think? After speaking, Tianchen looked at the old man and Laxus with a smile on his face. Number 1 in the world? Haha. Very good idea. Sure enough, when the old man heard this, he opened his eyes and smiled, touching his chin, his expression erratic and fantasizing. He seems to have seen the future fairy tale guild's rule over the heavens and all realms. That scene must be very interesting, right? When Laxus heard the goal of the first guild of the 10,000 realms, his eyes lit up. He saw the hope of surpassing the old man. However, how can your kid rely on this source point to improve your talent? This ability is a bit shameless. Can this ability be used by others? The old man suddenly changed his conversation, revealing an incredible expression, and at the same time, he asked curiously. Okay. Laxus listened and focused his attention. He is also very curious. If he can, doesn't it mean that he also? Tianchen shook his head in the disappointed gaze of the two of them. Not for the time being. I don't know if it will be possible in the future. It depends on the upgrade of the talent in this small space. He had asked the system about this a long time ago, but it is not currently possible. As for the specific conditions for activation, the system did not say, but he did not lie to the old man and Laxus. Other world? Should it make me stronger faster? Since this matter was temporarily unavailable, Laxus quickly put the matter down, resting his chin with one hand, staring at Tianchen with a gleam in his eyes, and then asked. Tianchen nodded affirmatively. This is natural. There are countless worlds with different extraordinary power systems, and countless worlds that are better than ours. Although, for the sake of safety, it is not recommended that you go to a world that is too dangerous now, but just to obtain the other world power system as a reference, to obtain special resources that our world does not have, is enough to accelerate us exponentially. He knew what Laxus wanted, so he specifically picked up the aspects he was interested in. He also hopes that Laxus will join it as soon as possible to bring him additional source point income and speed up his original source point accumulation. Haha. That's good. I am very interested. I don't know when I can go to other worlds. There will be no restrictions on this, right? Laxus laughed loudly, satisfied with the answer, and immediately asked a little eagerly. Tianchen smiled slightly, and replied without hesitation, it's a while. Wait until I accumulate a little more source point. But, let's say it first, and then let you go to another world is also conditional. Immediately, Tianchen asked about the cost of traveling to other worlds. They went to another world to harvest the origin point and his division, how to earn the origin point, and many other information and precautions all rely on the system and small space. The ability of Laxus was directly transferred to the minds of Laxus and the old man. Originally, he wanted to let Laxus go to another world now, and by the way help himself earn origin points. But considering his few origins and his plan to explore another world, he was unable to help Laxus advance the cost of the shuttle, so he gave up temporarily. Wait for a while now. It is true that Laxus can also earn the origin point when he goes to another world, but it is in the early stage and the business is immature. God knows how long it will take him to repay the origin point investment of his loan. It is his own planning rhythm that is more important. Chapter 39. It's too tiring to fight alone, it's easier to bring everyone together. For flowers, collect. Regarding the issue of the division of the origin point, Tianchen has already settled down. He collects 30% rake. In addition, 10% of these 30% will be used as funds in the Guild Origin Pool. Guild Origin Pool, Guild members go to another world to obtain the origin point, which is set by Tianchen. The system will deduct 10% from his 3 components and deposit it into the origin pool. After publishing the task, the same will deduct 10% and deposit it into the origin pool. As a pool of funds for subsequent guild recruitment, advance payment of initial alien fees for newcomers, an upgrade of the gate of time and space, etc., the use of funds. At the same time, rewards for guild activities and guild public tasks can also be set. After the initial stage, the number of new recruits for the exchange center will increase according to the accumulation of the guild's source pool. In this way, it is possible to save Tianchen himself from paying the newcomer with his own origin point. Of course, this is something that will be considered only when the organization becomes stable in the future. Seeing that the income from the 30% to 70% is not much, but in the future, more and more people will join the exchange center to work for him. Everyone is 30%, which is very impressive. Okay. Really speaking, it is 20%. Tianchen even calculated the upgrade costs of small space and time and space gate into the guild's origin pool. Obviously, it is not prepared to fight this expenditure alone. These are two bottomless holes. A small space needs 10 source points to upgrade to second level. This is already out. After that, it takes 100 to upgrade to level 3, and it is estimated to be 1000 to upgrade to level 3. According to this rule, every higher level is 10 times higher. Increase, the source point needed later is absolutely massive. The gate of time and space requires 1000 origin points for the initial upgrade, and it will only be more terrifying in the future. You can't hold it on your own. This is also the reason why Tianchen didn't plan to go it alone as soon as it opened. How good is it for everyone to grow together and make a fortune together? There will also be a large group of companions on the eternal road in the future, so that they will not go on alone. After a while, the two people digested the information. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and looked at Tianchen. Tianchen smiled slightly and said, "Have you finished reading it? What do you think? Any suggestions can be made. These are just some regulations and frameworks that I have come up with during this period, including the follow-up recruitment standards. There are indeed some ideas. The old man has rich management experience. He has lived for decades, and he has been the president for decades." He immediately discussed with Tianchen about some regulations and recruitment standards. Laxus. Seeing the enthusiastic discussion between the two, Laxus couldn't put his mouth in at all. His face looked helpless, and he simply wandered around this white space. From time to time, he stretched out his hand and touched the white wall at the edge of the space, or looked at the empty door at that time. Feeling that the pattern on the gate of the sky made him dizzy, he quickly moved his eyes away, a few steps back in awe, choosing to stay away from the gate of time and space. "Oh! This thing is really evil," Laxus murmured to himself. The thief felt uncomfortable just now as he felt his whole head exploding again. The gate of time and space is so powerful. Of course, he has become more and more convinced that Tianchen said that this thing can lead to another world. The old man and Tianchen discussed it for more than 10 minutes before it ended. Basically, some arrangements and the criteria for personnel recruitment and assessment have been finalized. Want to join the Exchange Center, or the Fairy Tale Guild? Afterwards I will write fairy tale. You need enough growth potential and strength. There are a lot of specific terms, so I won't explain them one by one. Anyway, Tianchen's purpose in selecting people is to recruit as many talents as possible that can bring him more income from the source and with higher growth potential. The old man has no opinion on this either. People with too low strength and too low potential are really not suitable to join in a short time, so stay in the home world of fairy tale first. You are going to explore other world next, right? After the two talked, the old man asked with a smile. Although he was asking, it was clear from his expression. Yes. Tianchen didn't deny it either. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't bring the old man over now. As for Laxus, it was a complete addition. The main reason is that he is also at home, and after Tianchen goes to another world, he will inevitably disappear from time to time. Sooner or later, Laxus will notice it. It's better to take him here earlier, and it's safer. With a systematic security contract as a guarantee, it is more secure. Tianchen nodded helplessly. It's not that I want to quickly break through to the next stage. It takes a lot of time to accumulate. I don't have the money and resources to buy resources such as magic crystals, so I can only go. Think of a solution in other worlds. With that said, Tianchen told the old man about the transformation of his magic power and the change of the source of magic. When the old man heard this, he said happily, "This is a good thing. Others want to accumulate more magic power at the same level, but they can't do it. The amount of magic power in itself represents the potential of a magician to a certain extent. Moreover, most high-level magic and super magic require a certain amount of magic power. To learn and use it, a huge amount of magic power is required, and most people can't learn it. Chapter 40 Makarov, don't let down this favor. 4 flowers, collect. Also. Tianchen scratched the back of his head with his hand. It's such a reason. Not to mention, for example, fairy tales 3 big fairy super magic requires extremely large magic power and a fairly high level of magic quality. Tianchen is very interested in these 3 super magics. In the future, he will find a way to learn. Among the 3 super magics, apart from the fairy ball, it is a bit special. In addition to magic, it also needs the power of faith. The brilliance of the fairies and the laws of the fairies are both light-type super magic. The divine light is also light. Very suitable for Tianchen. Pull away. The old man carefully savored what Tianchen had said before, then he raised his brows and looked at Tianchen meaningfully and said, also, if you say that you go to other worlds to obtain resources, is it easy to obtain resources from other worlds? Do you know anything about other worlds too? It seems that your kid still has a lot of things to hide from us. Tianchen heard it, his expression was a little embarrassed, and then he was somewhat relieved to explain. Since there are systematic security regulations to ensure that he is a traverser of other world, confidentiality or non-confidentiality becomes less important. Of course, there are other considerations. In the future, whether it is him or Laxus who have joined or will join Fairy Tale, they will go to countless other worlds, and many of them are definitely familiar to Tianchen. At that time, tell them some plot trends and help them better get the origin point. In this way, his income will also increase. In addition, his own time and energy are limited. Many of the worlds he is familiar with may not be able to go. He chooses to reveal the plot to the people in fairy tales so that they can collect the source points and some resources that he can use. It's necessary. However, there is no charge for this information. Tianchen hasn't figured it out yet, and I will talk about it later. However, he was interrupted by the old man raising his hand before he could say it. Don't tell me. Then, the old man comforted his expression kindly, it doesn't matter if you can't say it. Everyone has their own secrets in their hearts. It's nothing. I am just a little curious to ask, and you don't need to really say it. When Laxus heard this, he was also a little interested, ready to listen. Hearing the old man say this, although he was a little regretful, he still turned his head away altogether. Whispering sound. He is not interested. Tianchen looked at the old man moved, took a deep breath, smiled and shook his head, and said, no. It's nothing to say it. I'm actually a traverser. Then, he selected some things he could talk about in his previous life and some of his experiences in the void, and roughly repeated them. Are you actually a visitor from Otherworld? The old man and Laxus were stunned. No wonder. No wonder you suddenly appeared in the depths of Karl's great forest at that time. I have been wondering. There are countless high-level beasts there. It is not your strength and age at all. Yes, it turned out to be like this. Thinking of the scene on the day when he met Tianchen, the old man suddenly realized. Originally, he was going to say that it was not a place where Tianchen could go by strength and age. But thinking that Tianchen had just said that he was already in his 20s, he omitted this point. However, even if Tianchen turned out to be a young man in his 20s, the old man would now only regard him as a child in his 10 years old. Don't think about pretending to be mature. Are you from Otherworld? No wonder you don't know the words on our side. But how can you understand and speak our words? Thinking of the embarrassment of teaching Tianchen's writing a few days ago, Laxus was deeply impressed and couldn't help but ask in confusion. It has something to do with your identity as the Awakener. The old man touched his chin, looked at Tian Chen, thinking and guessing. Yes. Old man, you are very accurate. Tian Chen nodded affirmatively, and then explained, when I awakened my magic talent, I automatically acquired part of the language knowledge of this world. I can understand and speak the language of this world, but I just don't know how to read. I see. Laxus nodded. This is probably the favor of the world. The old man thought for a while, and then said, according to what you said, the world you originally lived in did not have extraordinary powers. When you came to this world, you can awaken the awakening magic and learn the language of this world with non-native beings. The favor of the world. And, this favor is not shallow. At the same time, the old man thought of the power of the Tianchen rune. Thinking of this, the old man immediately told Tianchen with a solemn expression on his face, Xiao Tianchen. Don't let down this blessing in the future. The old man did not attribute the small space of Tianchen and the talent of the gate of time and space to the favor of fairy tale. Maybe he thought that before, but now that he learned about Tianchen's past life, he felt that this possibility was almost impossible. He felt that this should be Tianchen itself. The existence of Tianchen itself is a miracle, it is special. Otherwise, he would not be able to come to the fairy tale world alive from one world, through the endless void gap. I see. Tianchen also nodded solemnly. The world will of fairy tale really took care of him, so the special rune of awakening is not simple. It is a very powerful plug-in in itself. In the future, let's aim to make the fairy tale world better and try to promote it to a more advanced world. Tianchen decided to himself in his heart. Now, thinking about this may be a bit far away, and a bit crazy, but he feels that he will definitely be able to do it in the future. Chapter 41 Laxus, what strategic shift? Isn't it just running away? 4 flowers, collect. Okay. It's not too early. It's okay, let's go out first. Then, if you go to other worlds, remember to say hello in advance. Security issues, you also take care. It's really not possible, you can call me or Laxus for help at any time. It feels like the chat is almost done, it's empty here again, and there is nothing to look at. The old man told Tianchen again, and he was about to leave. Before, when discussing fairy tales rules and regulations, he had mentioned that he would fund Tianchen to decorate this place. Tianchen did not refuse, after all, this place will be the main base of fairy tale in the future. Tomorrow, the old man will go back to purchase the corresponding furniture and repair building materials. I will. Tianchen nodded gratefully, then waved his hand, condensing 2 golden time and space runes from the void, and sent them to the old man and Laxus respectively, and said, this is for you. Just stick it on the center of your brow and use it. This one. It's your vouchers for joining fairy tale and getting in and out of fairy tale. You will also need this if you want to travel to and from other worlds in the future. Then, Tianchen introduced the specific uses and functions of this thing to the old man and Laxus. Time rune, a voucher for fairy tale members to enter and leave a small space. At the same time, by communicating this voucher, you can get a 555 warehouse in a small space, which can be used to store some precious things. This storage function can only be used in a small space. The in and out function is easy to understand, and the storage warehouse function is also very simple, but this function is a bit tasteless. You can't use this as a portable storage space like Tianchen himself. After all, this thing followed him, and other people's time and space runes were only a positioning coordinate and shuttle communicator for the time being. In the future, with the upgrading of small spaces, it may increase. For the time being, Tianchen himself didn't know this. Oh? Let's try it. A look of surprise flashed across the faces of the old man and Laxus, and then without hesitation, they picked up the time and space runes and pressed them to the center of their eyebrows. Call out. The next moment, the rune submerged in their eyebrows, directly into their spiritual sea, and then went straight to the old man and their respective natal magic runes, and stopped there steadily. Immediately afterwards, the information and functions of this rune also flowed out of the time and space rune, and came to the minds of both the father and Laxus, and they learned of it. This thing is good, very convenient, it is very suitable for strategic transfer. With this, I am not too worried about your comfort. After receiving the information, the old man nodded in satisfaction. In addition, the storage warehouse is also good. He thinks that some valuable and important things may be stored here, and there is no need to worry about loss or theft. Whispering sound. Laxus expressed disdain. What strategic shift? Isn't it okay to say escape so nicely? His life did not escape these two words. Crushing the enemy with powerful strength is what my generation of magicians should do. Too lazy to care about you. When the old man saw Laxus's expression, he knew what he was thinking about. And he rolled his eyes directly, and then told Tian Chen, "Don't learn from this guy. You have to withdraw when it is time to withdraw, but life is only once, otherwise, I don't feel relieved to let you go out." "Okay." Tian Chen smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and waved, opening a door leading to other areas of the small space, and said to the old man and Laxus, "I will take you to other areas to see." Are there other areas? I thought it was only here. What are you waiting for? Let's go. When the old man and Laxus met, they were both taken aback and didn't refuse, and immediately followed in Tiankin's footsteps. "There are other places you didn't say earlier." "There is nothing here, I'm tired of staying a long time ago." When Laxus walked to Tiankin's side, he didn't forget to complain. "Hey! Other areas are generally not open to other people. They belong to my small private base. Come with me." Tian Chen smiled and brought the old man and Prime Minister Laxus to his divided private residential area. It was divided into a 4-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms by him. The layout mainly refers to the house of his previous life. It's just that the decoration inside, home appliances, furniture and the like have not been matched, just the use of small space power to transform some metal structures such as bed frames, chairs, tables, and other furniture. Subsequent repairs. Firstly, Tian Chen didn't have the money to buy related furniture products and decoration materials. Secondly, he was going to wait for the initial exploration of the alien world. At that time, maybe you can get a better product, or the one without money. This is a living suite I set up. In the future, 1 or 2 rooms will be divided into workshops for studying magic potions and alchemy. Tian Chen introduced them to the old man. The old man looked around the apartment, frowning slightly. "You are still empty here. Basically there is nothing, or I will help you buy some furniture and materials to decorate it. Including the exchange. The same goes for the center." Chapter 42: The difference between the aura in a small space and the magic of fairy tale. The old man didn't ask Tian Chen why he set up a living suite here. In fact, he thinks that Tiankin's method is good. It is like bringing a portable home. In the future, whether you are going out to do missions in the home world of fairy tale or going to other worlds, you can always have an absolutely safe place to live. This is comparable. Everything is strong. Regarding the old man's suggestion, Tian Chen thought about it, and shook his head and said, "Forget it for now. I'll discuss it with the old man when I need it. After that, I'll go back to another world? Maybe I can get some good things. If you can, it will save you money. The exchange center is included too. I really can't get it, I will ask you for help again." Regarding the refurbishment of the living suites and even the exchange center, Tian Chen was more modern and technologically luxurious on that day. Of course, it is also a good choice if you can add magic technology. But this is definitely going to be expensive, and he can't say this to the old man. Didn't you see that there are not many magical technologies and product applications in the old man's house? Not only because these things are expensive to make, but also fairy tale world is not systematic and perfect in terms of magic technology life, standardization. He already has some clues about these things. After all, he has read a lot of books on alchemy magic tools. In the future, he can try to learn alchemy while magically transforming it. The old man listened, nodded, and did not persuade him. All right. You have an idea. Just tell me if you need it, don't be embarrassed to speak up. Are there any other areas? Let's go to the next one. After walking around here, seeing that there is nothing good to see, the old man suggested. Okay, follow me. Naturally, Tianchen had no objection, and immediately opened the door to the planting area. He took the father and two to the planting area, pointed to the crops here, and introduced, "This is the planting area. I have planted some of them these days. The low-level potions collected in the nearby forest, as well as some common grains and the like." The old man scanned the entire ethnic zone with his back on his back and glanced at Tianchen funnily and said, "No wonder, the previous few times I took you to the forest to experience, you are looking for opportunities to search for these things. You also ask from the grain store. I want some grain, I'm still wondering what you want to do. So it's for this. Hey. Yeah." Tianchen smiled and scratched the back of his head. "It's not that simple here, is it?" When the old man saw this, he felt that there were other things he hadn't noticed. Combining with some anomalies he found when he entered the small space before, he immediately pondered, there must be special characteristics that ordinary fields don't have, just like Polusica's. It's the same as the potion field. Otherwise you wouldn't plant it specially. I feel that the growth and appearance of some potions are a little abnormal. Even the ordinary wheat and rice are too strong. What is there in it? Let's listen to it." Before Tianchen could answer, Laxus took the lead and said, "Sure enough, I felt the air here." "No. It is not so much air, but the magic in the atmosphere is very different from the outside world." "Where was it before?" "The communication center and the living room are not so obvious yet, the strange magic here is even more intense, and the difference is more judgmental." "That's right." Hearing the words, the old man nodded affirmatively. "I also found out before. The magic here seems to be more energetic and vital than the outside world, and there is even a mysterious thing inside, which is temporarily incomprehensible, but for us the benefits of a mentor are obvious. If you can meditate and practice here for a long time, and absorb and transform the magic power here, whether it is physique, magic quality, or lifespan, it is estimated that there will be a lot of improvement." After speaking, both the old man and Laxus looked over with scorching eyes, their eyes full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge. "Hey hey." Tianchen smiled slightly and explained, "You feel right. The magic here is quite different from the fairy tale world. I prefer to call it aura." The old man and Laxus said in unison, "Aura." "Yes." Tianchen nodded, and then said, "In comparison, as you feel the old man, the aura contained in the atmosphere is more powerful than the natural magic in the fairy tale atmosphere. Therefore, whether it is for the quality of the magic or the physique and lifespan of the guide has a lot to promote. In addition, the aura also has a kind of good fortune that I named Links You, which has powerful effects such as enlightening the spirit, promoting the evolution of the thing, and enhancing the effect. This land also contains a lot of spiritual energy, which can be called a spiritual field, and it has a great promotion effect on the growth rate of potions, plants, the accumulation of medicinal effects, and plant evolution." Both the old man and Laxus were moved. Laxus even bent over and leaned closer to a relatively common potion, and muttered, "No wonder this potion looks a little weird, and it has more fluctuations in its magic power than the same kind of potion outside. Is this something called Reiki?" "Yes." Tianchen nodded affirmatively. Chapter 43, The Old Human Wife Who Hates Humans. Polusica, please ask for flowers, collect it. No wonder you think about dividing a field to grow potions and crops. Doesn't that spring also contain aura? The old man touched his chin clearly, then cast his eyes on the spring pool in the center of the planting area, and asked Tian Chen. Tian Chen definitely nodded, yes. Spring water also contains a lot of aura. Whether it is used to water crops or drink directly, it is a good choice. You can use it here if you want to drink water in the future. The aura in the atmosphere, spring water is undoubtedly more gentle and easy to absorb. To distinguish from the attributes, the aura in the spring water is more appropriately called the water attribute aura. As for the aura in the atmosphere, like magic, it has aura of various attributes. This is no different. Can this spring water be taken out? Will the spiritual energy not be lost? Laxus asked heartily. He is interested in everything that can speed up his practice and help become stronger. The old man shook his head speechlessly. It will definitely be lost, right? This is of the same nature as the fountain of magic power, but you can try to use the crystal bottle containing magic fountain or potion, maybe it will work. This is a question of common sense, okay? Tian Chen also nodded again and again. Although he hadn't seen the magic sealing crystal bottle, since it can be used to contain and store magical water and magical potions, it is no problem to use it to hold the spirit spring. Although aura and natural magic are different, to a certain extent, they are both a kind of heaven and earth vitality. There may be differences in composition, but there are more of the same nature. That's good. In the future, drinking water will use this spiritual spring water. Laxus nodded in satisfaction, as long as it can be saved. Then, he turned to Tian Chen and said, you should need your authorization to come in here? Otherwise, we won't be unable to come in before. Do you give me permission? Give me one too. The old man also followed. No problem. Tian Chen nodded in response, immediately mobilized the power of the small space, and directly granted the old man and Laxus the authority to enter the planting area. And then said, I will also use a pipe to connect the Lingchuan water to the exchange center. You can also pick it up there. In the future, more and more people will join Fairy Tale. It is impossible for Tian Chen to grant everyone access to the planting area. In the future, there will only be more and more good things to be planted in the planting area. Although there is a security contract, Tian Chen is not afraid of them moving, but he does not want to give people permission casually. Fair enough. The old man nodded, and then promised with a smile, after that, I will go to Polusica and the potion market to help you collect a batch of potion plantings and living seedlings for you. I think most of the areas you grow here are wheat and rice, which is a little wasted. Since it can improve the quality of the potion, it can also speed up its growth, and it must be used. There are many kinds of potions, whether it is Tiankin's own practice of potion making in the future, or selling in exchange for money, it is an excellent choice. Laxus met and promised, I will also help you pay attention to these things when I go out. Then, I will send it directly to the planting area, and you just remember to transplant it yourself. Since Lingchuan water has inherited Tiankin's favor, and he owes more favors when he travels through another world, Laxus doesn't mind giving back on this kind of thing. In addition, he will pay more attention to those who are helpful to Tian Chen. Thank you then. Tian Chen smiled knowingly. So fine. In many places in the wild, his current strength can't go, but Laxus is completely capable of intruding, and there should be surprises. As for Granny Barusika, because she hates humans extremely and has a very bad attitude towards anyone, Tian Chen has been there once, but she doesn't want to go again. Even if he coveted her knowledge of potions and pharmaceutics books. He couldn't hold back the sound of disgust rushing over his face. Since the old man is willing to help, that would be great. If you can, when you go to Granny Polusica, can you help me borrow some books on pharmacy from her? I have finished reading everything in the guild. Tian Chen then asked the old man. Haha. It seems you are afraid of her too. The old man saw Tiankin's fearful eyes, with his hands on his waist, he smiled happily, nodded and agreed, "Yes. I agree to this. I will borrow the pharmacy books from her in batches for you. I hope you can study and research well, maybe you will be the next master potionist in the guild." Balayasika is also getting older, and many heirs of medicine in the guild have also listened to her. But, of course. Speaking of this, the old man raised his face again and warned, "I allow you to study pharmacy, and I will not prevent you from studying alchemy, but you remember that you can't leave the main things like magic and meditation behind, and you can't study some of the taboos. Things, can you guarantee it? Whether it is alchemy or pharmacy, there are many taboos, and the old man is also worried about Tianchen going wrong. Had to give him a wake-up call in advance. Chapter 44 Makarov and Laxus Request. Okay. Tianchen nodded quickly and responded, "I understand. I promise that those things will not be involved, nor will magic and strength enhancement be lost." He can still distinguish what is the main and what is the second. Learning pharmacy and alchemy, although he also has his hobbies in it, these two are more for his cultivation. In the future, he may be involved in more sub-professionals, but he will still not forget the main goal. There are two great talents for fast learning and fast memory, so don't worry about not being able to learn. At that time, he can still choose to upgrade these two talents. He was actually quite curious about how powerful these two talents would be when they reached a higher level. Really unforgettable? Seconds? Realize in an instant? The prospects are exciting. That's good. Then let's visit again. The old man was very satisfied with Tiankin's attitude. Not arrogant or impetuous, very stable, and the future is limitless. In contrast, Laxus did not make him so worry-free. It would be nice if Laxus could also mature sooner and not be so naive and awkward. The old man sighed in his heart. I blamed his whole son Ivan. If it weren't for him, how could Laxus be so separated from him? His son did something to hurt the members of the guild and chose to fall into the dark. This matter has always been a pain in the heart of the old man. Blame Ivan for being disobedient? Or do you blame yourself for not teaching him well? Maybe they all. Haze. At this moment, Laxus on the side breathed abruptly, then rubbed his nose with his hands inexplicably, and muttered a little depressed, "What's the situation? Someone is talking about me." Then, he secretly glanced at Tianchen and the old man with suspicious eyes, just to meet the angry look of the old man. Laxus. Suddenly, Laxus felt uncomfortable. Humph. Tsundere turned his head away, snorted softly, holding his hands, not looking at the old man. At the same time, he said in his heart, "It really is this old man. What an unpleasant look in his eyes. What? Ahaha. Then let's go to the last warehouse area to have a look." Seeing the deceptive attitude of the grandfather and grandson, Tianchen gave a ha-ha and hurriedly rounded the field. Smiling while pulling the old man, he greeted Laxus to visit the warehouse area with only shelves and the storage room for fairy tale members. Xiao Tianchen. Have a discussion. Can you set up a few meditation rooms in the exchange center? It doesn't need to be too big. Each is enough for one person to meditate in it. Of course, the most important thing is that there must be aura inside. Supplement, is it okay? After visiting all the areas, the old man asked Tianchen. Naturally, his purpose is self-evident, that is, he has taken a fancy to the aura effect here, and he wants to change the place of meditation in his daily life. The exchange center is so big, there are only 3 of them in Fairy Tale now, so it's too wasteful to be empty. The old man wants to do something for himself and Laxus. He didn't mention Tiankin's living suite. In his opinion, it was Tiankin's private space, and when Tianchen had given permission to the planting area before, he did not give them the permission there, which in itself showed a certain attitude towards it. I forced him to believe that Tianchen would also be willing to give it. But the old man still hopes to leave such a private space for Tian Chen. The communication space is different. This kind of meditation room can be used not only by him and Laxus, but also by people who will join Fairy Tale in the future. In the future, it can be counted as one of the public benefits of Fairy Tale members. As for the number of people in the future, what should I do if the exchange center is not enough? You can upgrade the small space. Anyway, everyone contributes, isn't it? When Laxus heard it, he nodded and looked at Tian Chen eagerly. I think the old man's suggestion is good. What do you think? If you agree, you can tell me if you need it later. As long as it can be done, I will try my best to help. Yours. I have no problem. Let's set it up. Tian Chen spread his hands, and immediately agreed to come down. Then, Tian Chen used his small space power to wave his hands, and raised several walls from one side of the communication center, dividing 4 rows of meditation rooms. Each meditation room is not big, just about 4 or 5 square meters, just enough to accommodate one person in meditation and practice. At the same time, Tian Chen Hao switched on the aura circulation system in the meditation room to ensure the aura supply in it. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered the magical array such as the Gathering Spirit Array, otherwise, it can further increase the concentration of aura in the meditation room. Tian Chen thought with some regret. Finally, he shook his head secretly. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Then, looking at Laxus, he continued his previous words and said, speaking of helping, I really have something to ask you. Laxus was slightly surprised, and curious as to what Tian Chen might be doing, immediately made a gesture of please, and motioned, say it. Tian Chen immediately opened his mouth and said, I have recently started to learn the secret arts of bodybuilding. I want to improve my physique, but there are very few books in this area in the guild, and the effects are very average. I don't know if you have any good ones. A little bit better. He is actually not sure whether Laxus has this kind of secret technique, but looking at Laxus's full body of tendons and burly figure, Tian Chen guessed it. Chapter 45, Laxus's Thunder Forging Technique and Thunder Dragon Slayer Magical Forging Technique. Oh? It's such a thing? Is it for bodybuilding? What request did Laxus originally think it was? Unexpectedly, it was this, but he looked at Tian Chen unexpectedly, and looked at Tian's skinny appearance with thin arms and legs. Nodded clearly, you really need to strengthen your physique and physique exercises. It's too thin. You know, if you want to be a strong metropolitan wizard, a strong physique and physique are also very important. Tian Chen was embarrassed by the expression he said, and he curled his lips a little uncomfortably. Don't be too long, just say that there is nothing inappropriate. I actually think I am not as bad as you said. He is clearly the normal level of his peers, okay? Even stronger than his peers. Haha. Don't be shy. This is not shameful. Laxus listened, raised his head and laughed. Seeing Tian Chen's face turned dark, he quickly stopped the laughter. Touched his chin and pondered, when it comes to a good exercise method, you are really asking the right person. I do have a exercise method that may be suitable for you, and the effect is very good, but the process will be a little painful. Moreover, if you want to practice this, there is a prerequisite, that is, you have to know the magic of the thunder element. What I don't know about the talents of the other elements except the sky awakening element. Is there a thunder element? If not, then I can't help it. Laxus spread his hands. This kind of talent is inaccurate. If Tian Chen did not have the talent of thunder element affinity, it would be very difficult to learn thunder element magic, and then it would be even more difficult to cultivate this thunder element forging method. If the conditions don't match, then he can only persuade Tian Chen to dispel the idea of learning his physical training as soon as possible, and find another way. Hey. Tian Chen listened, not only was not disappointed, but a nice arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and he smiled and replied, that's a coincidence. I happen to have the talent of thunder elemental affinity, and the level is not low, although I don't have my light element. The talent is strong, but there is also an A grade. Should it meet? After listening, Laxus raised his brows and was slightly surprised. Hey? Is the A-level thunder elemental affinity? Enough. Your kid's talent is really nothing to say. Then I will teach you now. He is going out to do the task tomorrow, but he has no time. It is estimated that in a short time, he should be able to get the opportunity to enter another world from Tianchen, and it is just this time to accumulate more mission experience and funds. At the same time, increase your strength and prepare for the journey into another world. Although he is arrogant, he is not too reckless. The alien world is no better than the fairy tale world, and you can't go wrong if you prepare well. Etc. At this time, the old man, who had been listening to the conversation between the two silently, couldn't sit still, and quickly discouraged him and said, "Don't mess around. Laxus. You don't want to teach Tianchen the training method you practice, do you? Your bodybuilding technique inherited from the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal is not suitable for use by the non-Thunder Dragon Slayer, otherwise, problems will occur. You should be very clear about this, right? Are you kidding me? Can anyone cultivate that thing? Without a strong enough physique, without the thunder magic power with the power of the dragon to cultivate this, it is definitely an act of seeking death. It's okay. Father. I believe Laxus knows this very well, and he won't harm me. There should be a compromise, right? Laxus. Tianchen was rather calm. Before Laxus could speak, he waved his hand at the anxious old man, beckoning him to stay calm. Then looked at Laxus with searching eyes, looking forward to his answer. Humph. Although I have only met for a while, you still know me. Laxus met with a smile, looked at Tianchen with satisfaction, and nodded, yes. I want to tell you that it is not Thunder Dragon Slayer forging technique, but I summarized and created it from Dragon Slayer forging technique. Ordinary thunder forging body art. Although the effect is not as good as Thunder Dragon Slayer's physical training, it is estimated that only 1/5 of the effect of Thunder Dragon Slayer's magical physical training, but it is more gentle. You can also practice with a physique. Of course, this gentleness is only relative. In addition, if you can practice this thunder training technique to a certain level, raise your body to a certain strength, and if I provide a certain amount of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic power on a regular basis, perhaps you can also transfer to the advanced real Thunder Dragon Slayer. Bodybuilding. Speaking of this, Laxus raised his brows, held his hands, and looked at Tianchen with a smile and asked, how? Do you want to learn? There is only one chance. I see you pleasing to the eye, and I am ready to pass on you only when I am optimistic about your potential. He wouldn't say that it was to pay some favors. Sundara, like Laxus, disdains to repay favors, he cares more about actual actions. It's rare to see a guy who looks pleasing to the eye, and also has a pretty good thunder element affinity talent. He actually wants to see if some of his conjectures can be realized. If you can cultivate a person who masters the magic of Thunder Dragon Slayer without the Dragon Slayer crystal, hey, think about it, isn't it a sense of accomplishment? Chapter 46, Laxus, Autistic Laxus condensing the magical rune of the Thunder system. Once again, please ask for flowers, collect it. Of course I have to learn. I believe I will be able to master it. As for the slight pain, I can't help it. Tianchen replied cheerfully. Actually there is, and it can even follow up with the advanced version of Thunder Dragon Slayer forging, which is a surprise. At the same time, Tianchen was still thinking in his heart, it seems that this fellow Laxus is not a complacent person. There is such in-depth research. Not bad. Not bad. Haha. That's good. Let's get started. Here, this is the secret art text, you can take a look first. Laxus was very satisfied with Tianchen's attitude. He raised his head and smiled, reaching out from his trouser pocket and taking out a little shabby notebook and threw it to Tianchen Dao. "Laxus, are you sure there will be no accident? Are you sure?" At this time, the old man was still a little worried, looking at Laxus and asking. If there is really a big risk, he will definitely not allow Tianchen to practice this. The big deal, he spends some favors and gets a copy from some old friends who are good at it. He remembered that Goldmine in the Quattro Cerberus Guild should have some good bodybuilding skills. It really doesn't work, it's okay to sneak into the large library of the council to find it. If you're more careful, you won't be able to stop him there. Wow! Will I do things that I am not sure about? How much do you distrust me? Laxus stretched out a finger and digs out his ears, and squinted at the old man very uncomfortably. Originally, he was in a good mood right now, but now he is bothered by the old man of damn it. The more this happened, the more Laxus wanted to surpass grandfather Makarov in strength. He felt paranoid that the reason why the old man would doubt him was because he was too weak. People with extremes often tend to fall into extremes with their ideas. Hey! The old man was a little bit heartbroken and speechless by Laxus' attitude and eyes, knowing that if he continued speaking, things would only get worse. He sighed a moment ago and didn't say anything more. It was just a secret decision in my heart, watching from the sidelines, will not let Tianchen appear in danger. Soon, Tianchen read the contents of this small book completely, remembered it and had a good understanding. There are not only the training methods of thunder exercise, but also a large number of Laxus alterations in the process of deriving this thunder exercise. Combining those bodybuilding techniques that Tianchen himself had seen and the Fiore Royal Knight's bodybuilding techniques that he had already practiced, Tianchen had already understood 5 or 6 points. I believe that after Laxus helps me answer the question again, it should be almost done. Of course, there is still a key question. The prerequisite for learning this bodybuilding art is that he has mastered the lightning magic. The introductory chapter and early stage of thunder forging body art does not require much knowledge in thunder magic. Condense the thunder magic natal runes, master the initial use of thunder magic power, and then cooperate with skilled magic control. With EPUB. Tianchen closed the notebook after reading it and threw it back to Laxus. Laxus caught the little notebook, tucked it back into his trouser pocket, and asked, "What? You remembered it all?" "Yeah. Remember. However, you need to answer some things you don't understand." Tianchen nodded. Laxus nodded clearly. "You ask." Tianchen, the third sentence of the introductory chapter, XXX, what does it mean? Laxus, this is simple, it means. Tianchen, the first stage, what does it mean? Laxus, simple, meaning. For the next half an hour, Tianchen was asking questions, and Laxus answered seriously. The old man asked for the little notebook from Laxus, and he listened carefully, and from time to time, he would add a few words. After all, he is a veteran sage top 10 magician, and all kinds of experience shouldn't be too rich, even in the field of bodybuilding and physical skills. He also dabbles, and many of the suggestions are still very pertinent and very reasonable. Those who come to Tianchen will not refuse, as long as he thinks it is reasonable and correct, he is willing to accept it humbly. If it is unreasonable, he will not hold back, and will directly raise the issue. After more than half an hour passed, the problem was almost solved, the question and answer of the 3 people stopped, and then, Laxus began to teach Tianchen to condense the thunder-type natal magic rune. 2 minutes later. It's condensed. Tianchen retracted the thoughts on the blue thunder-type natal rune that fell into the sea of spirit and revolved around the rune of the awakening, opened his eyes, and said to Laxus. Laxus. That's it? Are you kidding me? Laxus asked silently. Do you want it so fast? Not at all. Soon? My previous condensed meditation rune was similar to this one. I condense the eternal magic rune faster. Tianchen remained sitting motionless under the neck, and shook his head calmly. For him, this is just normal operation. Laxis. Cough. No. Not bad. Just a little bit slower than I was back then. Then let's continue, and I will teach you some lightning magic. The first is lightning bullet. Laxus twitched his cheeks, coughed lightly, and forcibly resisted the urge to beat the pretending offense in front of him, and said without a smile. Good. 1 minute later. Tianchen, I learned it. Laxus. Next, let's have a more difficult one, the Spear of Thunder. I know you have mastered the Spear of Light, but in comparison, the thunder element is more difficult to control. Not to mention. 2 minutes later. When Laxus found that Tianchen smiled again to indicate that he had mastered it, and stood up, holding a virtual hand with his right hand, a azure thunder and lightning spear flashing with a blue arc was condensed. He couldn't help it anymore, directly communicated with the time and space runes in the Spirit Sea, and walked away from the small space. He is autistic again. Chapter 47 Upgrade Magic Control, E. Talent, Seeking Flowers, Collect. In a short time, I don't want to talk to Tianchen. If it weren't for tomorrow's delicious breakfast, Laxus would want to pick up the task overnight and set off. What a shock! Why didn't he have this talent back then? Even if he implanted the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal, his lightning talent was greatly improved, but in terms of learning ability, Laxus could not deny that he was far inferior to Tianchen. Elemental affinity talent is elemental affinity talent, and it is still very different from learning ability, that is, comprehension. Am I doing too much? Seeing Laxus greet him directly, he left. Tianchen scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and then asked the old man instead. No. I think this is great. You are great. The old man grinned, smiled with 2 rows of neat white teeth, and gave a thumbs up at Tianchen. Nice job. Last time it was on memory ability, this time it was on mind magic learning that Laxus is good at. The old man can naturally see Laxus's loneliness and unwillingness. Because of this, he feels good. Most of the arrogance plan to hit Laxus has been completed, and he feels that if this continues, Laxus may be able to complete the transformation and mature. Of course, you can't go too far. You have to pay attention to your own proportions, give Laxus time to adjust, and at the same time pay attention to comfort. He thinks a rich and delicious breakfast is very good. Therefore, the old man came to Tianchen to tell his own thoughts, and patted his shoulder earnestly, and exhorted, after all, you caused it. In order to comfort Laxus's injured heart, you will work hard to get up early tomorrow morning and prepare some delicious breakfast. By the way, make a few more bento, save Laxus to eat when he is on the mission. I guess he will leave after breakfast tomorrow. Tianchen nodded stupidly. Oh. He suddenly mourned for Laxus in his heart for a second. The old man really spared no effort to transform Laxus. Thoughts so damaging have come out. This grandpa is definitely dear. It's just, why should I cook for comfort? Forget it. You made your own sins, so please comfort yourself. Laxus is also a good fool. Can you comfort me with a meal? Tianchen thought silently in his heart. You continue to try to cultivate that thunderbolt bodybuilding technique. Are the conditions satisfied now? Don't think about it secretly practicing alone afterwards, I don't allow it. The old man turned to say. He is not going to sleep in his little villa today. After supervising Tianchen, he will be fine. He will stay in the meditation room here, try to absorb the spiritual energy practice here, and see the specific effect. He also cares about the effects of Reiki. Let me try. Tianchen smiled helplessly, the old man obviously cared too much. He himself is very pitiful. How could it be messy? However, he received the old man's feelings, and he was very moved. Immediately, Tianchen sat down cross-legged, and began to try to mobilize the light attribute magic power in the magic source to make it follow the magic circuit in the body. It is also called the meridian, which enters the sea of consciousness, and is transformed into the magical power of the thunder attribute through the transformation of the magic rune of the thunder system's natal magic. Okay. It can actually be transformed without knowing the sea, but the difficulty is a little bit higher. He wants to experiment slowly now. Then, he was not in a hurry to directly use the magic power of the lightning attribute to refine his body in accordance with the method of the thunder exercise technique. Instead, they began to train their mastery and proficiency in the magic of thunder attributes. As I said before, if you want to use lightning to quench your body, you need to have a high degree of control over the lightning generated by your own lightning attribute magic power in your practice, in order to achieve the purpose of body quenching without hurting yourself. Yet, the focus is good. The old man was very satisfied with Tianken's actions and knew the priority of things so that no major problems would arise. It seems that just the E-level magic control talent is not enough. If you want to practice with this kind of talent alone, it is estimated that it will take several days to improve the magic control talent. After trying for 5 minutes, Tianchen had already felt it roughly, and he couldn't do it with his current talent and progress. He cast his eyes on the talent column on the attribute panel. Fortunately, the magic control, E, upgrade only requires 10 source points. Immediately, he chose to spend 10 source points to upgrade the talent. Ding! Consume 10 source points. Talent magic control, E, will be promoted to magic control, D. In the next moment, Tianchen felt countless auras bursting into his mind, feeling that his body was much more relaxed and sensitive, and his control over the body had been greatly improved, even more so. The lightning attribute magic power that I thought was naughty before, now, in his hands, is like a good baby, not obedient. What? The old man who had been on the sidelines could clearly feel that the boy Tianken's ability to control magic power had increased a lot. His eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. How is this possible? No matter how genius is, it is impossible to have such an unreasonable sudden improvement, right? Suddenly, he thought of the talent evolution ability that Tianchen had mentioned before, and he suddenly understood. Chapter 48 Laxus, am I the kind of person who can bear it? 4 flowers, collect. At this moment, Tianchen stopped his proficient magic control and opened his eyes. The old man immediately asked a little curiously, did you upgrade your talent just now? Is the effect so good? It's immediate. Tianchen didn't even think about concealing it, and nodded affirmatively, yes. I feel that my previous magical power is in charge of my talent. I want to achieve the Thunderbolt training art without hurting myself. I expect it will take at least several days. Time. I don't want to delay such a long time. It just happens that there are not many source points needed to upgrade the magical control talents, so I will upgrade directly. At present, the effect is very good. I have reached the training requirements. Next, I need the old man's help to watch. I want to start repairing. Before Tianchen could finish speaking, he and the old man suddenly saw that Laxus changed his clothes and his hair was still a little wet and suddenly returned to the communication center. Both of them looked at Laxus in a daze. Laxus! What are you looking at? Laxus was embarrassed by the 2 Tianyuns, and gave them an uncomfortable look, thinking that I am so fragile and can't accept this kid's learning ability. Are you kidding? Who am I? I'm Laxus. This kid is okay. It's so far away. I'm just going to take a bath, let's not talk about it. I'm going to practice. Hey! After finishing speaking, Laxus ignored the expressions of Tianyun and the old man, strode into a meditation room, closed the metal door, and disappeared from the sight of the 2. Tianchen. Makarov. The 2 of them looked at each other a little, and finally understood the look of each other's eyes, and couldn't help but smile at each other. Laxus, this guy is really desperate. Obviously. Forget it. I don't want to, I will continue to practice. Tian Chen shook his head, preparing to practice the thunder forging technique for the first time. Haha. Good too. The old man also touched his beard, smiled and nodded. Because the soundproofing effect of the meditation room was adjusted to the maximum by Tian Chen, Laxus did not hear the conversation between the two outsiders. As soon as he entered the meditation room, he leaned against the back of the door with a face of Haran, his head tilted up, his eyes a little dull. It's so embarrassing. In the beginning, don't think about the all-round tempering and strengthening of the body according to the above description of the bodybuilding technique. Try to start with a finger first. Okay. Outside, Tian Chen chose to follow the old man's advice and tried to mobilize thunder to temper the index finger of his left hand. Even so, he didn't dare to mobilize too much lightning attribute magic power at the beginning. He could only increase slowly, until he barely reached the tempering effect, and stabilized again. Then, after feeling that this level can be easily controlled, he began to choose to expand the area of tempering, first spreading to the entire left palm, then left wrist, forearm, upper arm, all the way to the whole body. Okay. He hasn't involved the whole body's epidermis and muscles, even the bones, especially the skull, he dare not touch it for a short time. Come step by step. Feeling that the toughness of the skin began to increase rapidly, and the strength of the muscles was getting stronger all the time, Tian Chen was quite satisfied. Hey! Just succeed. When the old man saw this, he was also relieved. Then you can practice steadily in this way. I will take a bath first, and then go back here to meditate. I also want to feel the spiritual energy here and the natural magic outside. The difference between them. Okay. Go slowly. I went to my living room to practice too. Tian Chen stopped practicing immediately and watched the old man leave the small space. With a thought, he came to his living room. In the practice meditation room here, continue to sit down cross-legged, practice thunder body building technique, and temper the body. Here is a point to explain. Laxus summarized the creation of the thunder exercise technique divided into static work and dynamic work. Jing Gong is like Tian Chen now, sitting still, tempering himself with the magical power of thunder. Motivation is to use thunder attribute magic power around the body, while performing fist and physical skills in accordance with certain routines, so as to achieve the purpose of tempering and strengthening the body. After a night of training, Tian Chen has completely mastered the Thunderbolt physique technique, and has made considerable progress. His physique has nearly doubled compared to before. The effect is terrifying. The skin has darkened a lot, and it looks like wheat. Health is health, but not as good as before. After making a hearty breakfast with the old man, Laxus also appeared in the restaurant on time, watching the darkening Tian Chen while eating, and couldn't help grinning. Hee. It seems that the training effect is very good. Very good. Yes. Keep working hard. The old man also nodded happily. Indeed, both the vitality and the vitality are more than doubled, and it's quite big if you want to come. You have lost a lot when you look at it. Remember to eat more. Pay attention to nutrition, don't overdo it. In addition to the consumption of magical power, this kind of physical exercise will also consume a lot of physical strength, nutrition, and calories. That's not good. Chapter 49, The Effect of Thunder Forging the Body. Makarov of Sorrow, please ask for flowers, collect it. I understand. I ate a lot of roasted monster meat last night to hold on, otherwise, I would have been hungry and faint. Tian Chen nodded helplessly. I have a tendency to develop towards the big stomach king. However, the effect of beast meat's replenishment of vitality, blood, and nutrition is far from as good as he had imagined, but this thing has even greater benefits for the enhancement of magic power. Tian Chen can figure out the joints, yes, monster meat. Although it can also improve physical fitness to a certain extent, improving magic power is the main thing. After all, their flesh and blood are also full of magic power. It is estimated that most of the world of Warcraft in fairy tale is like this. Perhaps, I have to find a world with a lot of food that can replenish vitality and blood, and nourishment. One piece is not bad. In addition, the physical skills, kendo, etc. are also very good. Then it's so decided. Tianchen was about to arrange the pirate world into his plan list, and after solving the magic enhancement materials, he was ready to go to the pirate world. To a certain extent, that world is also quite dangerous. The old man poured milk into his mouth and nodded, then every day, I will buy more Warcraft meat. In addition, the actual combat training in the afternoon has also been changed. I will take you to the forest to practice more and hunt some by the way. How about Warcraft coming back? The old man knew Tianken's character, and he said directly that he would spend money to buy Warcraft meat. This kid might not be happy, so he said it in a compromise. It can be regarded as satisfying the self-esteem of this kid who wants to be self-sufficient as much as possible. Okay. Sure enough, Tianchen listened, moved his head to gnaw a piece of barbecue, and nodded, I will grow up as soon as possible, and then do my own tasks to make money, but you can't always rely on you, father. Haha. Good. I look forward to this day. The old man replied cheerfully. Ha, you kid. Laxus also chuckled lightly, casting an admiring look at Tianchen. This is the Tianchen he admires. I have to remind you, don't look at the initial improvements so fast, especially the physique that doubled yesterday, but it will definitely slow down afterwards. The higher the height, the harder it is to improve. You should understand this. Don't mess around at that time. Laxus thought for a while and warned Tianchen. Yes, I know. Tianchen nodded, he naturally knew this. Then, he looked at his darkened skin and asked Laxus with some worry, my skin won't keep going black? Why is your skin so white? It doesn't feel black at all. Did he have a fake thunder exercise? Or, Laxus is probably concealed, or he has pitted himself on such small details. Laxus' expression stiffened by his skeptical look, and stared at Tianchen angrily, what do you think you are thinking about? This is only temporary. When you temper your skin to a certain level, it will naturally change. To restore the original skin tone. Is he such a small maneuver? In addition, it should also be effective to absorb more spiritual energy and nourish it with the magical power after transformation. Laxus then added. Oh? You only practiced for one night, did you have such an obvious effect? What's the specific change? This has aroused Tianken's curiosity. He hadn't taken Laxus and the old man to the small space before, so he rarely went there, let alone practiced there. Yesterday, although he had an automatic meditation to restore the magic, he did not deliberately control and pay attention. I don't know the magical effect of Reiki on the human body. What I understand is only its effect on plants and land. Laxus gave him a speechless look, you are really a violent creature. Haven't you tried it? Well. It is mainly the abundant life energy and spiritual essence contained in the spiritual energy, which can purify the magic power and improve its quality. At the same time, it can make the magic power more gentle and enhance the nourishing effect of the magic power, which has a lot of benefits for the improvement of our magician's physique, the repair of hidden injuries, and even the improvement of lifespan. Speaking of this, Laxus glanced at the old man next to him. About this, the old man should be more clear. Didn't you find that his complexion has improved a lot today? The wrinkles on his face have been reduced, and his vitality has become more vigorous. This is because the magic power has not completed all the transformation and improvement. Waiting for 10.5 months of cultivation in your small space, maybe a lot of his white hair can turn into blue silk, and his bald head will turn into white head. Judging by Laxus' own feelings, this is definitely not an exaggeration. The old man is different from these young men. He is already too old, but his strength is definitely real. After the magical transformation is completed, not only the lifespan, but also the strength will have a huge surge. Tian Chen was about to cast his gaze to the old man, and found that, looking closely, wrinkles were really reduced, and his complexion and skin improved a lot. Haha! Laxus is right. The old man immediately raised his head and smiled, and squeezed his brows at Tian Chen and Laxus triumphantly. You have to work hard. Grandpa, I might be able to rise to the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Yugzagar this time, and become a real monster-level monster. The Magician. Oh. Chapter 50 Makarov, who is beginning to become young, is ready to go to Plants vs. Zombies world. He laughed for a while before the old man converged a little, and then said with a look of amazement, Aura is indeed an extraordinary energy, far more magical than natural magic. Whether it is to improve the physique, lifespan, and quality of the magician, it still nourishes the body. The effect is very powerful. In addition, it seems to increase the potential of human life, and has great benefits for the transformation of the essence of life. I am still not sure about this, but the effect should not be wrong. He had never been in contact with Reiki, he never knew that natural magic had so many flaws. Then, the old man said to Tian Chen and Laxus seriously with a serious face, so, if you can in the future, you should still meditate and practice in a small space. If it weren't for fairy tales rules and regulations, the area of the small space is also limited. I am afraid the same is true for the spiritual energy supply. I wish the little guys in the guild would go there to practice. The newly established rules must not be chaotic. Tian Chen is the owner of the small space, and has his own plans and arrangements for it. In the old man's eyes, these arrangements are very good, and he can't disrupt Tiankin's plan. In addition, he himself knew that the wizards in the guild were still a little bit mixed, so not everyone was eligible to join Fairy Tale. At least, it must be able to help Tian Chen to have the preliminary qualifications. Yet, we understand. Both Laxus and Tian Chen nodded again and again. After breakfast, Laxus sent all the bentos prepared by Tian Chen into his storage room in the small space, and then out of the small space, came to the guild with the old man and Tian Chen, took an A-level crusade mission, and left the guild. For the next week, every night he would use time and space runes to enter a small space to practice, and during the day he would hurry or perform tasks. And Tian Chen, who had originally planned to set off to another world, temporarily endured it, and practiced in the fairy tale world for another week. Improved the thunder forging technique to LV3, and the physique is also tempered by the forging technique, which is more than 3 times better than before. Even the bones and muscles have been tempered and improved a lot. Of course, the effect of Reiki is indispensable in this. Because the magic power is relatively small, and the damage in the body is also minimal, his magic power is purified and transformed much faster than Laxus and the old man. With the aid of new magic power, in a short period of time, the demand for flesh, blood, and nutrition has been reduced a lot. For the time being, the balance of payments can be maintained. At this stage, the speed of body forging has inevitably slowed down, only to further improve the mastery level of thunder forging body art, or to spend more time polishing it, or find better resources and exercises for practice. Because of the constant use of lightning magic power, his attainments in lightning magic have also been greatly improved. The old man's complexion and spirit are getting better these days, some of the hair around the ears are showing signs of turning black, and the area of the bald head is shrinking. This makes the old man happy every day. After a week passed, Tian Chen, who felt that his bodybuilding had temporarily come to an end, told the old man that he wanted to set off to another world. Pay attention to safety. There is danger, go back to the small space as soon as possible. Understand? The old man didn't stop him, but his face was full of worries, and he repeatedly warned. If you want me to say, just take me with you. Knowing that Tian Chen was leaving today, Laxus passed the time and space imprint back here to see Tianchen off on time, saying jokingly. He was still completing the crusade in the wild. Of course not the one before, the A-level task has been completed, this is another one. Tianchen gave him angrily white glance, forget it. I don't have so many origin points to waste for the time being. I'm not going to a particularly dangerous world, it should be okay. It's really dangerous, and it's always okay to escape. Hearing him say this, the old man and Laxus were relieved a lot. System. Help me select a world that has the resources to accelerate my magic accumulation, is less dangerous, and is easier to earn origin points. Tianchen immediately walked to the gate of time and space and secretly instructed the system in his heart. Ding. Condition confirmation, searching. Ding. The search is complete, positioning the world, Plants vs. Zombies, entry fee 50, origin point, does the host open the door of time and space and go? Is the world of Plants vs. Zombies? Are there resources that meet my needs for cultivation? Doesn't it mean the sunlight produced by the sunflower, right? Looking at the world selected by the system, Tianchen couldn't help feeling his chin and thinking. It's really possible. Tianchen currently only thought of this possibility. Others, except for some combat plants, there are only zombies left. The zombies there won't have crystal nuclei, right? He felt that maybe he could get the origin point by fighting zombies. Hope so. Turn it on. I commanded the system in my heart, and the next moment, the door of time and space opened instantly, and the center of the originally empty door frame was filled with a blue water curtain-like substance. It is the first time that Tianchen and the old man have seen the gate of time and space open, and their faces are full of surprises. I'm leaving. Don't worry. He waved his hand and said goodbye to the old man and Laxus, and then Tianchen slammed into the gate of time and space without hesitation.